Seat so that we can start promptly at 9 o'clock.
Good morning, Shannon.
Good morning again.
Morning.
And I'd like to welcome everyone to this August 24th Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency Budget Workshop and our regular meeting. So I will now call the meeting to order. As a housekeeping matter, I want to remind all of our directors, great to see the directors this morning. I want to also advise the public, the staff, that it's my duty as chair to adhere to and to enforce the rules regarding debate and decorum during this meeting. So I expect all of us to treat each other courteously and with respect. And I expect all of us to focus on the issues and please avoid personalizing debate. Consistent with the Robert's Rules of Order, I ask you to address your remarks to the chair as opposed to personalizing remarks to the directors. So the first portion of our agenda is a budget workshop item for fiscal year 2024.
Madam Chair.
I'm sorry.
I wanted to offer an agenda modification. Is this the right posture for that?
I'm sorry, say that again,
I
Commissioner.
wanted to offer a motion for an agenda modification. Is this the right time for that?
We will get to that in one
Okay.
second, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you. The first portion of our agenda today is the budget workshop item for fiscal year 2024 and our proposed operating budget, as well as our proposed 5-year capital improvement plan for the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency. And then we have recommendations for our consideration as directors. So, Madam Chair, Madam Director, Ms. Coulter, are there any agenda modifications coming from Blueprint?
We have no agenda modifications that we're aware of at this time, but we have a request from Rick Minor to participate telephonically.
Thank you. Well, I would like to entertain a motion for Commissioner Minor to participate telephonically.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and second to allow Commissioner Minor to appear telephonically. Is there any objection to it? Hearing none, it's approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Online? Is he
Yes.
online now? Okay. Good morning, Commissioner Minor.
Good morning, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other modifications, Madam Director?
Commissioner Welch.
Oh, no, I'll recognize him. I mean,
All right.
coming from you.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and congratulations on your ascension to that seat. Very well deserved. Looking forward to
Thank
serving
you.
under you. I would like to offer an agenda modification to the board, a motion for an agenda modification, considering that the Northeast Park item is on the agenda after the budget workshop. I would like to ask that we take it up first, since there are people in the room who would like to speak on that issue. Some of them would like to get back to school, I think. And so I don't anticipate the Northeast Park item taking too long, hopefully, this go-round, and I expect some pretty robust debate on the workshop, so I'd like to make that motion, please, to take up the Northeast Park item now.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Is there a
Second.
second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter. So it's been moved and second that we move the agenda item dealing with the Northeast Park first, that we deal with it first. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
Any discussion? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Any opposition? Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Welch, and we will proceed in that order. Are there public speakers to be heard at this time?
Yes,
Madam
ma'am.
Clerk.
Our first speaker is Benny Powell, followed by Kendall Powell, and then Steve Stewart.
May I ask, Madam Clerk, how many speakers do we have?
Nine in the room, none via WebEx.
9 in the room and 9 virtually?
None, 0.
Awesome. Will our first speaker please come to the podium? And as you come, if you will give your name and your address, please.
My name is Benny Powell, and my address is 9730 Shady Pine Road. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings. Good morning, County Commissioners and City Council members. As I said before, my name is Benny Powell, and I have just begun my freshman year at Childs High School. I want to speak today on behalf of the Northeast Park. First off, to the Blueprint team members here today, thank you. This park is beautiful. I have lived here most of my life. Tallahassee is my home. It will always be my home, no matter where life may take me in the future. I was listening to the radio the other day with my dad, and a gentleman was talking about the Northeast Park and how crazy it was to have 4 baseball fields. Let me tell you what I see. I see 4 beautiful softball fields. I see 4 soccer fields. I see 4 flag football fields. I see 4 cricket pitches. I see awesome open space to fly a kite and grass areas perfect for picnics. These full-size fields provide multi-purpose areas that are great for anything. But let's get back to softball. That's my sport. I plan to play it in college. Currently, we have 1 field in our district, and we have to sneak on it because it's on Deer Lake's campus. When you play on this field, you have to adjust your footing because just beyond shortstop, it drops down a steep grade. The amount of ankle injuries my teammates and I have sustained is not fun. The 1 field we have isn't really a field at all. For our middle school games, we drove across town 45 minutes to a newly renovated complex next to Fairview Middle School. I think it was the old Rickard softball and baseball fields that sat unused for years. Anyhow, not great. This park and these fields would provide great opportunities for the girls, not just the baseball players. The County Little League programs also include softball. There will be great local leagues right here where we live. The reality is that I will probably never be able to play on these fields, but I have 2 younger sisters that I hope will get the chance. Please support the full funding of the park as designed by the Blueprint staff. Thank you, Mrs. Cummings. I yield back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Powell.
Somebody's taught her parliamentary
Our next
procedure.
speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kendall Powell, followed by Steve Stewart, then Steve Givens. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Kendall Powell, 9730 Shady Pine Road. I share a roof with that young lady. I'm not sure how I have to follow that. But thank you, Ms. Cummings. Here we are again. The last time at this meeting I got up and spoke, and it was kind of the first time I'd been involved in this sort of a local government exercise, and I feel like 90 days later, I'm a grizzled veteran at all of this. But thank you to the commissioners that I met with personally. Thank you to the ones that took time to email. That's appreciated. I'm a local business owner here in town, own a local small landscape company, and I'm a youth coach. I want to be clear, I support the park. I support the beautiful design by the Blueprint staff. I think it's consistent with county parks. And I think that's one thing that we're missing a little bit when we compare these to city parks. It is very consistent with county parks. Reminds me a lot of the one out in Woodville with I think the 4 to 5 baseball fields out there, a football field, fields, trails, other types of amenities. And I know there's transportation concerns. I get all of that, but it reminds me of a moment in church one Sunday where our pastor stood up, and I guess during the week somebody had brought to him a concern about noise during the service, about babies and kids and things like that. And he addressed it publicly, and he said, "Hey, everybody be quiet for a second." And really all you could hear was kind of the babies cooing and making some noises, the panicked mothers and fathers trying to shush their toddlers. And he said, "Do you hear this? This is the sound of a healthy church. These noises that you hear, these babies, these kids, these are the sounds of a thriving community." So I know if you drive down Meridian on a Saturday morning and you're driving down at that right time where folks are letting out at Meridian or the Meadows soccer field, yeah, you're going to get held up for a little bit, but it's the sign of a thriving community. It's a thriving community that will help maintain its property values, a thriving community that will continue to fund large portions of this penny tax. And
Seconds.
thank you. So I want to just make sure that that it's given true thought and it's compared to other county parks. Guys, this is a great park. This is great for the community. I can't wait to see Benny's younger sisters out there one day, because I'll be out there coaching, I'm sure of it. But anyhow,
Fine.
thank you. Thank you, Ms. Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Our next speaker is Steve Stewart, followed by Steve Givens, and then Max Epstein.
Morning, Mr. Stewart.
Chairman, Board, my name is Steve Stewart, 3048 Waterford Drive, Tallahassee, more specifically Clarendon Estates, and I'm here in the capacity as a resident, someone who will live or lives less than a mile from the proposed park. I'm here to speak on the amenities, not the budget. You guys have some deep dive to do on determining what the final budget is on this, but I support the park. I support baseball fields, but what I don't support is 4 baseball fields. 77% of the land that will be dedicated to amenities is going to baseball fields. We don't want 4 baseball fields. And when I say we, the 1,500 people that responded in the survey, baseball wasn't in the top 10. Tennis courts were, but there are no tennis courts. So 77% is a large part of the land to devote to baseball. Now listen, I think, and I've written about this, 1 or 2 baseball fields would be fine, and it would serve the needs of an area park. If you look in the documents, an area park says it will serve the residents within a 3-mile radius. That is Clarendon Estates. Clarendon Homeowners Association was not even addressed or asked about the structure of the amenities of this park. But again, I go back to the survey. I don't see how you get from that survey to where the amenities are right now. I haven't dug into that, and maybe I will, but when you allocate 9% to 10% of the land to volleyball, pickleball, basketball, and 77% goes to baseball that doesn't even fit into the top 10, I think that's a problem. And so what I would hope you would do is decide the egress to this park, the budget, and then kick it back, and so we can get something that's more reflective of the survey that we spent money on, and also the neighborhoods that it's going to serve. And the last point I'll make is I've done a lot of traveling this summer, and I found myself at a park in North Carolina. It was almost the exact same size of this park. And it was 2 baseball fields, large baseball fields. It was a dog park. It was 8 volleyball courts, a green space, and it had a skate park, a skate amenity, about 120 feet by 60. I measured it. So I was there for the whole weekend. The 2 most popular amenities at that park were the dog park and the skateboard amenity, okay? Now, the kicker is, there used to be 5 baseball fields there. They got rid of 3 and put other amenities there.
30
And so,
seconds.
I would hope you would consider that, but most importantly, I would hope that when you get the budget set, you would kick it back so that we can get some amenities that are consistent with the survey and what the neighborhoods around that park want. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Steve Givens, followed by Max Epstein, then Kip West. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm Steve Givens, 3229 Heather Hill Lane. I'm also the president of Killearn Homes Association. That would be Killearn Estates, located immediately across the street from the proposed park, not to be confused with Killearn Lakes, which is located approximately 7 miles from the closest boundary of the park. I simply this morning want to call your attention to my letter that was sent to all of you dated June 15th that reemphasized our objection to the development of the Farm Road as a public road that would exacerbate our traffic problems inside of Killearn. I know that action was taken by the board in May to alleviate that, but I just wanted to affirm our position that we are strongly opposed to that road becoming public.
Thank you, Mr. Gibbons.
Next speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Kip West, then Danielle Thorpe. Name and address for the record, please.
Thanks. Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. I'm here in support of the Northeast Park, as I always have been, but I think that we need to look and do a deep dive into all the budgets of all of these projects. And Commissioner Welch, you said everything should be on the table. These Airport Gateway, Northeast Gateway, everything should be on the table when we discuss this. Now, I did a records request months ago to get a line-by-line budget. Blueprint told me that they do not maintain individual budgets. They could not tell me where all of these figures were coming from. It took another records request from Commissioner Matlow to get anything close. Within there, it shows you borrowing costs. The costs for FY24 do not include costs for debt service. Northeast Gateway, $18 million. Airport Gateway, $22 million. Northeast Bannerman, $16. Even the park is going to cost $5 million, over that, $18 million to finance. Now, when we're talking about small amenities, right, things that actually help us, like the park, is smaller, that's a significant amount of money. We have $115 million additional revenue that's going to these projects, overages, right? That's 115 Lake Hall schools. We're going to be coming to you later for $100,000 loan to save an important piece of Black history. You can do 1,115 projects of that size with the overages. Commissioner Caban, you submitted a letter to pause the Airport Gateway. I support it. Use the words legislative malfeasance. That is what we have here, and I hope that those words ring true for the rest of these projects that are far over budget. It's time to listen to the people who've been waiting for these small projects to happen. These are the things that make our community better. New roadways really don't do that. So, I thought that this meeting was supposed to be all day and we were going to discuss every single project and get into every one. We have not enough time to do that. There is no way in 2 hours in a budget workshop we can get through all of this stuff. My recommendation is to put a pause on these projects for the next year, except for the Northeast Park. I think we can figure that out. And I think we can figure out Stuckey Street and Levy Street for the Airport Gateway. Every other project here, you're being asked to fund fully, and they're all in the pre-engineering stage. We have no master plan, and we're being asked to borrow over $80 million to complete these projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
Next is Kip West, followed by Danielle Thorpe, then Marsha Lapeet. Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. Kip West, 3069 Carlos Circle. I live in the Clarn Estates area. Back again to speak with you folks, and I really appreciate your time for letting me come in and talk. And I think we don't have a lot of prepared things or debates, but just to let you kind of understand the importance of this part to me. I don't have children that will actively participate, but if it wouldn't have been for Commissioner Caban's district, which I grew up in, if it would have been for then County Commissioner Daley for building parks on the northwest side of town, having the vision that there weren't enough parks and building additional parks in that space also, and also spending the majority of my educational childhood in Commissioner Proctor's district. Okay. The north side is underserved with parks. We know that. It is over budget, but we knew that the cost would continue to increase. If we build 2 fields, we're going to revisit this within the next 4 years to build the other 2 fields. It's a very simple thing. I've been in baseball my entire life. I've been in softball, I've been in youth sports. It's part of my business to be in that. We're either going to pay the $18 million now and with the debt service, or we're going to pay $12 million and be underserved. There's going to be 5,000 additional homes that are going to come into the space within the next 10 years. Their kids are going to need a place to play. We've been fighting this battle with getting the county park on in District 4 now for almost 14 years, since I sat with Commissioner Deloge, the Bradfordville Schoolhouse, and we talked about a plan to attack that. We're here now. Let's do it. It is in the budget. It has been approved in the budget. So if we have to revisit this again in 5 years, because, you know, I heard a comment about space. Right? We all know that a baseball field is 5 times as large as a tennis court. That's very common sense. Of course, it takes more space. But also, a baseball field does not service children from 8 to 18. There are 4 different size parks it takes to service our community. So who do we leave out? Do we leave the softball girls out? Do we leave the 8-year-old kids out? Do we tell the young adults at 18 that they can't play? Who gets the 2 parks? Okay?
30 seconds.
Thank you. I don't want to carry on, but thank you, and we appreciate everything you've done for us, okay?
Thank you, Mr. West.
Next speaker is Danielle Tharp, followed by Marsha Lapete, then Bill Kelly.
Good morning. My name's Danielle Tharp, 4502 Bradfordville Road. So I live very close to this Northeast Park. I am intentionally dressed down for your meeting because this is what you will find me in most evenings, most weekends, along with lots of our other residents. Baseball is big in Tallahassee. We have a great reputation for great baseball here locally, and we are underserved by the baseball fields that we have in Tallahassee. My son played 4 seasons at Levy Park. We live on Bradfordville Road, traveling all the way through town, 10 miles to Levy Park. We estimated, we counted up that we made 120 trips to Levy Park over his 4 seasons. Next, he will play at Myers, which is even farther. And we are traveling all over town for baseball that could be very close in our area. Not to mention the growth that's coming to our area. For better or for worse, there are thousands of homes that are being built in the Northeast. So it's not just current need that we're looking at, it's future need. Those thousands of students that are coming, the kids that are coming, not just for the baseball fields, but for that park, it's going to be, I guess we'll outgrow it probably in my son's lifetime maybe. But the park as it stands with the 4 fields is not excessive if you look at the needs, and as Mr. West mentioned, the population that can serve. I think people think baseball, and they think my son, they think of a 10, 11-year-old. But those fields can cover many ages, girls, boys, adults, little ones, big ones, and we need the park. We need it as it stands, not minimized any smaller, and I look really forward to cheering along with other families and parents. And baseball is community, and community is what we love about Tallahassee, and we can't wait to to cheer at those fields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Thorpe.
Next is Marsha Lapete, followed by Bill Kelly, then Cheryl Collier Brown. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, good morning. I'm Marsha Lapete, and my address is 3501 Kilkenny Drive West, which is right in the middle of Killearn. First, I thought it was interesting that a survey was mentioned because I live in Killearn and I didn't see the survey. So I think possibly redoing the survey might be of interest to some of the folks in Killearn. We actually have a lot of baseball players in Killearn, including my two children. I have a 8-year-old who plays at Levy, and I have a almost 12-year-old who plays at Myers. They play a lot of baseball for school and for recreation, and we're obviously in support of this park. So that's one portion of this conversation is I think everyone can agree that we are all interested in supporting our youth and supporting athletics in general because it is a community builder and it's a place where the community can come together, which I think right now Tallahassee needs more than ever. But also I'd like to remind everyone that we as and this community are trying to build a sustainable economy here. And having a place where people can come together also increases the chances that we can do business together. I'm a business owner in this town. I know a lot of business owners in this town. We meet at the baseball field and we talk about baseball, but we also talk about business, and it allows us to get some interconnection between business owners who are trying to grow this community. So I'd like to remind everybody that we're also trying to do that. And I appreciate all of you guys taking the time to look at the budget. We all want to make sure we're doing that. I think the budget is reflective of inflation. And that's a reality of where we are today. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Bill Kelly, followed by Cheryl Collier Brown, then Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
My name is Bill Kelly, and I live at 2913 Bluefield Lane in Killearn Estates. And I just thank you very much for the opportunity to speak with you. For about 15 years before we moved to Tallahassee, and we moved here 4 years back, I served on the board with the Board of Commissioners of a county in Pennsylvania. I was Deputy Planning Director. I had the chance to write 2 different comprehensive plans covering those periods of time. What I found was that the blend of economy, community development, and recreation were interwoven. You take one part out and don't treat it right, bad things happen. I was surprised when I looked into recreation because that was the piece that I wanted to study more carefully. And the value of that associated with public health was impressive to me when I looked at all the stats. So I would bring to you this morning something I just saw last night when I was reading through this book by Sanjay Gupta, because I think it speaks to where I'm at right now. It says, in the United States, obesity is an epic problem. We know that. Just take a look around our communities. 40% of adults and 20% of kids live with it. So how does that tie in? One of the best ways to tie into dealing with that, besides your habits of nutrition, is recreation. Recreation that's proximal to where you live. We live in the Northeast. I'm flexible to drive anywhere in Tallahassee to do it. That's not true for everyone. The closer we make these amenities, the closer we bring ourselves to recreation, recreation, recreation. I'm a firm believer. I won't get down into the weeds as to how many baseball fields, pickleball courts, and those kind of details. I worked with the planning staff. I was deputy director. I know that it's worked in the staff level very thoroughly. If your budget is tight, if your schedule is accurate, if your content is good, build it and they will come. Eat it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl Collier Brown, followed by Stanley Sims, then Gifford Briggs. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Cheryl Collier Brown, 217 West Rivage Street. I've sat here and listened to everything. Park, North, parents having to drive, etc. My concern is, I'm not against the park, let me be clear, but additional funding for that park, I'm not for it. The reason why, if I misquote you, we'll talk about it after thing. Now, you have all these amenities on the north side of town. That's not our fault, even though I live in the middle of town, so to speak. But all the growth is going to the north side. We over on the south side, and I say the south side because that's where I taught my kids forever. We don't have the amenities drive over there. So I don't know why they put all the fields in different areas and not close to you all, fine. But I want to see some growth going to our side of the town other than athletic fields. We have a lot of stuff we need over there that you already have. I'm not begrudging you that either, okay? But I want to see you push some funds over where we can utilize some of your amenities that you have. Sure, we have all those fields, all the baseball parks, et cetera, but it's time for you to look at funding for us over on the other side of town. That's all I'm saying. And there's ways of doing that, and I would like to see it happen. That $10 million or $8 million, whatever, needs to be going somewhere else where it can benefit some of us over on that side of town. Because a lot of us don't have the transportation that you all have. Not knocking you with that either. But you need to consider other constituents, not just yours on the northeast side of town. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burns.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Gifford Briggs. Name and address for the record, please.
Assistant. My name is Stanley Sims. I'm at 1320 Avondale Way. Y'all see them waffles and chicken?
Yes. Yes.
Today is National Waffle Day. And so I thought before I start off, let me give y'all a little nice taste. When you all get through with this long meeting, go over to Joe Ellis. That's where you find those waffles and that chicken. That is not a prepaid political announcement. Good morning, everyone. My name is Stanley Sims. I want to help Ms. Collier out a little bit. She's my friend. We fight each other, but she won't let nobody. How did we get here? Let's go back in history. There was a time in Tallahassee that they didn't want softball fields on the northeast side of town. They were on the south side because they didn't want us playing over there. That's where that started. That's where we started. They had private softball fields on the northeast side to accommodate. Well, now growth has changed. I'm not against safe place for children and family to spend time together, Mr. Welch. I applaud those kinds of efforts, especially with the murder rate in our town. We need more of that. So I'm not against it. I just don't want to build it like the Taj Mahal when I got children on Tharp Street walking in ditches. And we're going to scale down their safety in order to accommodate more softball fields. That's not feasible. I want to applaud some of your commissioners because some of you have really let know that, hey, you don't see this as equity either. Commissioner Caban, thank you. I would never expect those kind of forceful words to come from you. But that district has seen some different representation that I've never seen in a long time. Y'all don't hate me when I say these words, but I see poor white folks now got a voice. Don't try it over on Highway 20 like you used to try.
30
seconds. You might get a little resistance. So I'm asking this OEV board for common sense and equity. Don't forget about today is National Waffle Day. Check me out. I'll be at Jolene's. Anybody want to pick up my tab? I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Sims.
Because that ain't a prepay. I got to pay it.
Our final speaker for item 1 is Gifford Briggs. Name and address for the record, please.
Sure. Gifford Briggs, 2708 Wharton Circle. I was doing good until we started talking about waffles. Now Now it's time to go eat, and I've never been over there before, so I may head over right after this. Thank you, Mayor, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Gifford Briggs. I am a new resident of Tallahassee fairly. I guess I moved here 2 years ago because I took a job during COVID. Moved here from Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Not sure this is the right time of year to be saying that, right? So, but FSU is my second team always. My dad played football here. And just to say, everyone has been wonderful since my family and I moved here. We're really just loving everything that Tallahassee has to offer. With the exception of the sports complex and the sports availability of field availability. I'm a father of three children in competitive sports, no baseball. So while I fully support my baseball friends and my softball friends, I'm here because we have a severe lack of soccer fields here in Tallahassee. You know, and I think what's obvious from this room and from all of our speakers is that everyone recognizes that we do not have enough athletic fields for our children. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here for the children, probably not gonna be my children, potentially, depending on how long it takes these things to get built, for all of the future children and all of the people apparently that are moving here to Tallahassee. We know that we don't have enough fields. And the fields that we do have are dangerous in many cases because of the wear and tear that we have to put on the fields that we do have. The young lady from Deer Lake playing softball spoke about the injuries and the ankle problems they have from the quality of the field. So safety is a major issue. My son's soccer team, in less than 1 month, we've had 2 injuries from the quality of the fields that they have to play on. Too much wear and tear. Now, I've traveled all over the Gulf Coast, going to different sporting events, whether it's gymnastics for my daughter or soccer for my son, whether I was in Louisiana and go over to Texas. Now I'm here in Florida. I go up to Atlanta, go to Birmingham, go to Foley, Alabama, which is a really small town in the middle of nowhere in Alabama on the way to Gulf Shores. They built a world-class sports complex. They also had to build an amusement park to go with it because of all the development, all the teams that want to go. We also have go all the way down to Florida. Tallahassee needs a real sports complex. But until then, until we get to that point, we need to support every opportunity we can to build additional fields of any kind for all sports here in Tallahassee. Thank you very much. Please approve the park with the maximum amount of all sports fields possible.
Thank you, Mr. Briggs.
That was our final speaker on item 1. Our next speaker will be Tara Boyder, followed by Fred Hadley, then Gita Pitter. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm sorry, are you speaking on item 1?
Yes, ma'am, sorry. Gary Hunter here on behalf of the owners of Powerhouse Inc., the Volani Arts parcel
Thank you,
where
Mr.
this
Hunter.
park is going. I put a card in, I apologize, I don't know where it went, but I'll be brief. And I'll disagree briefly with my friend, Mr. Givens and Killearn. The deal from the beginning when the county purchased the 50 acres from my client about a year ago, but the negotiations for that purchase long exceeded that year, were for the county who didn't have the money to pay the appraised value for that land to acquire the land, and my client was happy to sell it to the county for a park purpose. We sold it at more than $500,000 below the appraised value with the understanding that Blueprint would follow and would acquire at appraised value the trail all the way around the property. So around basically 2,000 of the 4,500 acres, Blueprint would acquire that trailhead at appraised value, and 17 acres upon which Blueprint would build a roadway from Centerville Road eventually to Alani Boulevard when Alani Boulevard existed between the interstate and north of the schools. Now we're hearing conversation, and by the way, I have an agreement here signed by Ms. Calder that says the buyer, from last August, the buyer intends to purchase the subject property for the construction of the Wilani Greenway, including an access road with adjacent stormwater facility parking south of the future Northeast Park. For the first time ever, this spring, we hear the conversation that the Blueprint doesn't intend to acquire that or doesn't intend to build that roadway. I would just say that is inconsistent with the agreement that has been made all along with my client for purposes of selling that acreage for no other reason than the roadway. We would not have sold it, the 17 acres to Blueprint, but for building the roadway, and that was the understanding all along. Secondly, and maybe equally important, the roadway is years, I mean, literally years from being built. So we're talking about access to a park that will not have access because Wilani Boulevard isn't going to exist for years. I mean, I'm not a transportation engineer, I'm an attorney. But I can tell you, Blueprint doesn't even own the right-of-way yet. And so you've got to acquire the right-of-way. We're 2 miles to the north, at least, of the interstate, and you got to build a bridge across the interstate. So we're years away from getting to the point of having access to a park if the only access is from Milani Boulevard. And finally, I'll say this. From the standpoint of access from Centerville, my client doesn't care when Blueprint ultimately connects to Wilani Boulevard. They have no intentions of developing that property anytime soon. They reside on that property. But it makes sense for the second access point envisioned by the comprehensive plan to be exactly where Blueprint has always planned for it to be. And so with that, I appreciate your reconsideration of where that roadway exists, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Our next speaker is Tara Boyder, followed by Fred Hadley, and then Geeter Pitter. Name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Tara Boyder. I'm at 3528 Clifton Drive in the Killarn neighborhood. I'm a member of the Capital Area Justice Ministries Affordable Housing Committee. We've been talking about parks, and it's fun to hear what's going on. I live very close to where all that's going to happen. I ask you now to turn your attention to families having a roof over their heads. We are here today specifically to urge you to leverage Blueprint resources to help address the severe shortage of rental housing that can be afforded by the most vulnerable members of our community's workforce. Our efforts target those who earn extremely low and very low incomes. I used to tell my friends here to quit quibbling about these semantics, but they do matter. This means that these families earn less than 50%, and in many cases less than 30% of the area median income. Over 14,000 families here in Tallahassee are severely housing cost burdened. They must spend more than half of all they earn on rent and utilities. We know most of you are fully aware of this crisis and that you appreciate that new incentives are needed for private sector developers to set aside more rental units in their mixed income, multifamily rental housing projects that these 14,000 families can afford. We have already asked city commissioners to allocate at least $5 million per year to stimulate production of 100 units each year. In June, however, a majority of the city commissioners voted against a motion to allocate the requested $5 million per year. At that same meeting, though, Mayor Daley suggested that funds from the projected increase in Blueprint sales tax revenues might be used. Doing so will begin to address the immense deficit in affordable rental housing. We recognize that recurring funding would be needed as well. To make a meaningful start at tackling this challenge,
30 seconds.
We ask you to direct staff to develop an approach for allocating the $5 million per year. We believe the funds can come out of both the Office of Economic Vitality and infrastructure funds. After discussing this with Blueprint staff and with those of you who were willing to meet directly with us, and we thank you for that, we appreciate that doing what we're asking will require some shifting of priorities. But we believe the gravity of this situation and our moral obligation to address it require that together we face this challenge. Thank you for hearing us today.
Next speaker is Fred Hadley, followed by Gita Pitter, then William Falon. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Fred Hadley. I live at 2500 Elliott Street in Tallahassee. I'm here to speak on behalf of my experience with a member of our church who is homeless. This young lady works. She also sings in the choir at church and does other things for the betterment of our church. However, she has been homeless for over a year, living with friends and doing whatever she could to find a place to rest her head. I solicit your help in addressing this very critical issue of people not being able to afford a decent place to live. And I thank you.
Our next speaker is Gita Pitter, followed by William Falon, then Reverend James Houston. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Geeta Vijayasinghe Pitter, and I reside at 4044 Old Plantation Loop in Tallahassee. We believe that spending economic development funds on affordable rental housing will be good for our economy and is consistent with the Office of Economic Vitality's strategic plan. First, subsidized loans for affordable rental housing developers will enhance the incentive toolbox for them to build rental housing in our community with larger percentages of units set aside for families with very low and extremely low incomes. Second, significant new dollars committed to building affordable rental housing will recruit new developers, assist with retaining existing companies currently working in our community, support MWBEs, and enable local firms to expand to support the new development. Third, the availability of new capital for affordable rental housing development will attract entrepreneurs wanting to start new businesses and provide more opportunities for training and internships to help reduce the shortage of skilled workers in the construction trades. With the right training and support, this can lead to new business formation in this sector. Fourth, the return on investment is significant. A recent study completed for the Florida Association of Local Housing Finance Authorities found that each dollar spent from the state's affordable housing programs generated an economic impact of over $11. These include
don't worry about it. I got a
construction
bigger
jobs,
problem.
supply
When
jobs,
I switched insurances on this house,
and worker spending in the community. Lastly, and importantly, an initiative that results in more affordable rental units for workers who earn extremely low and very low incomes
30 seconds.
will contribute to maintaining the stable and healthy workforce upon which our economy and new business development depend. This includes childcare workers, servers and cooks, retail salespersons, maintenance workers, nursing assistants, receptionists, administrative assistants, law clerks, police, reserve police officers, and fire dispatchers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is William Falon, followed by Reverend James Houston, then Reverend Sylvia Jones.
Good morning. My name's Bill Phelan. I live at 3941 Long and Winding Road. I'm a member of the Capital Area Justice Ministry Affordable Housing Committee and a member of United Church in Tallahassee. We anticipate that allocating $5 million per year for the next 5 years may require shifting funds from both OEV and infrastructure. While OEV funds could be used for a subsidized loan program, the most straightforward use of infrastructure funds would be to purchase land that is then made available to rental housing developers willing to set aside a specified percentage of units for families with extremely low and very low incomes. Blueprint staff informed the IA board in 2019 that they may expend penny sales tax dollars on acquisition of land for affordable housing, as is being done in Collier and Pinellas counties at that time. To do so will require amending Exhibit 2 of the interlocal agreement to expressly provide for acquisition of land for affordable housing. The IA board could work with the Tallahassee Lenders Consortium in its role as the community land trust to hold land acquired in this manner and issue RFPs to prospective developers who would lease the land for a nominal fee in exchange for commitments to specified set-asides. Communities with strong business sectors understand that providing a range of affordable housing options to meet the needs of the entire workforce is critical to maintaining a vibrant community, along with other infrastructure such as transportation systems, parks, water, and sewer. The federal government, as well as the state of Florida, have recognized that subsidies are needed to make it financially feasible for private sector developers to provide affordable housing. Using Blueprint infrastructure funds to cover the cost of land can be an effective way to do this. We therefore ask you to direct Blueprint staff to initiate the steps, including required public hearings, necessary to bring a proposal to the next meeting of the Blueprint IA Board to amend Exhibit 2 of the interlocal agreement to include land acquisition or affordable rental housing as an infrastructure project.
Thank you, Mr. Fowler.
Next speaker is James Houston, followed by Reverend Sylvia Jones, then Max Epstein. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is James Houston. I'm co-president of Capital Area Justice Ministry and pastor of Bethlehem AME Church, located at 8437 North Meridian Road. We were reminded again recently that some elected officials view public safety and affordable housing as competing priorities. They should not be. We're frequently told by some members of the City Commission that affordable housing is our second priority, implying that it is very important. But when it comes time to allocate resources, they tell us public safety is our #1 priority. This was evident at the June City Commission budget workshop, where the majority supported raising property taxes to expand funding for the police department, but were unwilling to support including in the 2024 general revenue budget financing for an incentive to expand the supply of affordable rental housing for families with extremely low and very low incomes. Policing alone does not assure public safety. In fact, a growing body of research demonstrates that providing affordable housing can reduce crime. A study that looked at the use of low-income housing tax credits found that in low-income neighborhoods, the introduction of affordable housing decreases crime, decreases segregation. In other words, when the city focuses on increasing affordable housing for very low and extremely low income residents, it can increase public safety. A report on homeless housing programs found several desirable outcomes, including reduced emergency room visits, reduced need for mental health services, and a reduction in the number of jail days and the probability of committing a crime. Dedicating public funds to affordable rental housing offers our citizens, especially those with extremely low and very low incomes,
30 seconds.
a chance to live healthier and safer lives. That's public safety. That is what's essential to the economic health of our beloved community as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Reverend Houston.
Next speaker is Reverend Sylvia Jones, followed by Max Epstein, then Dot Inman Johnson. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Sylvia Jones. I live at 4250 Woodbridge Road, Tallahassee. I am the co-chair of the Capital Area Justice Ministry Affordable Housing Committee and pastor of Ebenezer AME Church in Quincy, Florida. I want to conclude our remarks today by emphasizing why the new initiative CAJM advocates must be focused on families with extremely low and very low incomes. And we all have stories. My story right now that I'm living through is I have a granddaughter who is making minimum wage, entry levels, state employee monies. And she is looking for a place, but has to augment her salary by working on the weekends, so that she's working 7 days a week at a second job in order to get enough money to afford the rent that they're asking for. So she and these families constantly face hard choices between paying rent and utilities and paying for food, clothing, medical care, and child care. They're more likely to experience mental and physical health challenges. Their children are at greatest risk of falling behind in school, and they are at greatest risk of becoming homeless. And yet, as Gita Pitter has reminded us, these people perform essential jobs in our community. As Shingden Lammy reported to the County Commission at their May 23rd workshop on homelessness, the 2022 Federal Strategic Plan to Prevent and End Homelessness concludes that the fundamental solution to homelessness is housing. Acknowledging that fact, the County Commission voted to direct staff to develop a policy to require affordable rental developers seeking county funding and bond authorization to set aside a portion of their units for the individuals and families exiting homelessness, namely those earning extremely low incomes. We know this is essential. The public housing and voucher programs managed by the Tallahassee Housing Authority have lengthy waiting lists and very low turnover. But we also know that this support must include very low income families as well. The median income of the former residents of the Orange Avenue apartments was 33% of the area median income. Over half qualified as very low income households. The experts with whom we have consulted, as well as our city and county housing staff, recognize that developers of affordable rental housing must receive additional subsidies to increase the numbers of units they set aside for families with extremely low and very low incomes. That is why we're asking you today to direct staff to develop an approach for allocating $5 million per year for the next 5 years for some combination of existing and projected Office of Economic Vitality and Infrastructure funds to provide the financial subsidies that are needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reverend.
Our next speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Dot Inman Johnson.
Hello, thanks again. I'm going to switch gears here, but it actually does play into this affordable housing. We have a request before you for a $100,000 loan to save these two homes. They're extremely historic. I'm going to be looking at you, Mr. Proctor, to lead this mission here. They were built in about 1910 for one of Tallahassee's first African-American businessmen, and they're extremely important to our history. His name was Willis Giles. He owned a shoe factory that was on Kissimmee Street, and then moved into the Union Bank, which is now the Eaton Meeks Black Archives that was actually moved. And we would like this loan to perhaps come out of the economic development money in the same exact way that the city does their historic loan and grant program. It's $100,000 and $50,000 is forgivable at the end. And it will preserve 2 units of affordable housing. And we have a place for them to go on FAMU Way. And there are a lot of ideas. They could be scholarship homes for FSU and FAMU students. Using your figures, Commissioner Williams-Cox, of $300 a square foot to build these each would be $180,000. That means in the end, you're only paying $50,000 to preserve 2 of these. Now, it kept being said yesterday that they're not historic. Someone didn't do their job when they did that. Because why does the John Riley Museum want to collaborate on a grant once these are moved? So you can also allocate money from the History and Culture Trail to preserve these. And like I said, we have a place on FAMU Way for them to go next week. Switching gears a little bit, talking about the airport gateway. Christian, we talked about the federal standard and following the federal standard. This is the time, if you make any motion, to make sure we follow the federal standard for that project. That means any unit of housing that is demolished must be rebuilt. Over 100 units were demolished for FAMU Way, none were rebuilt, and there were federal dollars accepted for that. There seems to be some sort of disconnect there. There's a public good also, not just for affordable housing. There'll be a museum to tell the history of Mr. Giles and others open to the public. So when we're talking about this $115 million overage, 1,115 of these projects can be done. So why don't we do it? And as far as the airport gateway goes, Section D for Stuckey is extremely important, but I fully support getting rid of that Segment C road. So please, I hope there's some leadership here and we can get this loan and grant done for these and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
Our final speaker for the budget workshop is Scott Inman Johnson. Name and address for the record, please.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Scott Inman Johnson, 2121 Trescott Drive, Tallahassee. I understand you got a windfall. Sales taxes that you did not anticipate. And there are major needs to be programmed for those dollars. And I am here to speak in favor of using them for affordable rental housing and improving streets in older neighborhoods where they are so narrow that only one car can come down those streets with open ditches on both sides that create a major safety hazard for children and adults living in those areas who have to walk down those streets while cars are trying to travel down those streets. Most of them are in older, lower income neighborhoods. Now, I know those neighborhoods don't generate a lot of tax revenue, but they once did when families bought their homes there and paid their taxes. The city has allowed them to fall into disrepair. As a former chair of the Affordable Housing Committee for both the county and the city, and as former executive director of Capital Area Community Action Agency, where I advocated for low-income families, this is an urgent situation. And I am here to ask that the city, even though it didn't do at the time our committee asked, an inventory to identify housing stock that was available for repair and brought into use, that not only should you do that and do that as soon as possible, but also to dedicate funding to incentives for new affordable housing, and housing at 80 to 140% of AMI is not affordable for the people we're talking about who can't own housing until they have the money to pay for their rent. Thank you.
Thank you. Does that conclude our speakers?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Thank you.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair, could I make a motion given the comments from public comment?
I'm sorry. I heard somebody. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner O'Keefe, I apologize.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion given the comments we've had, if you'd entertain.
Given the public comment that we have? Okay, let me put you on hold for 1 second, okay? I'd like to, first of all, thank all of our speakers for coming, addressing the issues before us, and also raising other issues, homelessness and Giles House preservation. I believe procedurally, the issue before us right now is the Northeast Park. Procedurally, the homelessness issue as well as the Giles House, I believe, will be discussed during our Board of Directors discussion. Is raised by...
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chair. That would be the proper place for motions that are not connected to the agenda.
Absolutely. Okay. So I just want the public to know procedurally, where we are and where we are moving. Now, Commissioner O'Keefe, does your motion relate to the Northeast Park?
No, ma'am, I'll hold.
You'll hold it? Okay, thank you. Before we move further, however, I'm going to yield to our county attorney, our blueprint attorney, Ms. Susan Dawson, for a couple of housekeeping matters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just like to put into the record for this meeting that Director Caban on August 21st and Director Proctor on August 22nd each distributed an email to the other members of the IA board containing what can best be described as a position statement on the Airport Gateway project. Director Caban's email also stated his position on the Northeast Park. Director Caban's email, please know that neither of these statements required or requested comments or responses from the other directors. However, I want to caution our directors that to avoid any direct violations of the Government in the Sunshine Law, discussions and deliberations on matters coming before the board must occur at a duly noticed board meeting and not by circulation of these position statements. Both letters will be part of the public record for this meeting.
Thank you, Madam Blueprint Attorney. Now, I'd like to move forward with our deliberation and conversation regarding the Northeast Park. What we have on page 199, I'd like to direct the commissioners to that particular page.
Madam Chair, may I ask?
Specific options recommended.
Madam Chair, may I ask, there was a recital of what was agendaed today. And my question is whether or not the issue for which Commissioner Caban and I circulated letters, will we be discussing that also in today's lineup of concerns? That is the Gateway Airport issue. I didn't hear that as a part of the litany of what we will review today.
Okay, Madam County Attorney, you want to clarify?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Director, Commissioner, it's important for the public to know that those communications did occur, and it's the responsibility of myself as the legal counsel to the board and to the agency to make sure that the information is disclosed at the soonest possible time, which would be this meeting. So even though the airport gateway specifically is not an agenda item, it will be part of the discussion when we get to the budget portion. It is crucial under the Sunshine Law that those communications are made aware of by the public. So it was appropriate to do that.
Perfect. You've done an excellent job. Salute to your excellence. I want to know, will we be talking about that issue? And I want it placed, and if it needs to be modified, I'm asking for agenda modification, that it is made a part of what we're going to discuss today.
So, Madam Blueprint Attorney, is it appropriate then when we get to the budget where that will be discussed that you do the modification? Or, Madam Director?
Yeah,
you have a comment?
We want it to be actionable and not just something that we're going to give lip service and talk about, but I want it to be an option for which we can take action today. Thank you.
The airport gateway is one of the approved blueprint infrastructure projects, and therefore it's a part of our budget item. So I think any discussions about the airport gateway could be held during the budget item.
Right.
Very good.
So when we get to that item, we'll yield to you, Commissioner.
And Madam Chair, if I could just clarify.
Yes, ma'am.
If there are any changes to the airport gateway project description, which is in the interlocal agreement, that will require a substantial amendment, and the board would have to ask for an agenda item to come back in order to initiate that substantial amendment process, which I believe most of you are aware of because we've done it several times before on other projects. So that will require 2 public hearings and the input from the IMC, the TCC, and the Blueprint CAC.
Right.
So that is a process I know you all are aware of, but I just wanted to remind you of that. So for the budget portion of the meeting, certainly things can be discussed related to perhaps funding and whatnot, but to make a change to the actual project, as may have been disclosed in the meeting, your position in the letters would require the substantial amendment process. I just
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And of course, we might delve a little deeper into those issues when we get to that particular agenda item. Right now, we voted to fast forward the Northeast Park. On page 199, we have recommendations from staff. And at this point, I would like to entertain a motion for purposes of discussion. Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do not intend to belabor this. I know there are people in the audience that are interested in other issues now, as was previously mentioned. I just want to reiterate a few things. A lot has been said about this poor little park. Its little tortured existence has just been dragged.
Okay, Commissioner Welch, I hate to interrupt.
Sure.
But do you want to make a motion?
Yeah,
and
yes,
then we
ma'am.
can get a second, and then we can have the discussion.
I would, obviously, I would like to make a motion for option 1 for the full allocation of $18 million for the Northeast Park.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. So we have a motion for option 1. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Now, Commissioner Welch.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Northeast Park, and again, I'm going to be brief, guys. I know this got out of hand last time, and I want to apologize for that to everybody. You know, that was an emotional moment for me. I ain't going to lie to you. When I saw Benny Powell up there talking, I got emotional again. But I'm going to try to keep it together. This is it should be such an easy issue, which exacerbates the frustration about it. I get that there are bigger conversations and bigger concerns, but support for this park's full funding and design is frankly overwhelming. And some of the things that have been said, I think, are mischaracterizing the nature of the reality of the situation. I mean, we talk about the survey that was done on the park. Well, 10 of the 11 things in the survey are in the park. Naturally, baseball fields and softball fields and football fields are going to take up more space. They're just bigger. The things that aren't in the park, the only thing not in the park is tennis courts. But you know what is in the park? Sand volleyball courts, which were not a part of the survey. And so the design of the park has been brought into question, but the design of the park was done in consultation with third-party companies, with our own county staff, with our own city staff. Now, I have not been here that long, but I don't think we've ever disagreed with our staff when it comes to their objective analysis of a needs assessment. And so what we see in the park is it's not subjective. It's not something I want or X person wants. It's what is needed objectively. My kids will never see a day in this park. We won't play in this park, but thousands will. The need is overwhelming. I mean, you guys have seen it. I mean, I've received tens of thousands of social media impressions on this park. Tens of thousands. We're approaching 700 emails on this park. And what is baffling to me is that this is truth now. This is not hyperbole. I can count on two hands the people who have expressed some objection to this park. And half of them are sitting around this table. All right, that's a fact, guys. 700 emails, and the vast majority of them, vast majority of them, support it. I sent letters to every home in Killarney Estates. And we know Killarney Estates is not afraid to let us know if they don't like something. I've received one email from Killarney Estates saying they oppose this park from any resident. But we have received hundreds of emails in support of this park from Killarney Estates residents, homeowners, neighbors. The vast majority of the people using this park will come from Killarney Estates. We're worried about traffic. Most of the people driving through Killarney Estates are leaving to go across town to play sports. I think that, the narrative that this is baseball, baseball, baseball is also completely misguided. This is a softball complex. These are baseball fields. These are soccer fields. And Amanda Heidecker is here, the county parks director. We have staff here that can testify to the needs that we have and the way that these parks, the fields were designed. So, they're built big to accommodate the most use. I mean, it just objectively is needed. It's this idea that I don't know what the constituents of the Northeast need, I think is unfortunate. I'm with them every day. I live, work, and play with them. I literally teach in a classroom every day with kids who play sports and drive all over town. And so when we talk about, who needs what, I mean, this whole thing, this process has gotten wild. I mean, I said this in May that we were running this risk of now, it's all confetti in the air at this point, and that's really concerning. So in trying to wrap this up, the need is overwhelming. Every project is on budget. The notion that it's over budget, they're on budget. They are accounted for. They're revenue neutral. Now, I know we got needs, and that's fine if we want to look at that. But this is a need as well in Northeast Tallahassee that's overwhelming. We have 2 active athletic fields in District 4, and that pales in comparison to the rest of this community. And so, kids traveling all over. We have an objective needs assessment. We have the money to do it. There's an opportunity cost if we don't do it because we're going to have to wait. If we build it to half scale, we're going to have to do it 5 years from now. I can tell you right now that field's going to be at capacity. That park's going to be at capacity on day 1. All right? Chairs is the closest county Little League park to us. They had 300 ball players at Chairs last year. Half of those kids needed waivers to play in Chairs because they're driving from District 4 to District 5. And if you play baseball or softball in Little League at Chairs and you are not living in the district, you can't play All-Stars. So no Little League World Series, no opportunity to play All-Stars. I mean, the need is overwhelming. I suspect that claims will be made again about budget and use. And I just want to remind everybody that the park is just, those just aren't fair assessments. This is a quality of life amenity that is going to impact thousands of people in a place that will build community in an area where we know we're going to see growth. So again, this park, not only is it going to be under capacity right off the bat, there's going to be a lot of growth around this park in Welaunee in the decades to come that we should also think about accommodating. So we've waited 20 years on this deal. We've waited 3 more months since we were at the closing table before. I hate that it's been politicized, that mischaracterizations have been made and arguments have been made against something that just really should be super easy. But I have faith in this board, and whatever decision we make, we will work with that. I think it's never the wrong time to do the right thing, and I think that the right thing to do is to support this park's full funding. It's needed, unquestionably. It's designed perfectly fine. Any criticisms of its design, I think, are just subjective. I mean, we're not professional park designers. We pay people to do that. We trust them. This took a year-long needs assessment that we paid for to come up with this design for this park. So I'm not going to carry on any longer. I appreciate y'all giving me the opportunity to speak and reiterate some of those points. The support is, again, overwhelming. I've not received any more. Doak pales in comparison to the amount of communication that has happened on this park. I mean, in the tens of thousands. I know you guys are getting a lot of emails, and to the extent that I'm responsible for that, I apologize. But I think it's important for you to understand that the folks in Northeast Tallahassee, the 40,000 voters in Northeast Tallahassee, which makes up about 27%, 30% of the entire electorate in our county, want this park. They need this park. And not fully funding it at this point is a bad decision because it's going to cost more. It's already costing more. 3 months delay has cost more. And there's contingencies built into these budgets. We're already eating into them. And so if it's left to be built out later, that's even more money. So I would appreciate your support for the full funding on the park. I beg your support for the full funding on the park. It's the right thing to do. The folks in Northeast Tallahassee desperately need it. I think it will cut down on traffic, actually, if we have this park fully funded, because people won't have to leave Killearn. They can just go right across the street. So with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Commissioner Diane Williams-Cox. And may I ask the commissioners, if you'd like to speak, if you would either turn your place card up or turn it down, in that way I will know.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I, too, won't belabor the point because I spoke what I felt last time, and I feel the same today. But I do have a clarifying question. Mr. Gary Hunter testified that there's some issues, perhaps, with the road access. I want to get some clarification because even if no matter the size of the park, if you don't have a road to get to it, I'm just wondering how would that happen? So can someone provide us with some clarification on, I guess, timing of the building of a park and a road to get to it?
Madam Director,
Yeah.
can you address that?
Absolutely, right. We heard from the IA board to remove the access road from the concept at the May 11th meeting. And so the 3 concepts that are presented in the August 24th materials for today do not include that road connection to Centerville Road. So that means that the opening for this park will be contingent on the completion of the Welaunee Boulevard Phase 2 project. So connecting Welaunee Boulevard all the way to Roberts.
And what is the timeline for that? Estimated timeline for that?
Right. Right now, Welaunee Boulevard Phase 2 is estimated to be complete at the end of 2026, and the Northeast Park project is estimated to be completed by mid-2026.
Thank you.
Does that address your question, Madam?
Yes, it does.
Okay, Commissioner. I have next Commissioner Caban, and then I'll add you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Welch, you mentioned mischaracterization of this project, and quite frankly, I just have to be honest. If anyone has mischaracterized this project, it's been you. And what I have in front of me here are comments that I would like to make public, that you've said on the record, that you've said on social media, and I think people deserve to know. End quote, we talk about equity. There ain't a single baseball field in the Northeast Leon, Tallahassee, not one. Our kids go everywhere, Levy Park, Myers Park. My kids played at Myers Park at 6 o'clock tonight. That's a 45-minute drive from my house. I live in Northeast Leon County, where the taxes ain't cheap, and we ain't got nothing, y'all. We ain't got nothing. You attack the city of Tallahassee and the mayor. Someone should tell the mayor of Tallahassee that this is what a regional travel ball facility looks like. 13 fields hosting 60 teams, not 4 fields on a 2-lane road in Northeast Leon County. Any characterization of the Northeast Park as something other than an area park is ludicrous. The mayor of Tallahassee doesn't think we need this county park. I don't think the mayor of Tallahassee has any clue what we need. You should email him and remind him how much you pay in taxes and how far you have to drive to watch your kids and grandkids play sports. Quite frankly, I think this is heinous. Everyone in Leon County pays taxes. We can have a conversation of why Northeast Leon County pays more taxes, but that's a whole nother conversation. Because people in my district, people in Commissioner Proctor's district, we don't even have sewage. I knocked on doors in Woodville where there's septic tanks coming out of people's ground. Kids in my district, they drive 30 minutes to go to the grocery store. Kids in my district don't even have a bus route. You want to talk about food deserts in my district and what District 4 has versus District 2? It's just, it's really unacceptable. Additionally, this approved budget on this park has been $12 million. From my understanding, there's been 0 attacks from any commissioner in this room offering anything less than $12 million. So for you to post on social media.
Okay, Commissioner Caban, let me just interrupt you. Let's just be general.
Okay, I apologize.
Not specific to a commissioner. Thank you.
To say that there's been attack on the Northeast Park and we are trying to cut its budget is mischaracterizing this entire project. From my understanding, every person in this room has said Northeast Park deserves to have a park. No one in this room said that the Northeast does not deserve to have a park. So I think that how you've just projected this project, quite frankly, makes this entire board look bad, and it's not the truth. So that being said, I'd like to make a substitute motion to move forward with the $12 million budget for the Northeast Park.
Second. So now we have a substitute motion to move forward with option number 2. If we'll hear from Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioners, Attorney Hunter presented us and refreshed our memories that we purchased some property to make this park accessible. I'm unable to support any kind of park that is exclusive and has only an internal access to either of these 3 options that we have. I don't think that we can go forward and not and just exclude what we had already bargained for, as well as make commitments to, and that's for the public, John Q. public, to have access. There's no road here, so let's be honest about what we're talking about. Is creating a park with access to only an exclusive and limited group of people. I don't think the public's dollars should be like that. Every other park that we have has public access. We don't have a park that we're about to make exclusive, boutique, and unique that only those who live within that specific area can attain. What are we going to do to go with what originally we had set to do, what has been bargained for, what legal commitments have been made, and monies that have already been spent, and the family that has relinquished 17 acres did so only to support an access road. Here we are poo-pooing on that. I'm not happy. I'm not going to vote for $12 million that the rest of the public can't access. I don't know who fixes that. if this is tabled today, but until the rest of the public can get to it and not go through some exclusive neighborhood, I ain't with it. So I don't want to waste money that I can't get to and my children can't. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And let me just pause a minute and see if Director Coulter can be more specific concerning the access. We did hear Mr. Herner come and address that access and what the expectations from his standpoint were when the property was purchased for the park. Can you address that a little further and give us some, I guess, some indication from Blueprint how you envision moving forward and for outside access to the park and not just internally from the residents that live around the area?
Thank you. Happy to. The May 11th agenda items that were provided and are also included in these materials for today as attachment A showed a park concept that connected to Centerville Road, and staff recommended that park concept connecting to Centerville Road. There were multiple reasons for that recommendation, one of which is just good basic planning principles for connectivity. So having two access points to a single destination does a much better job of distributing the traffic on the greater network. You have better congestion reduction, less idling times in cars, and it's just faster to get from maybe your neighborhood to that park. So our recommendation included the connection to Centerville. It also recommended the connection to Centerville because of the comprehensive plan commitment to providing two access points for that future development on Centerville Road. One of those access points would be the Shamrock extension, which is being constructed through the Blueprint Northeast Gateway project. And then that second access point would be this park access road that we had included in that concept for May 11th.
Thank you. Yes, follow-up specific on that point,
I need
Commissioner
to understand what's the gap between May 11th and August the 24th? Where's May 11th included in August 24th's concept?
Yes, please. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Madam Director.
So the August 24th, the August 24th materials, thank you. Maybe I'm not so easy to hear. I'll kind of snuggle in a little bit more to the mic. The August 24th materials reflect the three options that were requested from the IA board at the May 11th meeting. At May 11th meeting, the IA board asked we bring back some options for the Northeast Park, some different concepts, and the direction to remove the access road.
Commissioners, Mr. Stanley Sims mentioned something. And to that point, Mr. Sims talked about, Commissioner Welch, why there are not these public parks up in the north. The north is not, over time, has not really wanted these things, certainly not accessible to everybody. And the spirit of not having an access point in an exclusive neighborhood underlines a historic condition with which a certain geographic region is not wanted, and they don't want in this particular drafting for there to be public access. And so I am not supporting, I'm encouraging us to pull this, to put that road access back until we put road access back from Centerville to follow the original agreement. What we're doing is building a boutique park for one neighborhood only, and that's something we shouldn't do with public dollars when we're demanding public access. We have that to other parks. Therefore, whether or not we intended to do this, this is the effect of what we're doing. And therefore, this park is not prime time ready for either of these amounts of money that we the people can't get to, but only if you live inside of that neighborhood, there's one-way access. Madam Chair, we built the park in your neighborhood. I could only come through the front of your neighborhood to get into it. I would object even to your neighborhood. So I'm not picking on, this is not a picking on, this is an access point. And in our experience historically in this community, we don't need to be exclusive in laying out public dollars in specific neighborhoods for them only to access. Thank you. I'm voting against this.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor, for those comments. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to try to address every point in order. First off, I've been disheartened by the entire frame of arguments that any of this is about equity or north side investment versus south side investment. Blueprint's going to invest nearly $1 billion in our community. In this park, the two motions on the table are $6 million apart. Where is that money going? The Northeast Gateway, $130 million to serve new development to go through rural lands that haven't even been developed yet. And people in the neighborhood are asking for a park. I think people in the Northeast want to see a park be built. When the roadways came up, the Northeast Gateway, frankly, the Bannerman extension, while it serves a traffic relief problem, it's really serving to increase the amount of development that can happen out there. So hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars that we're spending are going towards serving the interests of new development and developers and not the interests of the people in the south side or the north side. And we get pitted against, and I feel for Commissioner Caban, because everything you mentioned, we need to be working on. We need to be putting dollars towards that. So on this particular project, I hate that this has become the firing pad for equity when it's small change. It's a drop in the bucket. I mean, we can fund everything infrastructure-wise that's needed to bring equity to our south side community, and we could fund this park, and we could fund affordable low rental income housing. We could do it all. We could take the biggest priorities of our community and then as an agency fund them. So I hate that it's become that conversation. On the budget of the particular item, I did have some concerns as well when it came back, because this board had given it a certain budget, and we did receive a project 50% over budget. And as we see today, this project could have been designed within budget. So I think when we look at projects in the future, we shouldn't have agenda items coming back with a project that's 50% over budget when it was possible to work within the means that the board had already provided. We didn't have an item come back saying, should we expand the budget so we can include these amenities, which I think would have been the proper way to do that, because we weren't working in the confines. I understand that maybe when it started, you could do all of that with $12 million and in budget, inflation increases. But at the end of the time, we have to be good stewards of all of our dollars. So I mean, with that, I could fully support fully funding the park, and I could fully support a $12 million park, because either way, we're going to build a great facility for the children of Northeast Tallahassee. I think the question on my mind is, if we're scaling back projects, and I think there's other projects that will be on the table that we can scale back, what are we going to do with the money that we free up? What are we going to do with the money that we make available? And I think if it's our goal to free up money to invest in communities that need help the most, I'm open to do it. Let's free up the money and let's put that money to work. But if we're just going to continue to free up money and invest in projects like the Northeast Gateway, which nobody wants to see. Nobody wanted to see that when we had public speakers night and day from the park, then I wouldn't support it. A couple of details on the park I do want to address. Ms. Calder, option 1 for $18 million includes playground shade. Option 2 does not. What's the pull-out value of just playground shade?
Yes, please.
1 second, I've got
Sure.
it. The shade structure is 400,000.
400,000. And if we did option 2 with playground shade, would we need $400,000 extra, or can we fit that into a $12 million budget?
Yes, you may respond. I
Thank you.
apologize.
We do have some contingency built into these project budgets, but I would recommend increasing the project budget because we'd like to keep that contingency for other unforeseeable cost increases.
I'm a parent of young kids. To me, that is crucial. We have parks in the city of Tallahassee that are way too hot. When I take my kids there, I hear it from the other parents. Winthrop Park, wonderful park. We should invest in more parks that have extreme tree coverage. I just wanted to pull that out aside. And then I wanted to address the road access issue. Would it be feasible to have an access point at Centerville Road that doesn't connect to Wilani Boulevard, that connects to the parking on the Centerville Road side? That doesn't create a thoroughfare?
Yeah, we could build that.
Okay. Look, I understand. Well, actually, let me back up. Do we have an agreement with Powerhouse that we will build this road connection?
When the land was purchased, we purchased the land for a future access road, but we never agreed to actually build the road.
Okay, so we don't have any type of written agreement or commitment to build this road? Okay.
We do not.
And do we have an agreement with the Clarence Neighborhood Association when we extended Wilani Boulevard that we would not add a second connection?
There is no written agreement, Commissioner. I believe the Clarn Association was referring, when they say agreement, to past votes of this IA board. But there are no written legal documents.
Okay, so we don't have an agreement not to do it, and we don't have an agreement to do it?
No, sir.
Okay. What are the legal ability to build a second connection on to Wilani Boulevard from Centerville in the future?
We're subject to the direction of this board. On May 11th, you gave staff the direction to not have that connection. We have complied with that. In your materials, you will see depictions of the concepts of Northeast Park that do not contain the access road.
Okay. And will there be a second connection from Wilani to Centerville in the future other than Shamrock?
Yes, that's consistent with the comprehensive plan. So it may be built by blueprint through this access road. It may be built by future development sometime in the distant future.
Okay. I just wanted to put that all on the record. When the Northeast Gateway was approved, it was originally the Shamrock extension, then in an agreement with Klarn to take it all the way to Roberts and open them at the same time to avoid cut through traffic. And I was against that. I was against the agreement. It was a bad deal at the time, but that didn't preclude a second access road. And no matter what decision we make, a second access road is coming. That's where we stand and what the direction has been to date. So I just wanted clarity on that. I do think no matter which, we should have access to the park at Centerville, even if it's not a throughfare, even if it's a Centerville parking lot and a Wilani side parking lot. I think that's just better access for the neighborhoods to reach the amenity, which I think alleviates the concern that it's just going to be a pass-through to skip by the park and move toward both. So with all that being said, I'm still open to hear from everybody on option 1 and option 2. I think if we go to option 2, that frees up $6 million in the existing budget, and that money should go to affordable low-income rental housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate it. I intend, well, first of all, I do have to state for the record, I've been a little disappointed with the tenor of the conversation during the summer, but nonetheless, I want to focus on the positive moving forward today. And I hope that everybody will join Commissioner Welch and myself and everyone else in celebrating. We're going to improve a park, and we're going to build a great state-of-the-art park on the northeast side of town. And it's really, really, really exciting to be here. The question that's before us today is, number one, what will be the budget? What will be the scope? Then it looks like we'll be addressing transportation one more time. It was mentioned earlier, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think we need to make clear to the public that the approved budget, that was approved unanimously, by the way, by this board last year. We approve a budget every year. We go back and we double check on what our projections are and what we do a 5-year construction budget, basically. And the approved budget last year unanimously was $12 million. So we need to understand the approved budget for this park is $12 million. The question before us, Madam Chair, is do we want to extend the budget for this park up to $18 million and incur $4 million worth of debt service for a total cost of $22 million. But let's just make sure that we're clear. The approved budget that was unanimously approved and enthusiastically approved is for $12 million. And again, the question before us now is, do we extend the budget? So the question then also is, why are we considering extending the budget? And the reason why is that every year as well, staff does a tremendous job of checking for our revenue estimates and what we can expect to bring in over the life of the Blueprint penny. Madam Director, remind me, when does the penny expire? I can't remember off the top of my head.
December 31st, 2039.
2039. So when we talk about this windfall, that we might be getting an extra $100 million at Blueprint, we have to remember that that extra $100 million is actually over the life of the penny, stretching from now until 2039. We also have to take into consideration, what if we have a major recession between now and then as a society? What if other things happen to us and we do not bring in that revenue? The bottom line is when we talk about additional funding, it is not money in the bank. These are estimates that we're talking about. Right now, we have a hard budget of $12 million. We are talking about possibly increasing the budget based on estimates up to $22 million with debt service. And I think it's important for us to understand that. Number two, when we talk about the scope of the project, I'm going to support the substitute motion for the approved budget. And I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic park. We haven't agreed, and we're going to ratify officially today, the scope of the project by deciding which concept that we want to go with. One thing, and Commissioner Welch, I agree with you 100% that we got a need for baseball, softball, we got a need for soccer, as it was testified earlier today. One of my concerns is that if we solely depend on, say, the outfields for soccer, that we're going to get into conflict. As you know, baseball's a year-round sport now, softball's a year-round sport, soccer's a year-round sport as well. And so you're still going to have the conflict over field space. I think that by going with, and if everybody wants to look at the different concepts, on concept number two, we're building 2 ball fields per se, but where the other 2 ball fields were proposed under concept 1, I would actually suggest that we go ahead, we engineer, we level out, and we keep that open field play. That allows you to have more soccer fields, which are desperately needed in our community, but it takes out the conflict of putting soccer fields in the outfields. You have baseball dedicated to baseball, you have softball dedicated to softball, and then you also have open field play for soccer, for lacrosse, for flag football as well. That's just a thought. That's one of the reasons why I'm going to support concept 2. Commissioner Matlow, I agree. You got to have shade at a playground. You can't have a playground in Tallahassee without shade. And I also think that we'll be able to do it within the $12 million. In fact, I think we're going to be able to do most of what we want to do within the $12 million budget. I actually think we'll be able to build a concession stand out there. I really do. I think that we should send this out to RFP and say, this is what we want, and tell us what you can build. And let's allow the private industry to respond. And if we say we want covered playground, we want open fields and all the things that we have in here, pickleball and basketball, if we say we want a maintenance facility, let's put the maintenance facility in there and allow the private industry to show us what they can do with a $12 million budget. But I'm really excited that we are going to approve a park. And this is going to be a great park. And I hope that we all can come together and celebrate that. And I'm going to support the substitute motion on the table. In regards, on the final note,
Go ahead,
to the transportation issue, it sounds like that we're going to address this again. We've been going back and forth. Madam Chair, if after we decide scope and budget, if we do decide to take up the transportation issue, might I suggest that we allow both the president of the Clarendon Homeowners Association that has formally notified us about a position, but also the representative for Powerhouse to come. It is a complicated issue. It is in the comp plan. We've had motions against, and I'm going to need some assistance as well where everybody is. But I think it's also important to note, again, managing expectations from the community. As we stand right now, there was a motion at the last meeting not to build the connecting road, which means that the park is solely dependent upon the construction of Wolani Boulevard. The public needs to understand that if that stands, this park will not even begin to turn dirt, Madam Director, in what, about 3 years at least?
Well, if we stay on the schedule we're on, we'd turn dirt by the end of next year. If we want to time it with the opening of Wolani Boulevard, we'd probably want to hold off by another 6 months, so that would be a year and a half.
So we need to make sure that we manage expectations on when this park will actually be. With that, Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you. Autumn, I have a question. The approved budget was $12 million. How did we get to an $18 million park?
Madam Director.
Madam Director, I'm sorry.
Oh, did you call me? Okay, excellent. So you're right. In the fiscal year 23 adopted budget, the IA board had approved a $12 million project cost for the Northeast Park. Each project goes through a series of, we start with a general idea, which in this case was a project description for the Northeast Park from our interlocal agreement, the relocation of the park to this 50-acre site from Proctor Road, and then we begin our technical analysis and our planning analysis. So the planning analysis included community outreach. We held an open house. We completed a survey that had over 1,500 responses, did several mailings to all the neighborhoods that were in that 3-mile radius, including the Clarence Estates neighborhood. And then we begin that technical analysis, which is a facilities needs assessment. And that facilities needs assessment does a level of service analysis for the 3-mile radius, as well as the whole county. So in that facilities needs assessment, it looks at all the different facilities that are available in the area. It talks about the current needs, and then it projects another 20 years out to our future needs, which addresses those neighborhoods that are in that new development that may come as a result of the Wolani stuff. So we have the facilities needs assessment that identified a need for all of the amenities that you see in the park today in the concepts 1, 2, and 3. And then in addition to that, we interviewed and had many discussions with Leon County Parks and Recreation Division. And in that, we talked to them about their needs and how to design and build a concept that would meet the needs that they see from a recreational perspective. So putting all of that together gives you the original concept that was in the May 11th materials with the 4 ball fields, and then we look at the cost estimate for it. So first, we're looking at a community need through both the planning process and the technical.
Thank you. What number on the survey was baseball as a priority?
Let me check. I believe it's in the materials. Let me just check. It's number 11.
Thank you. So just we're on the same page. On the survey that was sent on the 3-mile radius, baseball was number 11 on the list of priorities that was sent to all the residents close to the park. Yet, when I looked at the detailed budget line item, baseball takes up roughly 41% of the entire $18 million budget. Commissioner Matlow, I think you made a great point in regards to where the remaining $6 million would go to the fairgrounds. And Commissioner Proctor, I think you made a great point as well in regards to access. So taking both of those into consideration, I would like to amend my motion, move forward with a $12 million budget for the Northeast Park, allocate the remaining $6 million to the fairgrounds, and then direct staff to work on a second access point.
Just for clarification, Commissioner Caban, you're amending option 2, $2 million. The $6 million that was allocated for option 1, you want that allocated to the fairgrounds?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what you're saying? Okay, and then the last part I didn't understand.
And direct staff to work on a second access road.
A second access road. All right, that is his amendment to option 2. Is there a second?
Since I second, I'm sorry.
Oh, you did second.
Since I second
Okay.
his previous motion, I would stay with that, if that is proper. Looking at Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Just a point of clarification, perhaps information as well. The item is Northeast Park, and the motion seems to be improper because it's doing a budgeting type of allocation for the fairground. We're not in the budget portion of the workshop. That's not really a subject that's proper here.
Okay, so Madam Blueprint Attorney, is that something that we could take up during the budget portion of the meeting
I
today
think
then?
the board can certainly look at that, but it wouldn't be proper in a motion dealing with the scope and the concepts that are laid out for the Northeast Park.
Okay, thank you for that information. Commissioner Caban, would you be willing then to withdraw that second portion and we deal with it when
Yes,
we
yes,
look
as long
at
as
the
we have
budget?
as long as you have a conversation about it. And just, Commissioner Director Matlow, you made a great point because earlier this year, or December of last year, I made a motion to reduce the scope of Tharp Street so that we could expedite funding. And I quickly saw where that remaining funding went. And so I do think it's important, if we're scaling back projects, we immediately have a conversation after of where we move that money. Thank you.
So during the budget
I'll
process?
stick with my original substitute motion. Thank you.
Okay. Now, Madam Blueprint, one moment. Madam Blueprint Attorney, does that also apply to the access road? Is that something that we can properly discuss during the budget process?
The access road, because it will be part and parcel of the Northeast Park design, would be proper here during this discussion on the Northeast Park item.
So,
But for clarity on the motion, if Commissioner Caban's going back to his original motion that was seconded by Commissioner Cox, that did not include the access road, does it, or does it not include the access road?
the original
So if it's
did,
the
but you're saying it's proper for him to include it now?
Yes, because it is related to the Northeast Park.
I think there was great points mentioned in regards to this access road. So if it's the board's will, I have no problem amending my motion to include directing staff to work on a second access road.
Are you okay with that amendment, Commissioner Cox?
Yes, for discussion.
For discussion
If I
purposes?
may be recognized.
Thank you. Anything further? Commissioner Caban?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Proctor.
Thank you,
Oh,
Madam
I'm
Chair.
sorry, Commissioner Cox, did you complete your comments?
No, actually, I wanted to make a point, but I will yield to our statesman.
Commissioner Proctor.
Great leader. Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, I wanted to make sure that impressed by the mayor's comments at another meeting, and emotions were so high that the cognitive value of what the mayor offered may have placed somewhere in abeyance of our minds and thoughts. I want to return to a comment that the mayor made. I heard him. And it begs the question this morning of what is it about the city of Tallahassee could build the Southwood Park for $2 or $3 million, and that Blueprint can't replicate and has to spend 4 times that amount to build a similar attraction. Can someone help me to reconcile what visibly my eyeballs have seen, my own, for $3 million, Southwood Park, and for the same type facility, softball fields, this, that, and other. Ms. Carter, can you tell me what is it that the city does so much more efficiently than what Blueprint can accomplish?
Yeah, the Southwood Park is a beautiful facility. I've had the chance to tour it many times. Thank you to Ashley Edwards, the director for Parks, who did a great tour for me out there earlier this summer. One thing that's a big difference between the Southwood Park and then this Northeast Park is that the city used its own staff to actually build and also procure directly some of the materials that were used. So the in-house labor was used for design and a significant portion of the construction. So that led to a large cost savings. Another thing that makes this park a very different park in nature is that the baseball fields that are out there are all rotated internally so that you can't have the multitude of uses occurring at the same time like you would have at the Northeast Park. If you look at the diagram up on the screen, you can see the ball fields are actually rotated externally. So each of those ball fields can house multi-purpose fields inside of them. It could be 3 small-sided soccer games or a larger soccer game on a larger field, or football, or lacrosse even, or flag football, things like that, field sports. So with the city's park, Southeast Park, while it is a beautiful facility, those fields are rotated inward. So if you're playing cricket on the interior field, then you also can't do a softball or a baseball field at the same time. Our project also includes lighting for all of the baseball, softball fields, whereas the city's park doesn't include lighting. The Concept 1 includes lighting for the sports courts, so the pickleball and the basketball could be played after the sun goes down. And lighting is a pretty substantial portion of the project budget.
Thank you. Commissioner Cox, I know that you've not contemplated this matter, and maybe city commissioners have not. But it appears to me that Blueprint should maybe hire the city to contract and do this work. And maybe for $5 million, the city using its own labor and et cetera. The city owns the utility company. They know something about lights. I think we would be in a better position to pay the city $7 million and get the $18 million value that Commissioner Welch is talking about. It's simply the city has proven the metal. And I'm not too proud, and I'm not trying to stunt here this morning, to say that the value can be attained for less than 12 if we allow the people who have this expertise to do it. There's no doubt that the label and the approach of which Ms. Carter has laid out to us is more costly, and this body can't get it done because we don't have jurisdiction over our own workforce, and we aren't ourselves an entity that can facilitate this type of venue as capable as the city of Tallahassee can. I want commissioners for you to please consider the latter point made by Commissioner Caban, that this is totally a mistake that sets us back into what Mrs. Brown spoke to earlier, and that is it takes you back to the thought of a segregated idea of a park. I remember as a little boy trying to children walking down the railroad track, go to Myers Park swimming pool, and I really was a little young and not so certain about what was the big deal, whether or not if we could get in the pool at Myers Park. I remember that enough of it to know that without an access road here, which we previously had agreed to, asked Mr. Hunter to put his money where his mouth was and put some documentation in front of me. And I've secured a copy of the license agreement for temporary farm road access. This is the agreement for temporary farm road access that's produced Blueprint Council. Under term 4, indicates that the term of the license agreement shall commence on the closing date defined by Section 2A of the Purchase and Sale Agreement. Purchase and Sale Agreement. That word agreement means something, purchase and sell, and shall expire on the date upon which the farm road is replaced with a public road that will allow licensee ingress and egress between Centerville Road and the remainder of the licensee parent tract. So if I'm reading this correctly, the closing date starts when the road has been replaced, the farm road, with the public road, which means that this will never close, never closes, because closure is dependent upon this road swap or the farm road be made public access. I'm encouraging council to go back and look at this, because I think if my weak understanding of that language, contractual language, we place ourselves in a vulnerable position of lawsuit. It's pretty clear. And in other references that we have frequented, a reference to the farm road, this road, and it being accessed. The notion that we've paid more than $500,000 under the value of the appraised value for this tract is indicative of the point that the sellers did actually anticipate an enhancement to offset. Nobody's giving away $500,000. They were induced to make this deal because they relied, seemingly now detrimentally, because there is no access road. But they were, I won't use the word fraudulently induced, but they were induced to sell property which we couldn't afford under the value of which it was appraised. That tells us they were relying on us keeping our word. And what is being proposed today is that we're not keeping our word. We're walking away from what's clearly in writing. We're walking away from what multiple times has been presented in front of us as a body, and of which we have acceded to and agreed to the parties of Leon County, City of Tallahassee, Powerhouse Inc. All of us have sat at the table, come up with this, and now we're doing an about-face aborting what we committed. Not only is this bad for our reputation and our honor, and what our name stands for, these people have clearly, Powerhouse has taken over $500,000 loss that they did not receive appraised value, all because they felt a road would be placed here. That is central to why they sold. And I think that for us to walk back on that commitment and for them not to get paid, the only thing that makes, to me, them whole is that we, if we're not going to build that road, we definitely owe them the rest of the value, the difference from which we purchased to what that appraised value was. We owe them that. That's the difference for which they ought be made whole, and if in good faith and conscience, we would desire to build a park for the exclusive access of one neighborhood. That neighborhood is complicated. I can't negotiate it, and it's been there for years. You get turned around, and for people who don't live there, they will never really find it accessible. This point of access is real, and I think that it's a poor step, though I know we're in a moment in time in the state of Florida. We're not trying to be inclusive. We're not trying to have equity, Ms. Brown. We're not seeking diversity and other people's access and all of that. We're living in a time. We don't even want people to go to higher education and for affirmative action to be a consideration in that. Therefore, it makes sense that to exclude access for the rest of us, the public, is a bad idea. I wish to see, for those who will vote for this, Commissioner Caban, your motion is on the table, that there's insistence that we pay Powerhouse the difference for what we owe and for which they relied upon, or we get this road issue, access issue straight. We can't afford to spend money like this for one neighborhood to enjoy.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. And before I go to Commissioner Cox, I just want to just remind the commissioners that in our May meeting, we had citizens from that area that came and they spoke to us in this public forum, and the majority of the citizens in the northeast area spoke against that access road, Centerville Road. And I believe we acquiesced as the body, and we also agreed and we directed Blueprint to take out that access road. Now, having heard Commissioner Proctor's concern, Madam Blueprint Attorney, do you want to address at this point detrimental reliance, or do you want to wait till another time?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it's very important to clarify the transactions that took place. So first of all, the parcel upon which we will be building the Northeast Park is owned by the county. It was purchased by the county. It was not a Blueprint transaction. There are two real estate transactions that occurred. Blueprint purchased land from Powerhouse for the Welaunee Greenway. That was a separate transaction from the county's purchase. The county purchased the land from Powerhouse for the Northeast Park, upon which Blueprint will build the Northeast Park following the direction of this board. So there are two purchase and sale agreements, one by the county, one by Blueprint. There are also two farm road access agreements. You may have the county's version of the farm access agreement, Commissioner Proctor. That agreement is a little bit different from the one executed by Blueprint. So the detail in there about the farm access road signed off by the county and their agreement has some language differences from the Blueprint one. There was an assumption by Blueprint and the county that that access road would be built. It was an assumption. There was no agreement. There is no written agreement legally that says we will build a road. We don't usually do anything along those lines that say we will build something. That's not within our jurisdiction to do. So I just want to be clear. There are two farm road access agreements. There were two transactions to purchase real estate. And if there was a reduction of $500,000 from the appraised value, that was the county's land transaction. That was not the Blueprint one. So it would not be incumbent upon this board to reimburse Powerhouse or to compensate Powerhouse for any loss of $500,000 from the transaction that they engaged in with the county, Leon County.
Thank you, Madam Blueprint Attorney. On point, yes,
Thank you.
Commissioner.
This is real quick, just technical. I think the mayor had mentioned earlier the suggestion that maybe we hear from the president of the Clarn Association as well as Blueprint. I think given the motion that's on the floor, it might be a good idea for us to at least hear from both of those since we're discussing this. I don't know if you want to do it now or after you get the rest of the speakers, but I do think it's a good recommendation by the mayor.
I think now,
Madam Chair, if I don't disagree with that, but
do you want to make
I
your
really
comment
would like
first?
to say what I need to say because it's in our material.
You're next in the queue, so go ahead, Commissioner Cox.
Okay, thank you. What I want to do is draw our attention to remind us who have this agenda material, but to enlighten the public to what is in the agenda material. Since the May 11, 2023 IA board meeting, the landowner, Powerhouse Incorporated, has indicated that if the access road does not connect to Centerville Road for public use upon opening of the park, they will not dedicate at no cost to the agency the land necessary for the stormwater facilities for the Northeast Gateway. Previously, Powerhouse had indicated that they would dedicate at no cost approximately 28 acres for stormwater. The budget impact to the Northeast Gateway project from the purchase of the 28 acres is not known, but estimated to be over $1 million, with the actual price tag to be based upon future appraisal and negotiations consistent with the Blueprint real estate policy. The Northeast Gateway project cost estimate as presented in the fiscal year 2024-2028 capital improvement plan includes contingency, and as such, this additional project cost can be accommodated. So whatever decision we make, there will be budgetary and financial impact, because what we have here is whether it's a written agreement or an understanding, is that if this does not happen, they are not obligated to then allow these stormwater facilities at no cost. So there will be an additional cost if we don't do what we have I don't know the legal term for it, but we've agreed either verbally or somehow we've given indication that we were going to do this. So I wanted to make sure that the public was aware of what was in the agenda material. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Now, I have 5 commissioners in the queue. You want to speak on this particular item on point? If not, I will give Powerhouse representatives a couple of minutes. If they want to come forward, they've been here, they've heard the discussion, they know the issue. If you would like to, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you, Chair Cummings. I'll be real brief. Powerhouse wants the city and the county blueprint to be able to build this park and build this road. That has been our intent from the beginning. Also our intent from the beginning, I agree with Ms. Dawson, that the agreement was with the county for the 50 acres. But at the same time, our conversations with Blueprint on the 250 acres, which is the trail around the property, and this, importantly, the 17 acres just south of the park, would have never been part of the conversation had Blueprint not intended all along to build a roadway from Centerville Road to eventually to Wilani Boulevard once Wilani Boulevard was built. My client is happy with ultimately if the road is just built from Centerville into the park and ultimately finishes from the park onto Wilani Boulevard at some reasonable point in the future, that's fine with us. I mean, there's no effort by the family to develop Wilani, the Wilani parcel, particularly that northern portion of the property. We're talking about a 4,800 acre tract anytime soon. So our goal is for Blueprint to be able to do exactly as Blueprint said it was going to do. Our goal is not for Blueprint to come up here and now say, and by the way, Ms. Dawson, the commissioner was reading from the agreement with Blueprint, a license agreement with Blueprint, which says specifically, we have an ability to access Centerville Road through that property until such time as the public roadway is built. And so that's what we're asking for. I mean, if the public roadway is built in 2 years, then we'll use the public roadway in 2 years. If it's built in 10 years, we'll use it in 10 years. That has all along been our intent. We're not trying to backtrack from the agreement that we made with your staff and ultimately was approved by you. Recall that literally for 3 years, the conversation has been with that roadway depicted south of the park from Centerville Road to ultimately to Wilani Boulevard. And just in May of this year was that issue changed. And candidly, it's inconsistent with all of the agreements we have always had regarding what my client was willing to sell to Blueprint and the county at the same time. We closed, literally we closed, and Ms. Dawson's aware of this because she and I attended it, this same day. And that closing was done that same day for a reason, because Blueprint was buying the land that Blueprint was acquiring for purposes of the trailhead and the roadway, and the county was buying the 50 acres that it was acquiring at a discount for purposes of building the park, which, again, we're happy to proceed with, but under the terms that were part of the agreement all along.
Awesome.
And that's, thank you.
What you couldn't see is I was kicking him while he was talking. We began having conversations about this road in January of this year, and it has flipped. Not going to have it, we're going to have it. We're not going to have it, we're going to have it. We've retained counsel. Our counsel shares Ms. Dawson's view of the sales agreement. I disagree with Commissioner Proctor about the traffic impact in Killearn. 2 years ago, we paid over $30,000 to have traffic studies done in Killearn and traffic impact done. And we are completely convinced, based on that data, that if we have a road that exits right at one of our major thoroughfares, or a road that matches one of our major thoroughfares, it will impact the traffic in Killearn. Mr. Goads has stepped out, but Killearn Estates complains to the city about traffic. over and over and over. We ask for traffic mitigation. We ask for additional police patrol for traffic. Traffic inside of Killearn is a problem. And by building this road, we are inviting more, maybe not so much right now, but when that road develops, when Weelaunee is built and development takes place over there, Killearn Estates will become a freeway to get from Weelaunee Boulevard to Thomasville Road. Already we're suffering from Centerville some now. But again, our council shares the same opinion as Ms. Dawson that this is not a clear-cut, sales agreement is not clear-cut.
Thank you all. Thank you, gentlemen, for giving us that information for clarification. Hopefully that assists the commission here as we move forward to deliberation. On point, Commissioner Maddox.
Thank you. So, doing this a long time and seen a lot of issues where we've got a lot of competing interests on both sides. I was taught very early on that if we leave this table and everybody's a little bit uncomfortable or a little bit unhappy, then we probably made the right decision. So I want to reach a middle ground, not just on the access road, but also on the park. So as far as the access road is concerned, I think Autumn said this. Eventually, there's going to be there's going to be a road that goes through there, through the part that you're talking through, because that's on the comp plan, correct? But that access road we're talking about, we did not do at all, or we're not contemplating at all. So the middle ground, I think, is for us to do the access road, but to understand that it may be years later before that other road comes, which in effect feeds traffic onto Killearn Estates, correct?
Correct.
So tell me how I get there. Matter of fact, Gary, can you explain what you just said? Because I think that's exactly where I think we should be as a board, where we do contemplate that second access road exactly as we contemplated before, and understanding that other road that goes through Powerhouse will come later on. Explain that to me, please.
So Commissioner Maddox, just so I think I understand your question.
Yes.
The comp plan envisions two roadways from the Powerhouse property to Centerville Road. We're willing to give up the second access point. One's going to be Shamrock, of course, and so the second point is yet to be determined. Our agreement all along with Blueprint was once this park access road went from Centerville all the way to Weelaunee, that we abandoned the right to put a second point of access from the property. So again, that's our position today. That was all along the agreement with Blueprint. And so again, we don't care whether the Centerville point of access goes all the way to Weelaunee Boulevard today. It doesn't matter. Eventually, it will connect to Weelaunee Boulevard when Blueprint, we can agree some reasonable terms by which Blueprint agrees to extend it from the park to Weelaunee Boulevard, but again, today it doesn't need to happen because Weelaunee Boulevard doesn't exist today, and B, even once it exists, no one's going to be utilizing it, at least in a high volume, to get access to the park.
So gentlemen, there's a good middle point here, middle ground. Is it okay for us to consider, as Commissioner Cabana said, a second access point that goes and stops at Weelaunee Boulevard, and we figure out the rest later? Is that a good middle point?
It can be, Commissioner. Blueprint staff are you discussing building into the park and stopping the road inside the park? Or halfway through the property? Because Blueprint staff's told me repeatedly that cannot be done.
Can you speak to that?
Yeah,
Madam Chair?
Thank you. I appreciate the clarification question because as you can see in concepts 1, 2, and 3 on the screen, the access road doesn't connect to Centerville. So is your proposal to kind of keep this the way it is for the near term, but in the long term, allow for that future connection to Centerville?
Is that what we're talking about? I believe that's what we're talking about. I don't think that's what I think.
Or the switch.
I wanted two access points. That's what we talked about, the fact that we wanted two access points.
Before we even go there, Commissioner, Does this relieve Blueprint of the second, because in 2021, we made the agreement that we would open at Shamrock and Bradfordville Road. Is that now off of Willani? Does that now relieve Blueprint of the second connection at Bradfordville Road?
Yes, please. The comp plan specifically talks about connections to Centerville Road. So Willani Boulevard connection at Bradfordville is not one of those Centerville connections. So the Northeast Gateway project, as described in the interlocal agreement, connects to Roberts and Bradfordville Road, not a Centerville Road connection, and the Shamrock connection extension, which is a Centerville connection, which makes room for one more connection to Centerville that could be built either via this access road to the park or through some future connection that may be built by a development.
You know what, not to belabor the point, what I'm trying to get to is this is figure outable. We got two people here who look like, to me, are willing to work with each other to figure out how we can get to where we want to go to have two access points to it. We have a motion on the floor with a substitute motion by Commissioner Caban that would talk about a second access point. What I would like to happen is for staff to work with Clarendon Estates and Powerhouse to see how we get this access point to a middle ground to where, again, everybody's a little bit uncomfortable, but there's some comfort on it on the other side of it. So would that be something that you two would be willing to do is sit down with staff as if this motion passes, substitute motion passes, to sit down and talk about how we can make this happen to where we're in a good middle ground that may not work completely for everybody, but at least gets us to a place where we have some agreements and everybody feels a little bit comfortable. Can we get your commitment to do that?
I mean, I'm certainly willing to sit down. So here's the issue, Commissioner, just to be clear. Blueprint has to move forward, has to buy the 28 acres or receive from Powerhouse the 28 acres for the stormwater facility. That's, I guess, currently an issue that we need to negotiate depending upon the outcome of this conversation. What I think you hear from Powerhouse is we're happy if the road enter the park from Centerville Road and finish the road at some point in the future, and we can agree on whenever that is, and then that's the 2 points of access to Centerville Road. And we'll agree that we will never access Centerville Road from the development that ultimately will occur on that 4,700 acre parcel other than those 2 points, so Shamrock and the park access road. If we don't do the park access road, just to be clear, then there will be a park access road as currently planned from Willani Boulevard whenever Willani Boulevard gets built, and there will be another road to Centerville. And I mean, candidly, our position is that wasn't what we agreed to with Blueprint and with the county, and B, that makes no sense because ultimately you're going to have candidly, where that road ends up is straight across from McLaughlin. So you're going to have a road that connects to McLaughlin and Shamrock, and my friends in Killearn are worried about traffic. Line up a road with McLaughlin and see what happens with traffic. I'm not a traffic engineer, but I would assume that that will be as heavily used ultimately as Shamrock is used today.
All right, I understand. I guess what I'm saying, we have to have a concept to look at before we approve any of this stuff, correct? So could we go with options 1, 2, or 3 today, then bring back the concept that contemplates this future road like Commissioner Caban has in his substitute motion, and then we'll have another discussion about this piece. Can we do that? So that's all I'm saying is today, that access road piece won't be decided because if the substitute motion passes, and honestly, Commissioner Welch, I would recommend that you make it a part of your motion too as amended, but I mean, you do what you want to do. We would come back and have another conversation about the access road piece at the next meeting anyway. So I'm just asking you guys and staff to work together to make sure that when we come back, everybody may be a little bit uncomfortable. At least I have 2 people standing here that can say we worked on it, we agreed, we came to a compromise. Compromise is all I'm trying to get to. So thank you guys for that. So I think that's all I got for that piece. Thank you guys. So on the park piece of it, if I'm looking at it, the same amenities for all concepts includes a lot of the things that were on the list that we received 1 through, I think, 13, 14, I believe it was. And then between 1, 2, options 8, 1, 2, and 3, what I see is basically the difference is the number of baseball fields, correct? Madam Chair?
Yeah, the number of baseball, softball fields are kind of the obvious difference between the three concepts. But parking is scaled
Right.
based on those number of fields.
Right.
And then the playground shade is only included in concept 1. And then another big ticket item is the lighting for the sports courts. So that's only, lighting for sports courts is only included in concept 1.
Right, so you would still have the fields, but there would be no lighting.
For the sports courts, that's correct.
Okay.
Lighting is included in all three concepts for whatever number of ball fields and the multi-purpose field, the big soccer field in the back.
Explain to me what's the maintenance?
That's a small structure for Leon County Parks and Rec to be able to house like mowers and things like that.
Got it. And then there'd be no concession stands in 2 or 3?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying is the compromise and the second piece of it is to look at what we got here when we're talking about options 1, 2, and 3 and the difference between the two and give staff specific instructions, let's say if we go with option 2, with things that we would like to see included in option 2 that's not already being. That way they have clear direction about the things that, we're picking here that we like to see in option 2 if we went ahead and went forward with the 12 million. Again, I'm listening closely to what's going on here, and quite frankly, I really want to see us work together on trying to get to a place that we have something that, again, y'all may not be comfortable with, but at least there's a little bit of uncomfortable, but we have a compromise there that we can all get to. I do think I like the mayor's idea there in that if we don't do the 4 fields, leaving those open fields there so that you don't have the conflict when it comes to, football, flag football, soccer and other sports there. There's a lot of value in having those fields, especially, and even if you're having the baseball games there, those fields could be used for seating for those folks who can't sit in stands that we may have. The parking difference, that's a big parking difference there, but I get it. If it's saving us $6 million to go to 175 versus 310, I'm fine with that. But again, as we continue the conversation, my focus is, how do we get to a middle ground? Somebody's going to leave here unhappy. So I would rather us get to a middle ground. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. And so, and we want to thank Powerhouse for coming, making some clarifications. Commissioner Richardson. Okay, you waive. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I call the question on the substitute motion.
He's calling the question on the substitute motion. Is there any unreadiness? Absolutely. Just for clarification, the substitute motion is option 2 with direction to staff to look into the second access road, if I'm not mistaken, and also to I guess, look at the budget. Am I correct?
So for Madam Chair, for clarification.
The second access road and option 2.
Correct, but I'm not, my motion was $12 million for the budget, not option 2. I personally believe that there's a million different ways you can prepare this park. And to be honest with you, Commissioner Proctor, your sentiments about this park and the cost to build the park, I just feel it would be derelict of my duty to not say that I have experience in the construction industry. And I think for $12 million, we should be able to build pretty close to option 1, just to be honest with you.
Okay, so hate to interrupt you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Just for clarification, you moved option 2.
No,
I said, you didn't move
no,
option 2.
I moved to move forward with a $12 million budget, not option 2.
Oh, okay. Directing staff to bring an item back as far as the access is what you said too.
Correct, but one thing, I don't want the access road to hold up construction. I think that we should have them move forward with the park so that people in Northeast aren't waiting.
Right.
Not to discuss, Madam Chair, but option 2.
One second. I want to make sure we are clear on Commissioner O'Keefe's, Caban's motion, which is not option 2, but is to move forward with 12 million in direction to staff to look at a second access road. Am I correct?
Correct.
All right.
That's right, yes.
Thank you so much. Okay, Commissioner Matt.
Yes, just real quick, if we're moving forward with 12 million, we also got to give staff what's in the 12 million. We have 2 ball fields, but then what else is there besides the things that we're talking about? That's why I was talking about that compromise of, do we have concessions? Do we have this? Do we have that? So if we're going to approve it, we also got to have a conversation about what concepts we want staff to bring back, looking at the different things, the different amenities that we want to be a part of the park, correct?
Okay, let me get the comment from Commissioner Wells.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listen, I appreciate everybody's sentiment. I think these are interesting conversations, all right? Commissioner Maddox, you know, you articulate these things well, honestly. And as I sit here and listen to all this carrying on, may I make a suggestion? Commissioner Maddox, this idea that we all should leave somewhat uncomfortable is a brilliant idea, okay? At this point, it does not appear to me that there is support for $18 million option on this park. So what I would suggest, and Commissioner Caban's motion is, I cannot support that motion of just not even picking an option and just setting a number. So might I suggest that I will tell you what I will support. I will support option 2 in the spirit of Commissioner Maddox's comments. And I'm okay looking at an access point on Centerville Road. Now, I appreciate Kalaran's concerns about a thoroughfare, but frankly, that was Kalaran's issue. I was glad to push that issue. I agree we do need some access at Centerville Road. It doesn't have to go all the way through. Frankly, I would suggest that it's a pretty good deal for Kalaran not having it line up directly with McLaughlin, which is probably the likely future alignment that Powerhouse has a right to in the comp plan. So, to try and just land this plane, guys, finally, I would suggest, and I don't know if I can make a substitute to a substitute.
Well, Mr. Commissioner.
I don't have a motion on the floor.
But Commissioner O'Keefe called, he's already called.
He called.
Right.
Okay, I can't support the option 2 with no direction. So I would support option 2 with staff to come back with us with a parking lot on Centerville Road or something to provide some access at Centerville Road, and reinstating a shade structure and a concession stand in the park, which I think are reasonable things that we should be able to do in the $1 million contingency in the budget. That gets us something now. And I think that's reasonable and that's fair. So if procedurally we are on calling the question for Commissioner Caban's motion, if it's not option 2, I can't support calling the question. But if we can get to option 2 with those parameters, I will support it and we can move on.
Madam Chair, I'll amend my motion.
Okay,
from 12
hold
million
on, hold on 1 second. Okay, the question has been called. Are you, Commissioner O'Keefe? Caban, you heard Commissioner Welch's comments as far as what would be acceptable. I'm sorry.
Point of order.
Hold on just.
You can't change the motion if there's a call to question.
Okay.
Yeah,
So the call to question has been called. Now, Commissioner O'Keefe can rescind his call to question, but we have to vote on call to question.
That's correct.
And then if it passes, we go straight. If it fails, then Commissioner Caban could reconsider consider the, well. Yeah, that's
Yes.
done.
That's correct, Madam Chair. It's not debatable.
Okay.
I think, do we have a second for the call of the question?
We did have a second. Now, if he's
requires a
willing,
two-thirds vote.
to rescind his call of the question,
No.
we can't, he doesn't have the option to do that.
He can, he's shaking his head that he does not want to do
He does not want to do that.
I request a roll call.
For the vote on the call of the question?
Yes.
Yes.
It requires a two-thirds vote, and we're ready to.
And it's on Commissioner Caban's.
This is on calling the question.
Oh, on calling the question. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, Madam Clerk, if you do the roll call.
Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow.
Nay.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson? Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Maddox?
No.
Commissioner Cummings?
No.
Commissioner Caban?
No.
Commissioner Minor?
Commissioner Minor, are you there? Commissioner Minor?
Commissioner Minor?
I vote no.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Proctor?
No.
Commissioner Welch?
No.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Aye.
What is the tally? Madam Attorney?
Bills, you need 2/3, we don't have.
Okay, we don't have 2/3. And what I'd like to do at this point, I think Commissioner Welch is proposing a compromise that will move us forward on this issue. And I think I'd like to hear it again. I don't think we all have to weigh in, but I think just like Commissioner Maddox has indicated, we want to reach a compromise where everybody might not be satisfied, but I think we all agree that we need this northeast part. Commissioner Welch, can you express your opinion again?
So-
And if you'd like to do it in the form of a motion?
Well, just procedurally,
There's a motion.
there is a motion on the table, right?
Yes,
Which
sir.
is Commissioner Caban's.
Yes, this is the main motion.
If Commissioner, I will say I'll repeat what I said. If Commissioner Caban wants to modify his motion to reflect that, I will support it, or withdraw his motion, and I will make that motion. Whatever is,
Commissioner Welch, I will let you land this plane. I'll rescind my motion.
Commissioner Cox, I think, does she need to rescind her second?
Absolutely.
Okay, so then in that case, and listen, I don't like.
Just procedurally, you can amend your own motion, because now your motion.
Now we're on my motion, okay.
So you can rescind your motion, or you can amend your own motion.
Okay, thank you. Well, this is this is wild, man.
This is
I'm
a
just gonna say-
classroom. This is a classroom, teacher.
I'll tell you what, it ain't this bad in the classroom, guys. No offense.
Oh, no.
Listen, I appreciate this has gone round and round, and there's complications to it. So I will restate that Commissioner Maddox, I really respect the way you articulate things, man. And you really can put it in a way that is understandable for everybody. So in the nature of moving this down the road and maybe trying to get us back into a posture of collegiality and respect and mutual appreciation for each other's opinions, I'm willing to accept, I'm going to amend my motion for option 2. However, I would like option 2 to restore shade structures at the playground and a concession stand, which may or may not be able to be accomplished in the contingency budget of the park. But I would like to see staff look into that. I would also like to see staff present us with an option for access at Centerville Road, whether it's a parking area, or if Killarn Estates and Powerhouse can come to some agreement about a throughway at some point to be determined in the future, could be 10 years. You really don't need that throughway until you have homes in Welaunee, which we have no destination on in terms of when that's going to be. So if we can get some options for a parking area on Centerville Road, which will allow for the park to potentially open sooner than the construction of Welaunee Boulevard, which may take some time, and then not a throughway, but just an access point, because we have stated, as has been confirmed by our staff, that as far as we understand, Powerhouse has a right to another access road at some point at Centerville, and it is likely to be at McLaughlin. However, Powerhouse has stated publicly that, as is in the documents, that if they can have an access between Welaunee and the Farm Road to Centerville Road, that they will forego future access points potentially at McLaughlin or wherever along Centerville Road, which, if you have a direct access, will potentially, 20 years from now, when Welaunee built out, create an impact. So, sorry that was long-winded. Option 2, with some options brought back at some point for a parking area on Centerville Road to allow for an access point on a publicly available roadway that currently exists, and shade structure reinstatement and concession stand reinstatement. That is my motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Welch. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I was a second on the main motion. I accept the amendment.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Now, Commissioner
No,
Maddox.
just real quick, does that also include the concept of open fields where the other two fields would have been, that the mayor was talking about?
I mean,
Or-
well, I guess the question would be, Commissioner, who's going to pay for those and when? I mean, if we have an option to create more fields in the Northeast Park, I'm obviously a proponent of that. Now, if we create a multi-use field in that bare space, but I think it's important to note, we have a multi-use field already, a full-size football field on this property that, and they're not playing football year-round, so they can play full-size soccer games and smaller flag football games on the existing, I don't know where it went, but, you know,
That's fair.
there's going to be space, obviously. There's going to be big empty space. Now, obviously, I'm going to look for ways to fill it.
Yeah.
Now, if we can build another multi-use field that I can put a baseball or t-ball facility in the corner, that would be a win, right? Because as I've stated, this is not going to handle the capacity that's already needed. Now, t-ball doesn't need fences and dugouts necessarily. They just need some base paths in a corner somewhere. So, yeah, absolutely. I'm open to adding any more fields to this project in any
So
way.
we're asking staff to look at
Sure.
this holistically based on your comments. We've got a
And look,
second
if
from
we can,
Commissioner.
I'm sorry, Madam
O'Keefe.
Chair.
Yes.
I want to add also that if we can find ways to save money, if Commissioner Caban and his experience in contracting knows how we can save money and build more facilities, at the end of the day, I think we all just want to build more facilities. We want to build more capacity. And this is an area where we need it. It would have been nice if we could have just wrapped a bow around it with the recommendations that staff made, but obviously that's not the will of the board. And so in the spirit of Commissioner Maddox's statements, I'm willing to walk away with a lump, which I think is unfortunate, but everybody here is going to kind of have to deal with that, I think, today, especially. So let's have that conversation.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Welch.
Yes,
We got a second from Commissioner O'Keefe. Commissioner Maddox, do you have any comments? And thank you.
No, I'm glad about where we are. Just
Absolutely.
the presence of collegiality that came back, and Commissioner Welch, I'm proud of where you are and what you had to say. Just the tone of the conversation, where we are right now, and for you to come back, as passionate as you are, to understand that you need to be a little bit uncomfortable here and make that motion that you just made is a real statesman type move for me. So I appreciate that from you. And then even you, Commissioner Caban, to not just accept his amendment, but to rescind your motion, give him the opportunity to bring this home for his district with the thought that we're all going to be a little bit uncomfortable. This is what good policy is about. This is what a good board can do. And so I appreciate where we're landing here, and I appreciate the way we handled it and the way the conversation is going today. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. We have Commissioner Minor on the phone, and he would like to make a comment before we vote.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Madam Chair, on this motion, on the new motion.
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. I had a hope to make a comment earlier, but I think the time has passed. I think Commissioner Welch has wrapped up this item well, and I intend to vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. We appreciate you. I don't see anybody else in the queue. Commissioner Proctor, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I recognize I can't see that far. Okay, thank you. I think that the maturity of which Commissioner Maddox has complimented at the table today, if we could take another step of maturity, I think that step would be if we're able to hold up on a vote due to the substantive movement from what has come before us. And because of the access issue, which we've heard our attorney say there's no binding agreement, which you've heard Powerhouse's attorney say, oh, it's absolutely a material condition. And the point which I shared that was written in the agreement between the city, the county, and Powerhouse, we really need to make that clean. And I think that where we are today, Commissioner Welch, what you've laid out, because it talks to access, I want to support effort. I thought that Commissioner Caban's motion to send the 12 million forward really unfettered our staff and gave them greater flexibility, less restriction to find out what they could do for $12 million. By giving them a pro forma and giving them a model that they had to adhere to, and based upon their findings, speculative ideas of what it would cost, he actually gave them more room to work with and flexibility to be creative. That's why I was hopeful that we could reach Commissioner Welch and see that what Van was saying is, look, we can do, but let's try. I still think that's a strong posture. It's a larger negotiating spectrum for our staff if we went that way. But today I want to recommend that we table this on the thought of what has been suggested and agreed to, but that we would table it, repackage the item, then represent this as a voted item. And I believe that the issue, unclarity expressed by Mr. Hunter is a substantial matter. We need to be clear about holding ponds, where we're going with that. We need to be clear about those other 40 acres or that amount, and whether or not we're going to have to be paying soaring prices about that. Right now, that property is free. But I did hear him say those matters of the future will be determined based upon what happens here today. I just don't think that we just rush to feel good leaving the meeting with all that other property that which we must have. We have no idea of the cost. To this point, it was a free offering. It was a token. It was a gift. What does that mean? We may be back over $20 million before this finishes out, it's litigated. So in the experience of sitting at this table over the years, I believe experience is compelling. It suggests, Mr. Mayor, that we would possibly table and tie the loose ends. Our counsel is excellent. She don't play the radio. I respect her. Powerhouse has not got a weak-kneed little sister, will, to represent them. I clearly see something else occurring down the road. I think we could get it reconciled prior to a vote. Let's not vote and then work it out. Let's work it out and then vote. That would be my suggestion, and I would ask if this board is willing, and if council thinks that I'm not off course, how would we achieve that to make sure that this great lawyer, their lawyer, is actually clear, and we're not talking at some point in the future, what 2059, 2069, some point in the future. I don't even know what that means. We need greater clarity and definition on what that means. Timetables ought to be clearer. Mr. Mayor, I just would ask your consideration. If there is someone who could formulate this better, I relinquish the floor. We have the points of what we want to do, but let's get the loose ends cleaned up, tied up, and as public policy makers, we're not herky-jerky signing off on something that we don't know. The strongest reason for that, Powerhouse still has the power. He still got the rest of the land. They've been a very philanthropic state of working with us, but obviously that's about to change when we cut them short on this deal. How do we make that happen? I'm not certain, but I asked the General Counsel to please advise of how what I've suggested can be put in words so we can hold up on this vote and tie these substantial things together. The mayor might even have a better idea.
Mayor.
Call the question, Madam Chair.
There has been a motion and second called the question. And I believe we need to do a vote on whether or not Further comment, or what we call a question on Commissioner Welch's motion. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Daley?
How many calls of calling on the questions do you get? Do you get just unlimited?
Commissioner Proctor, I think we are at the posture of voting on the call to question. Yes, will we do a roll call, please?
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson? Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Maddox?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor?
Nope.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Mayor Daley?
No.
So the motion passed.
The motion to call the question.
The question passed, absolutely.
Okay, right.
Yes.
And so the motion that's on the floor is Commissioner Welch's motion. We do have a second. May we, Madam Clerk, have a roll call?
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
Before we do that, because there's been so much conversation, can you or whoever you designate restate the motion clearly without all of the, other stuff?
In between. Okay.
May.
Madam Director.
Thank you. So Commissioner Welch made the motion to go with the $12 million budget as presented as option 2, but restore the shade structure over the playground and the concessions. And then also to add an access off of Centerville for a parking area, but doesn't fully connect to Wolani. So I'd like to just get a little clarity and make sure I understand, because I think what we can do is, hopefully this helps, and it's up to your consideration, is we can go ahead and move forward with, if this should pass, we could move forward with the design for this park based on that direction. For the access road, we would design both ends of the access road, the Centerville end and the Wolani end, but they would not connect. But the assumption is that in the future, those roads could connect through some development action that may occur in the distant future. And I think that may satisfy what Powerhouse, I would be interested on Killarn's side. But what we can do is get it designed and we can bid it for construction. If it's in the 12 million budget, go. If it's not, we can bring some budgetary options back to this board for consideration.
And I believe that's what his motion was. Staff to also bring it back. Okay, any other clarification?
Thank you.
Was that good, Madam?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cox. Madam Clerk, may we have a roll call vote?
Mayor Daley?
Yay.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson? Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Maddox?
Yes.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban? Commissioner Minor?
I vote yes.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yep.
Commissioner Welch?
Yes.
Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Passed unanimously. Thank you.
We're back where we started a long time ago, and we approved a $12 million budget.
Right. Back to 12.
But I want to,
Reaffirm 12 million.
Madam
I'd
Chair.
like to thank the commissioners, the congeniality that's shown during this almost 3-hour discussion and presentation.
Madam Chair, I asked the chair extending her privilege to give us a bathroom break. Thank you.
At this point, we are going to take a 15-minute break for close to 18 minutes. I ask commissioners to be back in your seats at 12:15, and we will take up the budget issue. I also like to caution you that we have to be done by 3 o'clock. There's another publicly scheduled meeting, notice meeting in this room at 3 o'clock. So just be mindful when we come back on the budgetary matters. Thank you. Commissioner Commissioners, please take your seat. Will those in the audience, please be seated. We may come to order. So I'd like to call this meeting back to order. I believe all the commissioners are here or on their way. The first item now of business is our budget workshop. Madam Clerk, do we have any citizens to be heard?
I can help with that.
Yes, please.
Yeah, there are 12 additional citizens that would like to speak on the budget workshop and the remaining items in the regular meeting.
Okay, great. Commissioner Minor, are you there? Is he still there? Okay, great. Madam Clerk, will you announce our speakers, please?
Our first speaker is Maria Lapare? Lapare. Okay.
Okay, is the second one?
Bugra DeMero,
Bura.
Bora?
followed by Bill Lixon.
You're up.
Yes, please. Please state your name and address for the record.
Buro Demerel, 1254 North Bruno Street. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Today, I'm here to talk about South Monroe Walls and seek your guidance. Initially conceived as a $4.7 million adaptive reuse project, Soma Walls has transformed into a vibrant commercial complex including restaurants, coffee shops, and a fitness center, and most notably, Walls Distilling Company, an endeavor that brings major economic potential to our city and to our county. The project scope has expanded, now valued at $10.8 million, including cutting-edge distilling equipment and robust infrastructure for mechanical, electrical, and plumbing needs. Our strategic three-phase business plan involves an additional $8.2 million investment over the next 3 to 7 years, with the primary goal of doubling our distillery production in Leon County. Throughout the design and construction phases, community engagement and collaboration have been our guiding principles. We've actively partnered with SBDC at FAMU, FSU Interior Architecture and Design students, and other graduate students at FAMU. Our commitment to fostering a community-driven project has been recognized by the Florida Caribbean Architect magazine and received a Merit Award from the local chapter of the American Institute of Architects, further validating our approach and hard work. In addition to these accomplishments, we remain true to our commitment of financially inclusive project. Demonstrating this commitment, as of today, 34% of the contracts committed in this project were awarded to minority and woman-owned businesses. But the project goes on, so this number is fluctuating every week. This achievement significantly passes the goals recommended by the city and the county, showcasing our utmost dedication to diversity and inclusion, driving a positive change in our community. Today, Soma Walls stands as the largest commercial development on the south side, driving the revitalization of an entire city block. This venture not only invests in the essential public infrastructure, but also generates a permanent employment opportunities. Most notably, Walls Distilling Company aims to locally manufacture and sell its products, but also export beyond the borders of Leon County, bring revenues into our community, and thereby boost sales and economic growth. However, in this endeavor, we have been seeing some challenges. In light of this, we want to collaborate with the Office of Economic Vitality to explore if we can address those obstacles together. Today, I'm asking you to direct the staff to initiate the necessary process and bring an agenda item back for deliberation during the September meeting.
30 seconds.
I believe this is an appropriate ask for this meeting since our collaboration may have a fiscal impact for the upcoming budget. I'm here for any questions you may have on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. There.
Next.
Our next speaker is Bill Lixon, followed by Max Epstein, then Stanley Sims.
Hello, Bill Lixon, 2464 Rain Lily Way, Tallahassee. I want to thank you for your time and attention, and I have something really important to say to all of you. It's not something that you hear very often, but it needs to be said. I'm here to say thank you. I want to thank you for your vision and your investment in North Florida Innovation Labs. North Florida Innovation Labs is a missing piece in our technology development here in Tallahassee, and in fact, it'll be a unique facility in all of North Florida. It's a missing piece of a puzzle to unlock the economic development potential of both of our fine universities through the commercialization of technology. Your investment also allowed us to take down over $12 million from the federal government as a part of this lab, an additional nearly $2 million for people and equipment. So I also want to report that as an entrepreneurial ecosystem, we have tremendous momentum thanks to your leadership. The Office of Economic Vitality does a fantastic job. I happen to be on the board of DOMI Station. I chair the Alliance of Entrepreneur Resource Organizations, which Keith Bowers co-founded, and we have phenomenal momentum throughout the community. FAMU and the FAMU SBDC and the Capital City Chamber and the Big Bend Minority Chamber just took down a multi-million-dollar grant designed to empower underbanked entrepreneurs in the community. So we have phenomenal momentum as a business ecosystem thanks to your leadership. So I want you to expect greatness from this lab. If we perform similarly to other comparable facilities, this will be the economic driver for high technology that we all envision. And finally, I want to invite all of you to our grand opening, which will take place in approximately 150 days from now. So thanks again.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Manira Lapare, followed by Max Epstein, and then Stanley Sims. Name and address for the record, please.
Marissa Lepore, I'm sorry, bad handwriting. I live in Levy Park. Good morning. My name is Marissa Lepore, and I've lived in Tallahassee for almost 10 years. And I am a small business owner based here locally and also a member of DOMI Station. I speak today in support of amending Section 7D of the Blueprint Non-Competitive Economic Project Proposal in order to allow requests of up to $275,000 without an independent market analysis report. This existing requirement places more financial barriers on the small businesses and organizations who would benefit the most from this grant. For many like me, this would help combat the high cost of supplies and high interest rates during these difficult economic times. In turn, circulating more money and opportunities into our own communities. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you reconsider the current 7D policy of the non-competitive economic project proposal.
Thank you, Ms. McCarty.
Next speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Stanley Sims, then Donna Pearl Cotterell. Name and address for the record, please.
Max Epstein, 1001 San Luis Road. I'm not sure if you can actually turn this reader on or not, but just wanted to talk a little bit about this budget because, again, the borrowing costs are not included in your FY 2024, so your true costs are up there for each one of these projects. And if we're talking about cutting budgets and scaling back, if we're not talking about the Northeast Gateway, Bannerman, and all these other projects, it's not an honest conversation that we're having. If you heard Gary Hunter, Mr. Hunter, he said, if this road's built in 10 years, so why don't we build the road in 10 years and address our community's pressing needs right now?
You got a lot of folks over here talked about affordable housing and other things that we need. Look at District 2. I keep talking about the Capital Cascades project. It originally had a $40 million budget. The Lake Munson concept, which is basically what you need that was presented to you, is 30. Now it's down to 20. The two parks that we're getting out of this are 1.5 million and 1.4 in District 2. I asked that this project, when you discuss the airport gateway, to look at combining them together to save funding. That way, they can be designed together and you can actually apply for more funding like we talked about. I think you can probably get 10 to 20 million from the state instead of 5 for such a project. My last thing to talk about again are the Giles homes. So during your budget conversation here, this could come out of economic vitality because it will be a museum and affordable housing units. Or it could come out of the $10 million that you have as a budgetary surplus. And I know we're skipping some steps here. Ms. DuPont has a nonprofit in California that creates affordable housing and restores historic homes. Again, we're asking for a loan, just like the way the city does it. And I know Blueprint has recently received a historic preservation award. Imagine if we had the chance to save the Smoky Hollow Barbershop and didn't. And these would be on display on FAMU Way for the public to enjoy. I'll use the last few seconds of my time also to talk about the Blueprint process. Right now, Blueprint does RFQs for all these projects, and only a couple engineering and construction firms ever respond. Instead of doing RFPs, you should do an RFP, the proposal comes before you, and then you vote on the proposal. Right now, you choose a company, they decide what happens, and that's why we have these issues. So I think changing that process will significantly increase how we do business. Thank you.
Time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Stanley Sims, followed by Donna Pearl Carterell.
Good afternoon. My name is Stanley Sims. I'm the Executive Director of Helping Entrepreneurs Leverage Prosperity. As a matter of personal privilege, Madam Chair, I have received several text messages saying you have truly have chaired this meeting almost as good as Mr. Mattis. And so we thank you for allowing good camaraderie to be held through this meeting. The reason I stand for you today is for two reasons. One, in your Section D for non-competitive bids, it has a minimum cap of $100,000 for for businesses in order to do non-competitive bids. I do understand, and when you created these policies, you were not going to be aware that interest rates were going to soar as much as they have. Supplies and materials have gone up. Cost of labor has gone up. I have shopped this idea with the Capital City Chamber, the Big Bend Minority Chamber, the Domi Station. All of them have recommended, given their support for these changes. The second part of reason I stand here before is because help with the collaborations of some other DOMI students that, DOMI, did I say DOMI? I didn't mean to say DOMI, I said DOMI. Students, we have come together to put a proposal in, and we need your support to put the proposal in. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Sims.
Our next speaker is Donna Pearl Carterell. Name and address for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Donna Pearl Carterell. I live in the Bond neighborhood. I have two items I'm speaking on. One is the recommendation that Mr. Sims just made in terms of increasing the applicant expenses to $275,000 versus $100,000 on the non-competitive economic development project proposal, letter 7D. And he's right, costs have increased, and we know that our minority and small businesses are impacted by that, and I think that would be a wise move And I want to thank Mr. Sims on this next issue. He's been a great help, and his organization helps small businesses like ours. We're a nonprofit, Indaba Theater, and May 11th is an interesting date. And I first want to say thank you, especially to you, Commissioner Cummings, for your support in getting us the programming funding for the, I want to say TLH Arts grant, but it's not TLH Arts. It's the tourism grant that we received. The day I walked out of here on May 11th, I was told by CRA staff that our camp would be funded by that grant. And unfortunately, when we submitted our payment request at the end of June, we were denied because our advertising or marketing plan didn't reach outside the county. However, if you look at our social media insight, we reached well beyond the county, but that's not why I'm here. Some of you have received phone calls from our senior camp counselor who worked just as hard as everyone else. We were working 10-hour days for the whole month of June, had some amazing collaborations, worked with 16 community-based organizations, and serviced some kids who were tough kids. We had one girl who, on the first day, she said to this senior camp counselor, "I've been kicked out of 4 schools this year." 10 years old. But we worked with her, and we were able to keep her there for the whole 4 weeks. But not only that, we had a young man from Atlanta, another tough case, but he was shining by the end of our program. And we need more programs like this. You know, we talk about funding the police, but what are we doing for crime prevention? Because it's these little ones, these babies, that we have to wrap our arms around and support them so they don't end up in the system. And I'm asking if there's any way in this budget workshop to find the funding to pay for our camp. It's about $20,000 so we can continue the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have 6 speakers for item number 2.
So that's all the speakers for the budget workshop. It's up to you if you want to take the item 2 speakers or move forward with the workshop.
Now, why don't we have all the speakers and then we'll move forward with the budget?
Yes, ma'am. Our next speaker is Max Epstein, followed by Mr. Lenoris Barber, then John Hedrick.
Budget workshop.
Oh, okay. Item 2.
Ratification.
Well, I think I pretty much gave you my spiel for item 2, which is all these projects really need to be looked at. As I said before, you can do 1,115 Giles Homes projects with the budget overages that you have, cost overruns you have right now. And looking at these small projects as opposed to giant new roadways, that is what's going to help our community. Our community is not going to benefit from brand new roads that go through FSU's southern campus. So I pretty much said what I have to say, so I hope you consider it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Epstein.
Next speaker is Mr. Lenoris Barber, followed by John Hedrick, and then, is Mr. Barber in the room? Our next speaker is John Hedrick. Name and address for the record, please, sir.
Madam Chairman, members, and audience members, I'm John Hedrick at 1551 Cristobal Drive here in Tallahassee. I'm initially speaking on behalf as a member of the First Presbyterian Church's Social Justice Committee. Our committee has been working with all y'all on the issue of homelessness and affordable housing. And we're making some headway. Among other things, the county has agreed to continue funding street outreach, permanent supportive housing, and look at unused Leon County facilities and unused facilities with the city properties for affordable housing solutions. among other things. However, the big issue in the room all around is still the lack of monies for affordable housing. Now, the proposal we've heard about spending $5 million a year for at least 5 years for affordable housing is a wise one. Your adoption of this proposal at hand would be a great advance in the arena of affordable housing. I'd urge you to do that. On another topic, on a personal level, because it just arose, it is encouraging to see that at least 3 of you would now eliminate the Airport Gateway Road in favor of approving other area roads. And I would ask that enough of the rest of you back doing that as well, while still honoring commitments that have already been made for the affected neighborhoods. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is that our last speaker?
Our last speaker is via WebEx, Jacqueline DuPont Walker, and she's still holding.
You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello?
You have 3 minutes.
Okay.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you. I am Jackie DuPont Walker, a lifelong resident, a native of Tallahassee, currently living at 1621 Wellington Road in Los Angeles. All of my formative years have been in Tallahassee, Florida, and I remain a property owner in Tallahassee, Florida. Today, I want to support the statements already made by Max Epstein. And about 10 days ago, I was made aware of the possibility to save the Giles homes. I think the case was stated yesterday before the City Commission, but I want to clarify some of the understanding. This is not a request of a family for personal reasons. This is a request because we believe that saving the homes will actually provide an opportunity for economic development and to continue the economic development focus in the city of Tallahassee, and especially the Greater Bond area where we have an opportunity to take the homes. It is urgent because the homes will be demolished on September 6th, which means there is no opportunity to do this. We see it as a way for the students of FSU, FAMU, community colleges, and the local high schools to understand and be reminded of the history of Tallahassee as we approach the 200th year. We believe that the resources that are available for the restoration have a great possibility of being added here. We've already begun dealing with the Florida Humanities Project to understand where resources are. No commitment from them, but just to have the information. We're looking at national and state and regional resources to get this done. It is a possibility, and we believe it is an opportunity that should not be lost. Again, it is not personal. We believe that as a family, we have contributed a lot as other families, and it's an opportunity to have this museum, an opportunity to have this point of history, an opportunity to have an inspiration for future generations. We urge you to provide a loan if possible. I have headed for the past 35 years a not-for-profit, community-based, and faith-oriented development organization that has developed and continues to maintain over 400 units of affordable housing and restored an 1893 campus. We bring that home. We hope we've always made you proud of what we've done. We offer our opportunity now to continue to be a part of Tallahassee's future story. Please consider the loan, which we will be happy to engage in with our nonprofit and a nonprofit that would function directly out of Tallahassee. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm available to answer any future questions.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, that was our final speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Director Calder, are you ready to present your budget workshop item?
Yes, ma'am, I am. Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Oh.
Madam Chair?
Oh, yes, Commissioner O'Keefe.
Would you be open to a motion based on some of the affordable housing topics that were brought up?
I'm sorry.
Would you be open to accepting a motion on housing since that's been brought up in public comment?
Okay, not at this point.
Okay.
We're open when we get to Board of Directors discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
I'll
you.
go ahead and get started on this budget workshop presentation. So the budget presentation, the budget materials that you have in front of you, they have a repeat of what was provided to you on May 11th as that workshop was continued to today. But probably most importantly, the budget workshop materials that you have reflect all of the direction that the IA board has given to the intergovernmental agency really since 2014. But there have been some significant milestones, and we'll go through some of those in a second. One important note is that our revenue estimates are developed in collaboration with our expert budget staff at both the city and the county in Blueprint. And then all the direction that you provide to us today will be ratified in the regular meeting item to follow this budget workshop, and then brought back to you in your final budget materials on September 21st. And we'll hold the first public meeting for this budget next week at the CAC, the Citizens Advisory Committee meeting. So the IA board has provided many years of direction in order to prioritize and advance the Blueprint program of work. 2015, the first project was identified as our #1, Capitol Circle Southwest. And then specific annual allocations were made to fund sidewalks and water quality and bikeways, greenways, and transit. In 2016, there was the approval of the long-term economic development strategic plan, which really set the Office of Economic Vitality off and running. In 2018 was a substantial moment for the infrastructure side, whereby the IA board approved the prioritization of the projects and also a financing and bonding strategy in order to advance those projects more quickly into the community. And then every year we bring back for your direction and approval and review the budget process. So those bring back updated cost estimates for all of our projects and our revenue estimates. So that's where we are today, and we'll be doing that again next year. So the budget that you have before you today provides a balanced funding plan that keeps all projects moving forward at the pace that's directed by the IA board and within the guardrails of the expected revenues. It fully funds all infrastructure and OEV projects by 2040, and the budget proposes a financing plan that advances the economic benefits of those projects. So for one, we know the construction itself generates sales tax revenue, so that's great. That comes right back into Blueprint in the city and the county. And then the long-term infrastructure investment in some of these key projects generates the private sector investment that then in turn generates over the long-term sales tax revenues through the sale of goods and services. And this budget funds the future business supporting and growth opportunities to meet the IA board's vision for the Office of Economic Vitality. So I'm going to go ahead and jump into the capital improvement program for the infrastructure side, and then Heath will run through OEV, and then we'll bring it on home with the recommendations and get your direction. So for the infrastructure side, just for the fiscal year 24, it reflects $180 million allocation to maintain that solid project progress consistent with your direction to date. Over the 5-year period, the capital improvement plan directs the expenditure of just over $300 million. It fully funds 9 regional mobility, gateway, and placemaking projects, and then provides a separate commitment in addition to the other projects of $50 million for sidewalks, parks, transit, water quality, bike infrastructure, and greenways. So looking just at revenue, because that's what we always, with the budgeting, it's revenues and expenditures, right? So starting with the revenue, a little history information here. In 2014, there was an estimate of the amount of revenues that would be provided, as well as a project cost estimate. And in 2014, when the sales tax referendum was placed on the ballot, it was acknowledged that there was a $160 million gap between what we expected to get in revenues and what those project costs would cost the program. So today we've estimated our revenues, and that's included in your budget, and the revenues have significantly outperformed expectations due to strong consumer spending and demand. And if you look back at 2014, our sales tax revenues were estimated at just under $500 million. Now we're looking at $918 million. That's an 84% change increase in our sales tax revenues. And if you look at just last year alone, the difference in the budget, the infrastructure program expects to bring in an additional $98 million over the life of the sales tax than what we thought last year, which really speaks to the strength of our local economy. So we've also updated our cost estimates, and those are included in the package as well. In 2014, the cost estimates were at $662 million. Now those project cost estimates are at $1.2 billion. That's a 56.6% change. So what goes into that 1.2? It's important to kind of walk through this. So that includes about $744 million of Blueprint sales tax revenues. That's also the bond financing and the state infrastructure bank loan. So that's money coming straight out of Blueprint. And then outside funding of $12 million that comes through Blueprint into our ledger, and then outside funding that doesn't come through Blueprint, but also meets the goals of the Blueprint projects. That's over $400 million. That's primarily Florida Department of Transportation funding on state roads. So that's what adds up to your total of $1.2 billion. So I just want to kind of illustrate something here. The sales tax revenues and the financing, that's $744 million, still meets the revenue is under the revenue estimate of $918 million. So in terms of the DOT leveraging, that's been a critical component for the Blueprint program since day one. Several of the Blueprint projects are on state roads, and that's really where the biggest pot of money is for what our history has shown us. So leveraging is key to completing all of our projects. And while we're looking at that $413 million number for the future, if we just look behind us, we've actually been able to bring in $425 million. And as I mentioned, that's primarily state DOT. So cost estimates. We included the updates to the cost estimates in our budget. And cost estimates are generally influenced by three main factors. One are market-driven factors like inflation, and that, of course, influences the materials and the labor costs. But we also have rises in real estate values, and that, of course, influences our right-of-way costs. The second way that cost estimates change is through the IA board-approved project scope changes. So most recently, the IA board provided direction on the Tharp Street project, which originally had us adding an additional 2 lanes to go to 4. But the IA board said, hey, keep it at the 2 and just add those important multimodal components. And that resulted in a project cost reduction. And then the last thing is the refinement through technical analyses. So as the project gets closer and closer to construction, we learn more about the project site. So for example, geotechnical, that tells you about the quality of the soils. So if the soils are good, then great, keep on going. If the soils are poor, then you might have to spend more dollars to bring in good soils for the road base and dig more soils out for things like stormwater ponds. So that does increase your cost estimate. In terms of our estimating process, we use the gold standard in project cost estimating, which is the use of the Florida Department of Transportation's cost estimating office. And that's there at Cascades Park. There's an entire division dedicated to it. They actually provide unit cost information for our region just here in North Florida, which is great. When a project is in its early stages, before we've reached a critical point in design, what we do is we use the DOT's cost per mile cost, and we apply that to our project length. And then as the project goes further into design, we can actually start to develop a unit cost. And DOT puts out unit cost averages for this region, and those are great for bringing us a more refined project cost. And then one last point on this slide is that when we talk about large roadway projects like the Northeast Gateway, Airport Gateway, and the Northeast Connector Corridor, the Bannerman project, those projects are between 4.5 and 7 miles in length. And so when we get a unit price increase, such as for something like asphalt, that's applied over that 7-mile length. So that has a really big impact to the project cost versus our smaller projects where you may be only impacting and using asphalt for a parking area. So you don't feel the impact of that cost, that unit cost change. So for project financing, your proposed budget includes a total financing plan of $227 million. That takes us through the end of the program. It's made up of bonds, $122 million in bonds, and state infrastructure bank loans. So we know that state infrastructure bank loans have been a great way for us to reduce our debt costs. But we're sitting on a very strong financial position. We have excellent advisors that help us to project and predict rates and land the best rates. Our agency received a AA rating from Fitch and Moody's, which are the highest ratings that are available to our agency. The sales tax revenue is a very reliable source of income. Our additional financing and debt service is easily managed given that increased revenue that I talked about earlier. So looking just at the Blueprint 5-year plan, we have 28 projects that total a $762 million investment. So that takes all prior year investments plus the next 5 years of investment, with over half of those projects in the south side. When completed, those projects provide almost 122 miles of bicycle and pedestrian facilities, 52 miles of greenway projects, 26 miles of roads, 7 new public parks, thousands of tree plantings, and of course, 18 projects starting construction within the next 5 years. It's important to look at the sales tax over the long term, so we always look out to 2040 to see how our funding comes in, our projects get implemented. So over the long term, all projects are fully funded by 2040. Project cost estimates have increased, but they're balanced by our increasing revenue. And our leveraging remains a key strategy to maximize our sales tax dollars and ensure that all our projects are completed. And lastly, the financing plan includes $227 million to bring to bear the benefits more quickly. So not only do we get those quality of life benefits of these projects advancing as quickly in the program, we also get those economic benefits of bringing them faster. So your blueprint program overall, from soup to nuts, right? 2000 to 2040, 44 different projects, 38 miles of roads, 107 miles of greenways and trails, 17 new public parks, and over $10 million a year towards transit, sidewalks, water quality, and greenways. I'll turn it over to Keith.
Thank you, Autumn. Good afternoon, board members. I'm pleased to provide you with an overview of the proposed fiscal year 2024 budget for the Office of Economic Vitality. As Autumn indicated earlier, sales tax revenues are higher than originally anticipated. OEV's projected allocation of funding for fiscal year 2024 is estimated to be $7.35 million, which is 12% of the penny sales tax proceeds. The budget you have before you allocates and fully funds ongoing capital projects such as your investment in the enhancements of the Tallahassee Airport, the targeted business projects, Leon County's Research Development Authority Innovation Park Project, MWSBE activities, as well as the competitive and non-competitive project funds and the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund. It's estimated that over the next 5 years, approximately $18 million will be invested to support activities previously mentioned, as well as workforce development activities, strategic marketing, and business recruitment and retention and outreach. In summation, over the life of the sales tax, $45 million will be made available for economic development opportunities. Approximately $6 million is projected to be made available over the next 5 years, and $38 million through 2039 for use through the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund. An additional $1.4 million is projected to be made available for use through the Competitive Project Fund over the next 5 years, and $7.2 million through 2039. We have some policy recommendations. The Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund and the Competitive Project Funds are the only 2 projects managed by OEV. In Budget Recommendation G, staff is recommending that you amend the policies that promulgate these 2 project funds and remove the caps on the amounts that can accumulate year over year. The Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund is capped at $1 million, and the Competitive Project Fund is capped at $2.5 million. Removing the caps on the dollar amounts that can be accumulated in no way diminishes the IA Board's discretion to direct staff to allocate funds for economic development activities. It's merely a housekeeping measure to ensure compliance with policies. Please refer to page 96 and 99 in the agenda package, where you will find the recommended strike-throughs of the respective policies. At this time, I will turn the presentation back over to Autumn. Thank you.
Great, so I'll just quickly summarize some of the main points here. The budget that's presented before you today is based on all of the IA Board's direction to date. It's also fully balanced between the cost estimates for all of the projects and programs for the agency and the revenue estimates that are coming in. and it fully funds all of our infrastructure and OEV projects by 2040. And it supports many of the business and opportunity visions through the Economic Vitality Group. So as I mentioned, the next steps would be getting your direction and then ratifying it through the regular meeting and then incorporating it into the budget item that'll come back to you in September. So today we're asking you that you approve the workshop item on the fiscal year 24 proposed operating budget and fiscal years 24 through 28 CIP for the Blueprint Intergovernmental Agency, and direct staff to include the enumerated budget recommendations in the proposed budget.
Chair, I move option 1.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Commissioner Williams-Cox. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair, will we be
Yes, Commissioner Caban.
are we able to, at this point, to discuss individual projects?
I'm sorry.
At this point, are we able to discuss individual projects?
I believe we are able to at this point. Absolutely. Option 1 is approving the recommendations, I believe, A through J. Am I correct, Commissioner Proctor? Second by Commissioner.
Staff's recommendation.
Absolutely. So this would be the point for discussion, Commissioner Caban.
Madam Attorney, does it take a motion to discuss an individual project, or can we just open the floor for discussion?
I didn't understand your question, Steve.
Does it take a motion to discuss projects individually, or just can we open the floor up for discussion?
I think the floor is open for discussion, but what I would like to do, we have a motion and second on the floor, but what I would like to do, Commissioner Proctor, is accept your motion, which recommends approval of A through J, with the exception, and the exception would be any projects as found on page 65 that commissioners would like to discuss. And let me say this, I think our Director Coulter and Director Bowers and their staff have done a great job in putting the budget information together. We've had it 2-3 months. I know we've all read through it several times. There are projects that we all are just very gung-ho about. They're on point from the estimate standpoint and projection standpoint. So I don't expect that there are many projects that need discussion. However, Commissioner Caban, I think if there are a couple that we want to discuss, and what we would do is to exclude that from the motion, Commissioner Proctor. And I think that would be the proper way to do it. If you don't mind amending your motion, and then if commissioners have concern about any particular blueprint project, it might be 1, 2, or 3, just pull those out of your motion. Does that make sense? Does that make sense, Commissioner?
Madam Chair, I definitely want to subject my, your advisement, and I want to subject myself to comply with what you're asking. But before just rolling over and doing so, may I ask contemplation that Commissioner Caban, in the letter which I wrote speaking to the airport gateway, is that also allowed to be addressed here? Was General Counsel telling us at the beginning of the meeting that that would be under discussion items under after the election of the vice chair, item 5. I don't want, because of the budgetary impact significance, I think that this discussion which man is lifting up is that this may be substantive enough about airport redirection that Attorney Dawson said we would have to go through a couple of meetings and this and that. We don't want to exclude that conversation because based on this map on page 107, we actually going to save a whole bunch of money and have another surplus. So I want to comply completely with what you're asking, but does that include our ability to talk about saving this money from the
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor, and perhaps you don't, perhaps my recommendation is off the table. I think it's still proper with the motion and second that we have discussion on any specific project, including what you raised. So I think,
ma'am.
Madam Attorney, am I correct?
Yes, Madam Chair, there's a motion on the floor. Obviously, there's a second as well. Clearly, Commissioner Caban can make comments as to whether or not he supports the motion, which is staff recommendation option 1. And once everyone has a chance to give their comments, Commissioner Caban could choose not to support option 1 or propose a substitute motion. But it's proper at this time for him to give his comments as to the motion that's on the floor, and then we would go accordingly, substitute motion, vote on the main motion, or what have you.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Attorney. Commissioner Caban.
Commissioner Proctor, will you amend your motion to leave out the airport gateway for discussion?
Yes, sir. That's my motion.
What about the second, Madam Williams-Cox?
In the spirit of collegiality, I would do that. But the question that I would have is if others felt that we wanted to talk about something else as well, with that opportunity to present itself, and are we opening a Pandora's box by doing that? Because I have no problem with the discussion of the airport gateway, but if I wanted to discuss the fairgrounds, would I be able to do that? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Okay, all right.
I certainly believe you would be able to, discuss that absolutely, or any other
Okay, so as
project.
Okay, and when in that vein, then yes, I absolutely will hold my second.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. Commissioner Caban.
Just, last meeting, I believe the mayor made a motion or brought up for discussion that we were going to be talking about every project. And I don't see that on the agenda.
Yeah. I'm sorry, you don't see what on the agenda?
Last meeting, the mayor brought to the board that, I'm pretty sure it was the board's will, that we wanted to discuss every single project individually, and I don't see that on the agenda.
Specifically, the mayor had talked about us looking at what kind of savings we have as a result of the bonding that we were doing. He asked for us to go project by project and look at each project and cost to talk about how much money we were spending there and what we could do as a result of the money we're spending to try to see what kind of savings we could incur over the year. So, yeah, I don't see that either. Unless you're just talking about this list that we got on page 65, and I don't think that was it at all.
Well, I know one of the things, Commissioner Caban, we did initially is we approved the agenda. We approved the specific agenda items. So I think to the extent that we've got a motion on the floor, if any commissioner wants to raise any project, I think we can. But my point was, I think staff has done a great job on giving us the costs, projected costs, increased costs. So we've all had the opportunity to review that. And so to the extent that the mayor wanted that information, I think we have it. If we want to discuss specific projects, I think it's open to do that.
Okay.
Okay. So
I'm going to support Commissioner Proctor's motion with the airport gateway set out to discuss, but I will also support any motion that includes other projects.
So right now, we have approval of the recommendation excluding the airport project. And I believe I saw Commissioner Richardson next in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We talked earlier about the savings of the $6 million from the Northeast Park and that money being redirected to the fairgrounds. So my motion would, when the appropriate time, I'd like to make a motion to have that $6 million redirected to fairground improvement.
Thank you, Commissioner, but you're not making it right now.
Well, we've got a motion
on the floor, and so yours is not substitute.
And I will support that.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I concur with Commissioner Caban. Going project by project would have been more convenient because there's so many items at stake. As Commissioner Richardson said, $6 million we made available on one project. I know there's separate discussion to be had about the proposals we saw on the airport gateway and potential savings. I think what I'm interested in looking at is seeing where we could scale back the airport gateway to free up additional funding. I am interested in seeing us provide additional funding for the fairgrounds, but I would like an agenda item to come back showing us exactly where we're at, what we're spending it on, and what's happening there. I think we should entertain what we heard in public speaking today as we can reallocate funding for land acquisition for affordable housing. The City Commission took action last night to look at 400 acres it owns in Wilani to come back for discussion to see where we can be helpful with land. And that doesn't necessarily need to be part of the budget motion that we complete, but I do think if we can figure out where we can start to free up money, then we can have these conversations individually of where it can go. I think that's important. And I think between the two projects already, the park and the airport gateway, there's room for substantial conversation of where money will be spent. Largely, I'm interested, as we move forward in identifying areas to where we scale back other projects, and I know we went to 2030 on Tharp Street, but that's even 6 years away. I mean, there's kids walking on those dirt trails are going to be graduated from high school by the time we start turning dirt. So looking at the timeline of that, if we can free up additional funds to expedite it. Those are my comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Matt Lowe. So it seems that your concern is also with Airport Gateway, which we've pulled out to see where we might have some extra funding. Right. I understand Commissioner Minor is on the phone. He's been trying to speak. I wasn't able to hear him. Can we get him on now? Okay, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. I approve of the motion on the table, and I also approve the exclusion of the airport gateway. But what I'd also like to do is, depending on what happens with the airport gateway and the affordable housing project, which has been proposed by CAJM, which I think is definitely worthy of our discussion, I'd also like to exclude the North Monroe project. That's our #1 gateway. We've got 400 businesses between Fred George and Tharp. And depending on what happens with our further budget discussion on airport gateway and affordable housing, I'd like to have that be in discussion too.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. So far, commissioners have asked for the Airport Gateway and North Monroe project to be excluded.
Fairgrounds.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Williams-Scott.
And the fairgrounds.
Yes.
Oh, well, and I don't know if, and my reason for doing that is that I have seen some additional concept regarding the fairgrounds, and it's very good. I hope that the other board members have had an opportunity to see it, and if not, I guess you need to see it. So we do need to have some conversation on where and how to do that. I also wanted to mention, because I don't know where to mention, but I'll mention it since Commissioner Caban has given us a handout. I think we all received a letter, an email from the Providence neighborhood. If you did not, we did receive an email from the Providence neighborhood indicating some, I guess, opposition or need for clarification or need for conversation regarding some of the items that Commissioner Caban had raised in regards to making any modifications to the airport gateway. Madam Chair, did you receive that email?
Yeah, I think I did, okay. Commissioner Cox.
Other board members, did you all receive it?
Yes, I think we did.
Right. I want to make sure that it's in play as we have this conversation.
Thank you. Let me just do this just procedurally. We have Commissioner Proctor's motion, and we have 3 projects that we've that has been asked to be excluded from that motion. Commissioner Proctor doesn't have any problem with it. Airport Gateway, North Monroe Project, and the fairground. And what I would like for us to do is discuss each one of those separately. But I want to ask the commissioners, are there any other projects, Commissioner O'Key, that you desire excluded from that motion?
Northeast Gateway,
I'm sorry?
the Northeast Gateway.
Northeast
Lonnie.
Gateway, okay. Any others? What I would like to do is move. I'm sorry, Commissioner Porter, I apologize.
Thank you. I don't have a specific project. I'm wondering, looking at the specific recommendations, Autumn, I don't know if you have any advice for us. I'm not trying to complicate things. I'm just not sure how we actually approve like A through D if we're taking these piecemeal. They seem to have implications beyond, for the specific items. So I want to make sure that we're in the proper place to do that.
Okay, thank you. What I would like to do is move forward with the motion approving A through J as presented by staff, excluding the Airport Gateway, excluding the North Monroe Project, excluding the Fairground Project, and excluding the Northeast Gateway. Does anybody
So,
have any
Madam
questions?
Chair.
Okay, Madam Director.
Yeah, I would just like to say that this being a budget workshop, that's good news, because if you guys give us broad direction on about where you want to go, then we'll come back with the final budget in September that reflects that broad direction. So in terms of getting into like the nitty-gritty details of kind of the funding and the numbers and things like that, we can work that out and bring something back to you that I think will meet the direction that you provide.
Thank you, Madam Director. Yes,
Thank you,
Commissioner
Madam
Porter.
Chair. So, and I'm not trying to get into the technicalities, and I have a few more comments. But so, in that case, for example, I mean, item B, recommendation B, some of them specifically mention the airport gateway. So will it be clear enough, I mean, if we're just applying whole, A through J, are we specifically excluding, certain numbers, or we're just
We're
trusting the
pulling
direction,
those.
we're just pulling those?
Right, we're pulling those specific projects out for discussion and maybe further direction
Okay.
to the IA board, or maybe specific direction. Is that?
It does, but it
Commissioner
doesn't.
Maddox, okay.
So if we approved A through J, pulling projects out, B is in there and then B is approved, I kind of get where Commissioner Porter's coming in and that we've already approved something, but we're going to discuss the item. The question I have for staff is, there's a piece on here, it's the operational budget, and there's the proposed capital improvement projects budget, which kind of goes in line with what you were asking for originally, was that we approve everything except for the items on 65, which would give us room to discuss these things without interfering with some of these recommendations. So what makes up the operational budget?
For the purposes of this item, that operational budget, and I do have Trace Long here, he's our accountant for Blueprint, and he can help to clarify this if I miss it here. That incorporates in the money that's coming into the program and then how it gets spent over the operations of the agency and other payments that are made outside of those expenses, but not specifically capital project expenses.
Right, so none of the actual projects are included in the operations budget.
That's correct.
Right, so to get more in line with what we're trying to do, because even if you pull these specific projects out, we still run into a problem if we approve recommendations as is. I think we just, at this point, make a motion to approve the operational budget if everybody's okay with that. And then we look at these projects. We don't have to go through project by project, but we can say at that point with another motion that we approve all projects except for these ones that be pulled, that we are asking to be pulled out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a substitute motion that we
approve the proposed operational budget for fiscal year '24, and that we have a discussion, and that, well, before I do that, are there any other projects that commissioners would like to be pulled from the capital improvement program? If there's not, then I will make the motion that we approve the operations budget. And then I'll make a motion that we approve page 65, the proposed FY '24 estimates budget, except for pulling out Northeast Gateway, the Fairground project, and the airport project, Northeast Gateway, Fairground, Airport, and North Monroe. Is that correct? That's what everybody wanted? So I will make that substitute motion. That puts us in line to where if those items pass, then whatever accompanied recommendation within the recommendations from staff will actually pass with it, correct?
Madam Director.
Thank you. Yes, I think just to add some clarity, the operating budget would be recommendations E and J. One for infrastructure, one for blueprint and OEV, sorry. The only thing that I want to add is that there are a couple of recommendations that apply to our fiscal year prior budget 22 and existing budget 23. So what's included in this table from page 96, it is reflective of the 2024 to 2028 or the fiscal year 24 proposed budget.
Right.
So that would be the only nuance, is we do have some that impact the 22 and the 23.
And but the motion that I'm trying to get to, but that put us in a place where we can discuss the projects that want to be discussed without having to go back and interfere with anything that had already passed.
It will.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll make a motion for that we approve items. You said E and F.
E and J.
E and J. I'm sorry. E and J, and all items on page 65, except for the Northeast Gateway project, the Fairground project, North Monroe project, and the Airport Gateway project. That'd be my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there a discussion?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Commissioner Matlow, yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Maddox. I just want clarity on the housekeeping items, transferring money to the Future Opportunity Leveraging Fund. Are we disposing of all of that stuff now that's not related to those projects?
I'm sorry.
The items that are more housekeeping, allocating $870,000 to the future item H, are we disposing of those now and only focusing on the 4?
That's mine.
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe so.
So it's everything not related to the 4 that we
Everything
pulled
not
out?
related to project.
Okay.
Right.
It would be disposed of at this point.
And Commissioner Maddox, I believe your motion would be a substitute motion?
Yes, substitute
Okay.
motion. Yes, ma'am.
Substitute motion. Any other, Commissioner Proctor, then Commissioner Porter.
I'm sure we had a couple of items came from citizens. We heard about Somo Walls. We heard about the Giles House. Are those items also contemplated in this budget? The Somo Walls, which we didn't get a definitive ask, but I'm pondering, is there an ask and are we contemplating a response there, which needs to be budgeted? And also to the points that were raised about the DuPont Giles house property, is that in there?
Commissioner Proctor, I expect those to come under board discussion after we are suspensed with the agenda items. So after we suspend with the budget that we're dealing with now, those should come under
And Madam Chair,
board director discussion.
and for those matters, if in fact our discussions lead us to a little more gravy spread around, we probably have to follow Attorney Dawson's recommendation. One of those projects, if there's a substantial change to another, we may have to also bootleg process to get get it through as well. But clearly, with the spirit and direction of my sense of this board, we're squeezing a little tighter to create a little bit more flow. And at the end of where we are, not that we have to spend that leftover amount, whatever we're squeezing out of this towel, but there ought to be some gravy to consider those projects which came from the floor today, which we may budget and respond to.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. You're referring to the 4 that we've pulled out. And I fully expect some robust discussion to the extent that we can. I know we have to be out of here about 20 till 3.
We'll come back after the CRA meeting is over if we need to continue.
Yes, sir.
Really?
We have a budget at 5 o'clock, too. So,
Any other
does it take?
commission discussion? I don't. Commissioner
Madam
Porter,
Chair,
yes.
Yeah, and I don't want to delay. I know we're eager to move this conversation along. I just want clarification, perhaps from Ms. Dawson. Why exactly do we need to wait until commission direction? I mean, these questions are related, and if it's the will of the chair, I totally understand. But as far as like, whether we're allowed or prohibited from, those issues are related to the budget. So I don't understand why, unless it's the will of the chair, which of course I respect, why we.
Thank you, Commissioner Porter, for that question. Yeah, we have a specific motion that's on the floor, and then we've got a substitute motion that's on the floor, and I would like for the comments to stay specific to the motion that's before us.
Point of clarification, Madam Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Matlow.
If we take this vote, any subsequent votes we take will also give direction to the final budget. We're not approving a budget now. So we can vote on this now, and then we can take individual votes on all 4 projects or any other projects, and that could be incorporated into the budget. It's not the final adoption today.
Absolutely, that's my understanding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Does anybody disagree? Commissioner O'Keefe.
Madam Chair, you're going to love this. I'd like to comment just on this motion.
Thank you.
I thought it was a call for the question.
Ultimately, I don't think I'm going to end up supporting this as an overall budget package, and don't worry, I'm not going to make any substitute motions on this for the sake of the bigger picture. But I just wanted to mention a few things that I hope we can keep in mind as we go forward in next year's budget process and as policies. And I just want to point out a couple of things. And one is where we're removing the cap on the balance for our future opportunity and competitive project leveraging funds. Those are not small amounts. Those are $1 million and $2.5 million on a cap that we put in place in 2020. And I wonder what's the reason, if we've built so much money and we haven't been able to use it, why we put more in it. And I would just like us in the future to think about more locally focused ways we could use that money. For example, instead of stuffing more money into this leveraging fund that's often to recruit great job creating warehouses and things like that, perhaps we have a local business specific fund, or perhaps instead of transferring $870,000 of fund balance into the opportunity fund, we increase our small business revolving loan fund for local businesses. And so keeping in mind, we can create jobs just like when we attract Amazon by helping our local business and meeting community needs. And so again, I'm not going to belabor any motions, and the operating budget makes sense, and most of the projects make sense. I didn't pull out the Northeast Connector for also the sake of time, because I'm excited to get to some things in the discussion. But I just want to point out, we've got a huge increase in a lot of these things, and I think that we ought to decide if something had a budget of under 60 million when it was thought up, and now it's over 100, we ought to say, okay, how do we knock this down? Because not that I could afford buying a bigger house right now, but if I had a certain budget for a house and costs went up, I just don't get more money. So with that, I'll pass.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Keefe. Director Bowers, did you want to address that amendment?
Yes, Madam Chair.
At all? Yes.
As I stated, us increasing or removing those caps in no way diminishes your discretion to direct staff to allocate us to provide funding for specifically the non-competitive project proposal. We only have two funds that we administer here. One is the competitive, which means if a company is considering relocating or comparing us to Tampa, that's the competitive program fund. The non-competitive contemplates anything that any individual may want to have us analyze. So with the Future Opportunity Loan Fund, Leveraging Fund, that funds the non-competitive project. So again, by us increasing these or removing these caps is just clearly just a housekeeping issue. We want to make sure that we're consistent with policy because we receive more funding, and right now there's a arbitrary cap that has been placed on both of those programs. So again, you would still have full discretion.
Thank you, Director Bowers. Commissioner Cox.
Just for me, a point of clarification, Commissioner Proctor mentioned Somo Walls and a couple other projects and said there was no specific ask. I think the ask was to direct staff to work with them to come back with some information. That's what I understood. Is that correct?
I'm not sure, and we have him here. If you want to just come up for 1 minute, did you have a specific ask, or was your request in general for staff to work with you? I understand it was a specific request.
Yes, ma'am. Our ask is to have the board direct the staff to work with us to come with the ask. As Commissioner Proctor said, detailed ask that will be in September.
Okay.
But the staff requires your direction to start working with us.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. I thought that's what I understood.
Now, I think we have a motion on the floor, and I think we probably need to move and resolve Commissioner Maddox's motion so that we can deal with other issues. Commissioner Maddox.
I'm sorry. Don't kill me. You know,
Famous last word. Y'all gonna kill me.
now that I made the motion, I'm thinking about everything that we've talked about, and even the mayor's request from last meeting. There's a lot of these projects that have the same cost, but there's some that don't, right? Right. I'm almost thinking that just making sure that we all understand that, are we okay with moving forward with the projects that have increased costs without having discussion on them and pulling them out? Because some of the costs, as Commissioner O'Keefe said, it's significant. Like, I mean, and then some is significantly less. Like, for instance, Capital Circle Southwest was $2.5 million, now it's $500,000. We can go ahead and say, like, you know, so when I said approved as is on page 65, that's not even taking into consideration that it says Northeast Park was 12 million, now it's 18 million, but we just voted that it's going to be 12 million. So I almost want to rescind my or amend my motion to say that the projects that has no increase in cost, we go ahead and we approve, but those projects that have increased in cost, that we talk about individually and improve per project. That way, we kind of do touch on those projects that have increases versus those that don't. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to, if my second on amendment, I'll probably take my motion off the floor because I'm tired of discussing it. I'll amend my motion to say that we will amend my motion to be approve the operation was the ENJ items. ENJ be approved, and then we also look at the projects on page 65 that have a increase in cost. All other projects will be approved as stated on page 65.
Madam Chair.
Excluding the Northeast Park, which would be approved at 12 million like we had discussed earlier.
We've already. Is there a second? Commissioner Matlaw, you second? Did you second?
Madam Chair.
That was my substitute motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll second it.
You second?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Rick Minor.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Commissioner Maddox, thank you for offering that substitute motion. I wouldn't support the substitute motion because I believe that Commissioner Caban has some discussions that he wants to have on the airport gateway. That actually would be one part of the increase, I think. But I also want to talk about the Northern Road project as well. So
I'll add that to the motion, Commissioner Minor.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Caban.
On point. Yes, ma'am. What I think the issue is, it sounds like, is that figuring out how to discuss certain items without approving, and we have a big budget, and one project affects the other project. I believe what we did in one of our workshops at the county, and Commissioner Minor made the motion, is in the beginning of the workshop, he made a motion to waive board procedure so that we could discuss individual topics without a motion. So I just want to know that that is an option if that is the board's will as well.
The topics that you want to discuss, Commissioner Caban, that wouldn't fall within this motion, excluding these projects that have
No,
increased
what
in
he's
price?
asking is, can we do a can we rescind all motions, have a discussion, and then motion at the end, so we don't have to go?
Oh, I see.
Correct, because I think the problem is, we're dealing with a large budget, and one project affects another project, and so it's, they kind of go together. So I think that's the issue here.
I agree.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Minor. What is the pleasure?
Well, Madam Chair, I'm willing to withdraw my motion.
I withdraw mine as
Initially,
well.
staff's recommendation.
Okay, do we need a motion, Madam Attorney, to dispense procedurally and have open discussion of the project at this point?
So
And keep in mind that we need to be out of here probably within another hour.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay,
So
thank you.
What's the motion?
So we to waive board.
Waive the rule.
Oh, okay.
Just waive the rules.
Way to rule.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? Okay, hearing none.
Now we're going to have to unplug the clock.
Yep.
That's next. That's what the legislature
you.
does.
And I think probably the most efficient way to do this is to look on page 65. We have a list of all the projects. And I think if we just go straight down the projects, no comments, and then we move forward. Director Keller.
I'm sorry, real quick, I just wanted to add that I showed those 2014 project cost estimates up there on the board earlier, and that just really illustrates that every year we expect that these project costs will rise. So that's what we update every year for you, is those anticipated project cost rises. And so that's part of the information that we provide to you. And the budget that you have in front of you is completely balanced with the revenues that we expect and the cost of those projects. And I also want to make sure that the spreadsheet that was included as attachment B to the materials, it was a little bit a longer spreadsheet. It has the same information from the one that you're looking at, but it actually provides more detailed project by project. So in that spreadsheet, it tells you the amount of bond or loan that's been already put on that project to date and what's anticipated in this proposed budget. It also includes the leveraging amounts from the outside sources, and you really see those come in on those state roads. So I think it's a more complete picture of the project by project analysis that you're seeking.
Thank you, Madam Director.
And that's on page 195, I believe, right?
Yeah,
it's the pullout on page 195.
Yes. So what I would like for us to do, if no opposition, is direct our attention to page 65 and 195. And we can start at the top. I think some of the projects are doing really well. Some are no-brainers as far as approval. So I'd like for us to look at the first one, which is Southside Gateway, Woodville Highway. Any discussion? Hearing none, let's move to the next one.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry.
Yes, Commissioner.
My numbers are not corresponding to what you're asking us.
I'm sorry, page
Can I
65?
Can I get supplied a page 65 and a 195?
Yes, sir.
Can't find those.
Yeah.
Can it be displayed?
Yeah, let's make sure we're all on the same page. Page 65, and then the handout, page 195, Commissioners, a spreadsheet.
Which is not in the, it's not in the same order, so If you just have to find the project on that spreadsheet.
Page 195 gives a little bit more in-depth analysis, the project costs.
What is you asked the question on Woodville Highway, and that's why I woke up.
Yes, sir. The very first item, South Side Gateway, Woodville Highway.
What is the span of area we're talking about here? Is this from Tram Road down past Capitol Circle? Or is this Capitol Circle down to Oak Ridge Road?
This is the Paul Russell to Capitol Circle.
Very good.
Thank you, Commissioner. It looks really good. The spreadsheet looks good. No other comments. Let's move to Capitol Circle Southwest, Orange to Crawfordville.
Oh, you're going to move them all together?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
Well, go.
Yeah, we can do them all.
Yep.
I just thought you were going to pick them.
Maybe if we have three in a row, then we'll do all three and then move to the next three. Okay, no concerns. Thank you guys so much for the specifics, information. Orange Avenue, Adams to Spring Hill. Commissioner Proctor.
Why is $2 million been taken out of this project?
Madam Director, and the question was, why was $2 million taken out of the project?
Yes, it carries at 2.5 in 23, but 24 has it at 500,000. Why we move this money? Did we pay for something which is not reflected? What's the
On
problem?
page 65, it looked like it was
Orange
increased.
Avenue to Spring Hill.
Okay, that's probably.
It was Adams to
It's
Spring Hill.
been
It's the
expended.
same, essentially. I think you're looking at Capitol Circle Southwest.
On,
Y'all on attachment 8, page 65?
on page 65,
Yeah.
Okay, we had 2.5 million.
Million.
no, that's Capitol Circle Southwest.
Yeah.
What numbers we on?
We're, go to the one just below it. Orange Avenue, Adams to Spring.
Okay, but I missed the second item.
Oh, you
I still
going back.
I still
Okay.
want to know why we're missing $2 million.
That's fine.
Up there. Why have we taken $2 million out of this project? Did we pay for a study? Did we buy some land? Why have we relieved this effort of $2 million?
We'll have the director to respond.
Yeah, I need Megan Doherty to come to the podium real quick and explain that.
I like to lose money like this.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on the Capitol Circle Southwest project. Like our director mentioned, we've been working with FDOT to leverage the maximum amount of state dollars on this project. And previously, we thought that we would need to commit about $2.5 million to have the additional lighting that our community would like to see above and beyond what the state would provide.
So this goes from Tillman Funeral Home, roughly Wilson Green, where the city limits line is. $500,000 will pay for lights down to Capitol Circle. Is that what you're saying?
That's the amount above and beyond the amount that our community would need to get the lighting that we want. So it's actually a good news item. It's that when working with FDOT, we've been able to leverage a larger amount, and so our local contribution has gone down, but we're still getting the same amenities we'd like to see.
You know, faith is the substance of things hoped for, evidence of things not seen. And it's not seen, but I'm trusting that what you're saying is going to lead to a good result. Thank you.
Thank you. So the project cost hasn't gone down. We just have more money infused from
DOT
from
is picking.
FDOT. Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Orange Avenue, we've already done that one. Now we're at West Side, Student Gateway, Pensacola Street. No concerns. And what I'd like to do then for those first four is a motion to accept the proposal.
So moved, Madam Chair.
Second.
Yes, sir.
It was moved by Commissioner Proctor, and I seconded it.
Commissioner Richardson?
Commissioner Proctor made the motion, and I.
Oh, you did move it? Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
and you second?
Yes.
Is there any opposition? All those in favor? Let it be known by saying aye.
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 No opposition. Thank you, Commissioner Minor. So we'll move now to Airport Gateway. Discussion. Commissioner Caban.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I passed around, just for starters, actually, Madam Attorney, do I need to read the letters to cure any sunshine issues, potential issues from the letters that I sent to the board?
Madam Attorney.
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Caban, there is a Attorney General opinion dealing with what's called position statements that are put out by elected officials and shared with others. It is strongly discouraged that elected officials communicate outside of a publicly noticed meeting. However, the AG opinion that I reviewed did mention that if you send something out, no one else responds, it's fine. But in an abundance of caution, you should avoid that. So reading it would cure a sunshine violation. I don't believe you committed a sunshine law violation.
Okay.
So in my opinion, you do not have to read it. But, as I said at the beginning, I caution, everyone to avoid sending these position statements out because someone may respond and then there may be a violation of the sunshine law.
Okay. Just to be precautious, I'll read it to the board. Thank you. Just for the record, on August 21st, 2023, I sent a letter to the board of our IA board. It says, "Dear my fellow Blueprint board members, I'm writing you today to express serious concern about the Airport Gateway project that we are set to discuss during this week's Blueprint meeting. In preparation for the budget workshop, I have been diving deep into this project, the scope, the cost, the plans, and most importantly, the opportunity cost. My takeaway is there are some elements of this project that are gravely concerning to me and I believe should be concerning to all of us as elected officials in Leon County. First and foremost, we have yet another example of ballooning costs. The budget for this project is set to rise from roughly $82 million to $123 million. We as a board have yet to see a line-by-line breakdown for which exact cost increase for this project. We are public stewards of these funds. It is our duty to be fiscally responsible with our decision-making, and I am uncomfortable blindly approving such a significant cost increase without seeing a detailed breakdown of the cost overruns. Second, as some of you may know, this project calls for an entirely new road, Segment C, to be constructed through local neighborhoods on the southwest side of Leon County. When I asked staff whether or not they know if residents would be displaced via eminent domain, their response was that they were not far enough along in the design phase to answer that question. How can we be certain about the new $123 million figure if we are still in the early stages of the design phase and have significant unknown variables that need to be addressed? After carefully examining the proposed plan and identifying these serious issues, I consulted with the county administrator, who also reiterated the project planning is still in its infancy. Considering this, I believe redirecting our resources to improve existing travel corridors is the most fiscally responsible project scope and best serves our citizens. At our coming meeting, I plan on proposing we direct staff to come back to us with an agenda item that consists of an analysis that does not utilize Segment C or D of the planned airport gateway. This would remove the completely new road, avoid the costly and draconian use of eminent domain, speed up the project timeline, and allow us to allocate more resources to the redevelopment of our existing travel corridors. Rather than creating a brand new road through existing neighborhoods, we should focus on beautifying and increasing pedestrian mobility on Lake Bradford Road, Orange Avenue, and Spring Hill Road from the airport to the urban core. I believe this will better serve our community and create more economic development while simultaneously saving tens of millions of dollars in Blueprint funds. I ask you to pause and imagine if 10 years ago, if instead of investing in Gain Street, we created a new road through the FSU IM fields. My fellow board members, this blueprint sales tax is a precious finite resource we have been tasked with administering in a way that best improves our community and the lives of our citizens. We are stewards of these funds, and it is our duty to make them stretch as far as possible while bringing as much impact as possible to our community. I believe the approval of a project with this level of uncertainty and massive cost overruns would be legislative misfeasance. I'm committed to transparency and open communication throughout this process. I hope that we can come together in the spirit of innovation and collaboration to address these issues and build a magnificent airport gateway our community can be proud of. Also, the Northeast Park should be built at the approved budget of $12 million and not the newly proposed $18 million. In service, Christian Caban. Then, on August 22nd, Commissioner Proctor responded to the entire board as well. Dear Blueprint board members, I am leaning towards Commissioner Caban's bottom line that we should improve Spring Hill Road as opposed to building a brand new road for FSU's pleasure and convenience at the convenience of citizens located in the Cross Pass of Progress. Commissioner Caban has weighed in with perfect clarity about issues overlapping our districts. It is simply untenable that the cost is projected to exceed $40 million from the original estimates for constructing a new road. Not a single shovel of dirt has been lifted. Not a single sheet of paper has been used to design the road. Not one neighbor or business owner has received an eminent domain check. Nothing has happened at all, and the project is now at a cost of $123 million. I fully support widening Spring Hill Road to accommodate the gateway to our international airport. Years ago, commissioners had a chance to purchase the right-of-way to widen Capitol Circle and refused to see it into what the future would hold. We have the existing Spring Hill Road that now is our best moment to widen it into a higher functioning pathway to reach the airport. This opportunity we should act on so that 40 years from now, our successors will not be viewed as Beavis and Butthead, small-minded visionaries. A clear voice. Bill Proctor, Leon County Commissioner, District 1. The clearest voice. I appreciate everyone's patience with that. So I passed around these maps that we made in our office just for a visual, and I would like for it to be submitted to the record, Madam Attorney. What concerned me about this project was I looked at the cost. This cost went up roughly 50%. That far supersedes any inflation in the construction industry right now, especially over the last year, when I personally believe construction materials have actually gone down a little bit from 22 to 2023. When I asked staff to send me a detailed line item budget, similar that we had in the Northeast Park and Milani, they said that they did not have one. And to me personally, I don't think anyone in this room would be okay with a 50% increase, something in their budget in their business or in their home, without being able to see where that money went to. Additionally, this road is going to consist of a plethora of eminent domain between right-of-ways and I assume homes. And we don't have that list yet either. So my question is, we are asked to vote on a project that is $123 million. It went up roughly, 40, 50%. And I don't believe that we have the materials sitting in front of us today to vote on it. So what I did, I proposed a change. That's what you see in this map. I don't believe that we have a mobility problem getting to the airport. I think there's plenty of different ways and avenues and methods to get to the airport. I do believe that we should take our tax dollars and that we use it to improve the current roadways that we already have. I referenced Gain Street in my letter because Gain Street was a blueprint project. Look at that 12 years ago. A few commissioners in this room are a product of that. And so we didn't create a new road through the IM fields. We improved Gain Street. We increased the mobility. We beautified it. And it is one of our highest and best use of economic development, I would argue, in Leon County. So what I'm proposing today is that we move to not directly approve the airport gate budget until we have an in-depth analysis back from staff showing detailed budget line items for each segment and also showing what the project looks like without segment C and D. Additionally, I would like a portion of the savings to be allocated to the Providence neighborhood beautification.
Was that a form of a motion?
Yes, that was a form of motion.
Second, Commissioner Matlow. Thank you. Before we get into discussion, let me ask our director, Where are we? Are we under any contractual obligations as far as this particular project in the quarter, and also as far as eminent domain for purposes of building a new road? In other words, where are we in?
The Airport Gateway project is in the preliminary phase. Certain segments, Segment C and Segment G, have advanced beyond that preliminary phase or in the beginnings of design, and getting closer to that 30% mark. It's the 60% mark in design when we know what type of right-of-way, specifically what type of right-of-way acquisitions we would need. And we're just not at that point in the project. Earlier today, I mentioned how we do our cost estimating. The Airport Gateway is an example of where we do a per lane mile cost estimate, not a unit or a unit cost estimate. That's the phase that we're in with this project. In terms of contractual obligations, we have not acquired right-of-way based on any of the project segments. FSU has agreed to, in prior year agreements with this board, has agreed to donate or dedicate the right-of-way that's needed for Segment C. I believe there may have been a couple of pieces close to the end of Stuckey as well that were part of FSU, and as well as some land on South Lake Bradford Road. We do have a design engineer under contract, but as of yet, they have been really working more on the Segment C and Segment G, and with Segment C being kind of advanced, getting close to 60%, kind of between around 30% right now.
Thank you, Madam Director. Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question of the attorney. Is it my understanding, and I could be wrong, that before eminent domain is used, that the government entity has to make offers for the property to the property owners?
Yes,
So we wouldn't just go through and wipe out people's property?
Oh, no, absolutely not.
Okay.
We're required to comply with the statute, it's Chapter 73 and 74. And it is a requirement that we do an appraisal, we make an offer, we give the homeowner, the property owner, at least 30 days to consider the offer. They can propose a counteroffer to that, but definitely there is a negotiation process, and that's required by law, and that's also backed up by your real estate policy.
Okay. And the other thing that I'm going to bring up, and I'm sure Commissioner Caban has mentioned it, I'm sure you all got the letter from the Providence Neighborhood Association. You know, I attended their neighborhood association meeting Monday night for the specific purpose of seeing if they themselves addressed this issue. I don't know if they had gotten a copy of your letter at that point. I don't think they had at that point. But it didn't come up as an issue at their neighborhood association meeting. And so this letter is their response to what Commissioner Caban has proposed. Now, I would tell you, and I understand, Commissioner Caban, that you're saying profits will benefit the Providence neighborhood, but we haven't included them in the discussion. And I have a real problem with that because they have a very active neighborhood association, and this took not weeks or months, but years of negotiation in order for them to get to the point to where they are, and to have negotiated for the kinds of concessions that they were able to get out of this. So I think before we make any moves on this, and I'm not wedded to this project, but I respect the Providence Neighborhood Association and their leadership and what they put into this, because I saw it over the years, the negotiations that they had to get to where they are now. And so I would really want them, and not for us to tell them what we want to give them, but for them to make the decision about where they are and what it is they expect out of this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Richardson. I've got Commissioner Matlow and Commissioner Proctor in the queue, and then Commissioner Cox. But may I ask a question for clarification before we go to Commissioner Matlow? The property that's perhaps subject to eminent domain, is it factual that the property is primarily owned by Florida State, not individual property owners?
Property that's primarily owned by Florida State is in the Segment C area. I think there's a few pieces maybe on segment A.
Mm-hmm.
But the properties that are owned on like the Lake Bradford, all the way down Spring Hill are owned by various private property.
And those are areas that's projected for the gateway, airport gateway. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for these illustrations. I mean, I think when you look at the current project, project creep is just evident. And this isn't an airport gateway. This is 3 different ways to get to the airport. While we were sitting here, I Google Maps, get to the airport. It tells you to go down Spring Hill Road. That's the way most people would drive. If they're visiting Tallahassee, they're going to use Google Maps. They're going to go down Spring Hill Road. So it is our duty, I think, to beautify and make that the main corridor to the airport. I think what's being proposed could save $40 million that could be made available to other projects. And I do share Commissioner Richardson's concerns. Autumn, we walked Stuckey with the Providence Neighborhood Association years ago. We heard their concerns, and while I do think we need to make those neighborhood investments as Commissioner Caban proposed, and Commissioner Richardson as well, we should be listening to the neighborhoods. We're not far along now to know what $19.8 million means on segment D, but I know when we walk that street, it's a tight roadway. There's migrant housing, there's low-income housing. If we were going to expand the road as proposed, we might not be able to say we're going to take those properties now, but we're budgeting $20 million for it for a short section. I anticipate that is a substantial property acquisition is a part of that. So how can we save money? How can we make sure we beautify Levy and Stuckey at the same time without removing any housing? Give us $40 million to go to other areas, continue to improve Spring Hill Road, Lake Bradford, as proposed, and I believe the other section of Orange Avenue is still included as well. So, I mean, these are tremendous improvements to the corridors that already exist without creating a new corridor, which I think is really a win-win for everybody. It's a win for the neighborhood, it's a win for transportation, and it's a win for any other proposals that we can consider at this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Before we move forward, let me just say this. 7 minutes after 2, we have got to be out of here. We can't spend 30 minutes on every item. And so I think we need to look at what we have, decide how we want to proceed if we have an issue with any one project going forward. I'm not sure if we can all elaborate on it, but I think we can express that issue, pull it from the budget proposal, and move forward.
Well, Madam
It's just,
Chairperson,
we just can't
we can
complete it
do
all.
E and
Yes, sir.
J, which are the operating.
I'm sorry.
I would assume we can do E and J, which are the operating budgets.
Right,
Agency.
right. And that was, I believe that is the motion that was on the table. Or did we to approve the operating budget?
All of that was
Right.
All of that was
I believe,
removed.
Madam Chair, excuse me, but I believe those 2 motions were
Yeah.
withdrawn in favor of just having an
Open discussion, oh, you're right.
So, Madam Chair,
You're right.
if it's appropriate, I would move then that we go ahead and approve recommendations E and J, the operating budgets for agencies.
Second.
Is there
A motion on the table.
Are we pivoting subjects? So are we?
We have a motion on the table.
We have a motion to approve agenda item.
We have a motion.
I'm sorry,
This
the
motion's on the
proposal,
table.
budget item.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair,
I had a motion on the floor.
his motion is still on the floor. My bad.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, given your concern and all of our, at least on the CRA board side, concerned with the time, what we could possibly do is convene our CRA board meeting and do our public hearing that's scheduled for 5 p.m. And if it is the will of this body, return after that to continue this, because this is real important. And I don't know how many bites at the apple we'll get an opportunity to do. And since we're here and we waited all summer to do this. I think that it's important that we do it on this day and not move it to another day. So if we could just do what we can until 3 o'clock, because the CRA board, we actually use the dais. So we could do our meeting, do our hearing, and come back after that to continue this meeting, if that helps.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. I would like to get comments from the board. Commissioner Proctor.
I'd already said that 40 minutes ago, Madam Chair, so I'm glad.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear
It's caught
you.
up to where I was 40 minutes ago.
I didn't hear you, Commissioner Proctor. I apologize. Mayor Daley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be brief. Sounds like the board's heading in a different direction, specifically on the airport gateway. I'd ask everybody to please take into consideration as well. We need to always make sure that we have updated information. We at the City of Tallahassee have made some significant decisions out at the airport based on alignment and infrastructure. There are contracts with the Florida Department of Transportation. There's money currently being spent. We just need to make sure that we are all fully aware of all the impact that changes in directions are going to have on other plans that have been made. So as we move forward with additional items coming forward, and I know Commissioner Command agrees with me, we need to make sure that we are all fully aware of all the decisions that have already been made based on assumptions of the plan as it was approved.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you,
Madam Chair,
Mr. Mayor.
point of
Commissioner Proctor.
Attorney Dawson, can we adopt the budget with asterisks by it indicating that the 4 projects which have been, that we're going to reconcile those by October, November? There's nothing state statute that mandates that we, I'm just asking, can we put an asterisk mark and not include their numbers in that final today?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, I think that we would probably hear strongly from our auditors if we had asterisks throughout our budget, so I would not encourage that. I think, hearing from several commissioners and the chair regarding the time and the pending CRA meeting that's coming up, perhaps it would be best as a suggestion to, see who has additional comments on the projects on page 65, and to perhaps consider Commissioner O'Keefe's suggestion. I think he sent a letter to the chair to go through to vote from A through J, and perhaps that will help to give direction to the board to move things forward. Because right now, I think we're kind of going around and around. So maybe that would help to have a period at which you, hear comments, make suggestions to staff, and then let's go ahead and vote on A through J, whether the board chooses to package it up as one, which is the option 1 in the materials, or to go A, B, C, D, all the way to J, as Commissioner O'Keefe suggested in his letter to you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney. Yes, sir, Commissioner
The
Proctor.
issue that we're talking about is, from your advisement early in the meeting, would require that we do an extended process. I think that what has been recommended by Commissioner Caban, we should pursue. What he's leaving, suggesting to be left on the table is about $37 to $40 million. We're not doing anything wrong to leave that money. We can process it as the mayor has suggested and make sure we're checking the box on everything else. And we may not get through this today, but as a general process to say that we would favor the simplified plan over this, I would love to do that. And if we need to go in that direction to relinquish this money, what hindereth thou from allowing us to do that?
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor. I don't believe we're going to have sufficient time to flesh out any of the questions about any of the project items in this short period of time. Plus, we have individuals have come before this body and made specific requests that we make recommendations to staff to bring back to us. So what I would like to do, number one, is see who is available today after the CRA meeting to come back. Or if not, we will just need to have another day to continue this budget discussion, number one. But I would like to address those specific individuals that came before the body today, asking for agenda items to come back on specific, like Giles House and what have you. I'd like for us to be able to address those before we have to adjourn in about 30 to 40 minutes.
I don't think the CRA has a long agenda, so I would imagine we could reconvene around
I'm
6.
sorry, I can't hear you, Commissioner.
I don't think the CRA has a long agenda, so I would imagine we could reconvene around 6.
Okay, well, can I see a show of hands of who could reconvene at 6? Okay, 1, 2.
Madam Chair.
Yes. Mayor Daley can't, Richardson can't, so,
Madam Chair.
yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. I can convene at 6 if necessary, but my question is, I think, to the attorney, would that be permissible? Because that may have some public notice issues.
Right.
If not, I'm happy to attend. I'm happy to be there at 6.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Minor. From the show of hands, I don't think we have a majority that can come back and reconvene this afternoon. So we do have a motion, I believe,
Yeah, Ms.
on the
Mayor.
table. Don't
Yes,
we have a
ma'am.
motion? Can you, was it from Commissioner?
Yes, ma'am. I
Will you
My motion was to not approve the airport gateway budget increase until we have an in-depth analysis come back from staff showing detailed budget line items for each segment, also showing what the project looks like without segment C and D, and also allocating a portion of remaining funds for Providence neighborhood and beautifications.
Okay, and I believe we had a second. Okay, Commissioner Matlow. What I would like to do, since that motion is on the table, I'd like to carry that motion, and then I think we're going to have to table this budget discussion, have staff, get another date for us to complete it. And I would like to address those specific requests that came before the body today, so those individuals don't have to come back. And I know one is time sensitive as well.
Yep.
So I'd like to call the question. Yes, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Commissioner DeBan, thank you very much for the motion. Would you be willing to accept a friendly amendment, a slight friendly amendment, so we come back with that agenda item on the airport gateway, and as well as the Providence amenities, but then also adding to that agenda item our separate, basically North Monroe, I think the Fairgrounds project we want to hear back on, as well as those 2 projects, the Somo Walls and the Giles House. I think we need to, depending on what we decide to do on the airport gateway, we may have the ability to take a look with a new context on these other projects. So, because they're all related, right? If we free up some currently encumbered funds on the airport gateway, we then have the ability to think in new terms on North Monroe, Fairgrounds, Somo Walls, and Giles House. So I'm hoping you might add that as a friendly amendment to your motion, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Commissioner Caban.
Commissioner Minor, what I don't want to do is pin other board members, like make this analysis only be tied to the North Monroe Gateway. But what I will say is I do support additional funding for the airport gateway. The North Monroe Gateway. I do think it's a pivotal part, and I think it's an entryway into town. And I would support, when that project comes up, allocating funding to it, but I don't want to necessarily pin it to this motion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Caban. Let me call the question.
Madam
The
Chair.
motion is on the floor.
Madam Chair, if I could just get another point of clarification just before we do that. The Commissioner Caban said beautification for Providence, but based on the letter that they sent, there's more than just beautification that has been agreed to, that they listed here that is deep rooted, and it includes many things that they said that folks put aside their personal opinions to bargain for public amenities, parks, sidewalks, and FAMUA level features along with the road. We have advocated for the Leon County owned properties to be banked in a housing land trust, although some have been sold instead of banked. As promised, there is community desire for housing that does not create house poor situations for owners and analogous situations with rental costs. All of these comprehensive collective conversations have been included working with government agencies on what would be best for the people of Providence. So I don't
Okay,
want us to just
Commissioner
sweep it
Cox.
under,
No.
under beautification.
I hate to cut you
On
off, but
point.
if he can.
On point. I will amend my motion.
To include that.
The way I look at it, we're going to have roughly $40 million, and we should improve the Providence neighborhood. So, Commissioner Williams-Cox, how would you like to meet that
Okay,
verbiage to make
Commissioner
you
Caban,
comfortable?
let me cut you off. I don't want a whole lot of dialogue. Now, we're going to have to move forward. But I think what Commissioner Cox said is very appropriate. I think a holistic
I agree.
approach
I
for
agree.
staff to look at this issue.
I
Does
agree.
everybody understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the
I
direction.
will-
All right, thank you,
yes.
Commissioner Cox. I appreciate that.
I accept
Are
that.
we ready for the vote?
Yes.
Yes.
Can we do a roll call, please?
Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings.
Yes.
Commissioner Caban.
Aye.
Commissioner Minor.
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch. Commissioner O'Keefe.
Aye.
So it passes. Thank you, Commissioner Caban. So where we are now, board members, we've gone through 5 items on page 65 that list our projects. There's no way we can get through any others. What I'd like to do is table the budget discussion at this point. We don't have a majority that can come back. As staff to look at, I guess, some other subsequent date for us. Director Cole.
Yeah, we'll look at subsequent dates, and what we'll do is we'll incorporate the direction that we've received today, most notably the Northeast Park, and of course, bringing back an agenda item on the airport gateway. And then aside from those things, we'll just continue to incorporate the prior IA board direction from the past direction that we've received and continue to put that forward. I will mention one thing on budget recommendation B. We do ask for your approval to allocate the $2 million from the fiscal year 22 budgetary surplus, which gets us to that $12 million for the Northeast Park. So that trues up your action from earlier today.
Move recommendation B.
Do I have a motion to that?
Second.
Move recommendation B.
Thank you. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Thank you, Commissioner Minor. Awesome. Anything else?
I was just looking at the budget recommendations, which we have here on a slide. Oh, the next, could advance one more. It has the list of the recommendations, and really it's starting at recommendation E is the operating budget, and then F, G, H, and I cover the Office of Economic Vitality. That's something to consider if that's helpful. And then I also want to mention we want to make sure we get to the election of the vice chair.
Oh, absolutely. So looking at items E, F, G, H, and I in the proposed budget, I will entertain a motion.
Move approval, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Second.
Commissioner Richards. Thank you. Is there any discussion? All those in favor of approving E, F, G, H, and I, let it be known by saying aye.
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 Any opposition?
Aye.
And J.
No.
J.
Oh, and J, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
H,
J.
I, and J, for
Nay.
clarification. Let it be known by saying aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposition?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, let's have a roll call, please.
Mayor Daley. Commissioner Matlow.
Aye.
Commissioner Porter.
Nay.
Commissioner Richardson.
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox.
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings.
Aye.
Commissioner Caban.
Aye.
Commissioner Minor.
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor.
Yes.
Commissioner Welch. Commissioner O'Keefe.
No.
Thank you. So it does pass. Okay, thank you very much. Anything else, Director Conte?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So staff will come back with some dates for us to complete the budget recommendations and process. We have 5 items that we've already addressed and moved forward on. What I would like to do now, having said that, is have the council members address the public that came before us on various issues. I believe I got an asterisk by the SOMO walls, and I'd like to, okay, Commissioner Proctor, then Commissioner Porter.
Madam Chair, I have the,
I'm sorry, just point of order here. I think perhaps if we can include some portion of the agenda, because we do need to elect a vice chair.
Oh, I see, okay, okay.
Madam Chair.
what item are we dealing with? Election?
We are on election of the vice chair. That goes first, and then we'll go to Board of Directors discussion. Okay.
Madam Chair.
On point, Commissioner.
Oh,
Porter.
I'd like to make a motion to nominate Commissioner Matlow as vice chair.
Okay, let's see, where are we? Ratification of today's budget. So we haven't completed the budget. And so now we're,
Ratify the items that we've approved?
okay. So before we get to electing a vice chair, we got to look at ratifying what we did today.
Madam Chair, I move that
So
we,
moved.
okay, she got me.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Porter, second by Commissioner Richardson to ratify what we've done so far today. Are we ready for the question?
Question.
All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Commissioner Mine. Any opposition? Hearing none, that portion has been ratified. Now I move to general election of
Commissioner.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to
Let me
nominate.
ask you this. Madam, do you have an introduction for that item? No?
No, ma'am, I do not.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Richardson.
Thank you, Madam.
Then
I believe I
after
had
you,
the
Commissioner
floor.
Porter, then Commissioner.
Oh, this is from last time, I'm sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to nominate Commissioner and Director Diane Williams-Cox as Vice Chair.
Is there a second? Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved, but Commissioner Williams-Cox is Vice Chair and second. Is
Madam
there any
Chair.
discussion? Commissioner Porter.
Yes, Madam Chair. I mean, I made a motion. I understand it was before we approved, but I mean,
I'm sorry, I didn't understand. You said it again.
well, just respectfully, I had my hand raised and had made a motion on this item. So I'm a little confused why I wasn't recognized to speak and have the opportunity to restate the motion I had already made.
I apologize. I think I was a little out of order. We needed to ratify what we did today at the budget workshop, and we were a little ahead of that.
And I understand. I just feel like in the spirit of collegiality, I had spoken, and to not be recognized again to speak when it was clear that I had made a motion and intended to do so is disappointing to me.
Well, I apologize, Commissioner Porter. When we got to that point, I tried to recognize the first hand that I saw. First hand that I saw was Commissioner Richardson.
In
I
that case,
apologize.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a substitute motion nominating Commissioner Matlow to be vice chair.
Okay.
Second.
There's a substitute motion for Commissioner Matlow to be vice chair. Is there a second? It's been seconded by Commissioner O'Keefe. Is there a discussion, any discussion? Commissioner Matlow.
Sure, since I've been thrown into this conversation. I think traditionally Blueprint has always rotated towards chair and vice chair on seniority. I know Commissioner Williams-Cox has had the opportunity to serve, and she did a fantastic job. I think, just continuing a rotation so everyone has a chance to serve is best practice. So if it's will of the body, I am willing to accept it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Cox.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Director Matlow. I actually finished a term for the outgoing chair who was not reelected, Dr. Elaine Bryant. So I did not serve a full term. So just for the record.
Thank you, Commissioner Williams-Cox. Commissioner Porter?
Oh, nothing from me.
Oh, okay, I just see your.
Oh, I'm
your
sorry,
name.
this was from earlier.
And just for clarification, for those that are here, under blueprint policy, the vice chair has to come from the city and not from the county. So we have a motion and second on the floor. Is there any further discussion?
What's the motion?
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just for the record, if it was based on seniority, I've never had a chance to serve as chair either. So,
Nor have I.
yeah.
It was
so-
based on seniority. I've never served either. I'm trying to one day.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
your
ma'am.
bylaws, it's not based on seniority.
Right.
It's not.
The only requirement is a rotation.
Right.
From city,
of
county.
City, county, city.
Okay. Okay, any other comments? If not,
So
Commissioner
are
Caban.
we in a vote? What are we voting for right now? What's the substitute motion?
The substitute motion comes first, right?
Do the whole board vote or just the city commissioners?
I think the whole board votes and not just the city, the whole board votes. Okay, all those in favor of the motion on the floor, the substitute motion, let it be known by saying aye, and what we'll do is, by saying aye.
Roll call.
Oh, roll call.
Roll call.
We'll have a roll call vote.
Mayor Daley?
No.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
Nope.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
No?
Commissioner Cummings?
Aye.
Commissioner Caban?
Respectfully, no.
Commissioner Minor?
Commissioner Minor?
Respectfully, no.
I didn't understand.
No.
You
You
voted.
said no.
Respectfully, no. I love them both, but respectfully, no.
Commissioner Porter? Or Proctor? Commissioner Proctor?
Respectfully, no.
Commissioner Welch? Yes. Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
And I didn't keep up with the results.
Fails.
Okay, so that motion failed. So I will entertain another motion for.
Go back to the original.
We're on the original.
Okay, we do have the original motion on the floor. And that was for Commissioner Cox as vice chair. All those in favor, we'll do a roll call.
Mayor Daley?
Aye.
Commissioner Matlow?
Aye.
Commissioner Porter?
Aye.
Commissioner Richardson?
Aye.
Commissioner Williams-Cox?
Aye.
Commissioner Cummings?
Yes.
Commissioner Caban?
Aye.
Commissioner Minor?
Aye.
Commissioner Proctor?
Yes.
Commissioner Welch? Commissioner O'Keefe?
Yes.
Thank you. It passes. Congratulations, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, fellow directors.
Now, I believe we're at the point of Board of Directors discussion.
Madam
And
Chair,
if I-
you asked previously before.
I'm
we
sorry,
went back-
Commissioner Proctor, can you put your mic closer to you?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Madam Chair, you previously asked us to react to comments we heard. There were two that I want to ask the favor of this board. One is that SOMO walls need some help, and I'd like for us to support our staff getting with them. Now, I am as excited about SOMO walls and its commercial potential for things south of Gaines Street, as is Commissioner Welch is over Baseball Park for that neighborhood. I need this project to complete. This community needs, the south side needs, as we're looking at failing businesses We're looking at food deserts. We're looking at folk turning their back left and right, walking out the south side like we got the cooties or something. I believe that now is the time to reinforce and not to allow this project to be left stranded. We need very much to take a second look to support this courageous investment that's being offered from a private source. So I'd just like to make the motion that we're able to give directions to staff to
Second.
give this project and find out what it needs to fly, and not limp. That's what we need to do.
Thank you, Commissioner Proctor.
Second.
Commissioner Cox, thank you. So the motion is for staff to bring an agenda item back as it relates to Soma Walls. No discussion. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, sorry, I have to hate to
Any
interrupt.
opposition?
No. There's no opposition, but I need to disclose that I do have a conflict.
You want to comment? Okay,
Yes, I do need to
Commissioner Caban.
recuse myself. I do engage, and I would love to vote on this, and if I could vote, I would support it without a doubt. But I engage in business services with Mrs. Demerel, who is the developer's spouse, and I consulted with the Blueprint attorney beforehand, and so I need to recuse myself.
Thank you, Commissioner Caban. So let the record show that Commissioner Caban recused himself from the vote. There were other individuals that came
And
before this
secondly,
body today.
Madam Chair, the issue brought forward by, about the,
Giles House.
what's that?
Giles.
Yes, Giles House. I'd like for staff to please expeditiously to get with them to find out what we can do to bring that online and up to par.
Thank you, Commissioner. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Proctor made the motion. Commissioner Cox, second.
And I have a question. Actually, Commissioner Porter can have the second. I'll raise my hand to ask a question. The question in regards to the Giles House, the request was for a loan.
Yes.
And my question is, where would it come from and who would it be made to, in order for this to, we're talking, we have an entity, or what are we dealing with here? And I know the timing is of essence.
The
I'd
parameters.
like,
Yeah.
Madam Chair, if I might, clarification.
Yes, please.
My motion, loan / grant / grant loan combination. I think the historicity of this particular project, the historical equity that has been put in previous years is warranted, and something has marinated of goodwill that perhaps a grant is what this historical piece of property represents, and not so much a loan. So I hope that we could explore the ranges of possibility, but not restricted to and packaged as a loan. I'm not even sure if we're in the loaning business. Do we have a license to loan? I don't know. So we may be talking about a grant.
Madam Chair, on point.
Please.
I want to caution us, because we have other entities in the community who have come to us to ask for some types of assistance along those lines. I'm in favor of helping, but we just need to be cautious that what we do for one, we will have to do for the other. So let's keep that in mind. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cox, for that clarification. Can I get a comment from either one of our directors? Is there any precedence for it, or your thoughts on it as far as our policies, rules, regulations?
Well, from the infrastructure side, this is easy. This is not one of the approved Blueprint infrastructure projects, so there's that whole substantial amendment process that would need to be added to go through that process. I'm not sure that works with the timing that we have.
Okay, because we've got a timing issue, we couldn't
But then we
succeed
have,
in that regard.
we had $765,000 set aside for leveraging, I don't know if it was H or I in that, but we passed that part. We took that part that we did pass, and that was 765. Go back up there to about 2 screens ago, you'll see it. So they got some money that don't have to go through what you're talking about, but it can occur.
Well, let me ask you this, Commissioner Proctor. You say there is money someplace, so
Yeah, you just
should
saw it.
they be
We
directed?
saw
Should
it.
our motion be to Blueprint to entertain their request for assistance?
If Keith could answer.
I'm sorry. Okay, Director Bowers.
Madam Chair, thank you. We could analyze this request utilizing our non-competitive proposal projects.
Okay,
Yeah, that's what was on the board.
awesome, awesome. Okay, so we've got a
We still need to
motion.
vote on the SOMO walls and
Okay,
this.
We've got a motion.
Madam Chair.
Well, we had a motion as it related to SOMO walls.
We voted on.
We voted on that, so now we're on the Giles House.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Madam Chair.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Proctor. My understanding, and this was presented at the city last night, is they are on a deadline for demolition on September 5th. So I wanted to ensure with staff, are we encompassing authority to go ahead and execute an agreement? And if so, are we setting a dollar amount?
On this issue, I did use the word to have staff expeditiously to review. So relative to those dynamics, that's why I use that word.
Sure.
Expedition.
Is that the understanding? Mr. Bowers, what direction would you need if this was to move forward and there by September 5th, or negotiating with the developers to delay demolition?
Needs an amount.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that question. It would be outside of our policy, and basically we have criteria for analyzing these types of requests. The timing of it, we would have to go, it would have to come as a recommendation from staff and the EVLC. Our scheduled EVLC meeting, I believe, is next Wednesday. So we wouldn't, I doubt if we'd have enough time to put together an analysis, a thorough analysis by that time.
Okay. And what I would recommend, it may be incumbent on somebody to reach out to the current owner of the structures to see if there's a pause in demolition, if we are moving forward to look for relocation funding. I wholeheartedly support it. From what I've heard, it could be relocated between $60,000 and $100,000. They would continue to be used as housing as well as a museum component. There's an established nonprofit that is willing to be the recipient and take ownership of the loan or grant as I move forward. It's completely support it. Commissioner Proctor, I'm just making sure we're not setting ourselves up that they're torn down by the time we talk about it again.
I think that owners someone should file an injunction against that, because pending is support, rescue coming from a public body like this. And if this isn't genuine enough support coming to the rescue to get a several-day delay, what can? So I would encourage that.
So there might be a possibility of delaying the demolition, is what I'm hearing, to allow staff to look at it.
A letter from the chairwoman that we've approved this motion, that we simply have done this, a letter from our chairwoman to whomever the parties are, that we are coming to this rescue, ought to mean something as well.
Commissioner Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would the maker of the motion entertain a friendly amendment? Can we not waive those policies so if we desire to move forward and give that direction today?
That's Commissioner Proctor's motion. I know
I'm
Commissioner.
open to it, but Mr. Bauer said that he doesn't have enough time to do a competent review relative to what he's got to review. But I'm definitely open to waiving the rules if that helps expedite it.
But what is your pleasure? I know Commissioner Cox raised, the fact that we didn't want to establish precedent. We just have to be careful. Madam Attorney.
Madam Chair, emotionally, we want to help. But I think the best way to help is not to make this body liable by getting in between a private owner in this situation. If we can find, one, we don't know how much money yet. We have a speculation. Two, we don't know who the loan grant or whatever will be made to. And three, whatever we do here will set precedents going forward for anything else coming before us. As I said last night in the City Commission meeting, I think at this point, if it's $60,000 or $100,000 that is needed, then we should raise that from the community to help with this community project between Commissioner Proctor, and Commissioner, all the county commissioners, throw in 10 grand apiece, and we can get there. We can get there.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. I appreciate you. We're pressing for time, Mayor.
Madam Chair, out of order.
Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think we all want to do something, but we got to make sure we do this right.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be appropriate. We actually should probably have a letter of intent from whoever will be receiving the houses. But first of all, I agree. I think, Madam Chair, a phone call with a follow-up letter on letterhead saying that it is the intentions of Blueprint to have a formal conversation at the next meeting about this going to the current owner and the developer of that property is appropriate. But we have got to have a letter of intent from who is actually going to receive the houses. Yeah. How are they going to operate it? Do they have, do they have everything in place? We're talking about technically purchasing and transferring what will become a piece of public property to another nonprofit.
Okay.
We just got to make sure that everything is in line.
Absolutely. Thank you.
We did something like that with
Thank
the
you, Mr. Mayor.
NAACP building, didn't we? Or something like that. There's precedents that we work quickly with other groups.
The city owned
did
it.
that.
Okay, so is the motion still on the floor to just have OEV look at it? Is that the motion that we have, or have you withdrawn? Have you withdrawn your motion?
Well, consistent with Commissioner Porter, given the deadline, Commissioner
Matlow.
Matlow, thank you. Give them direction to move, and I think that your letter to the parties would do a lot to say that it's great.
And how they do it, then
Good faith.
we'll leave it up to them.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
that is the motion
Yes,
on the
ma'am.
floor to just,
Madam Chair?
Yes, ma'am.
If I could just give a clarification to the directors. Statutorily, the Economic Development Fund for economic development projects must have a public purpose of benefiting the local economy. That is the justification for spending the funds, the 12% that OEV collects every year from the penny surtax. And so the importance of the policy that this board passed last year, Policy 114, regarding non-competitive economic development projects, is to make sure that the money that you allocate for these non-competitive economic development projects complies with the law. So if it doesn't check the box in terms of promoting the local economy, and it doesn't serve a general public purpose of doing so, it should not be allowed.
well, thank
It
you.
is against the law.
Thank
And that's the reason for the policy.
Right.
That's the reason why you approve the policy. And it is comprehensive to look at all of the aspects to make sure that we're complying with Chapter 212 so that those dollars go to economic development projects that support the local economy.
Madam
I
Chair.
just want to emphasize that.
Thank you,
'cause
Madam
There are a lot of
Attorney.
projects
I
out
appreciate
there
that.
that are
Right.
good. People want to do good things, but we
Right.
have to keep in mind that we're under a requirement to spend the money for certain things
Absolutely.
under Chapter 212.
And that scrutinization was my understanding is what the director Bowers would look at.
Correct.
And if it
Yes,
doesn't
ma'am.
meet that criteria, but that's the direction I understand that we would give it to them. So we trust that they will adhere to rules and regulations and perhaps some other suggestion. Commissioner Porter, is that your hand?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, okay, briefly. very
Thank you,
brief.
Madam Chair. Yeah, and I want to thank everyone for their willingness. I know we all want to do this. Just a quick note, I mean, I think that a museum is just as justifiable as economic development and a public interest as a stadium. And if we want to talk about precedent, we can talk about $27 million to FSU's
Or 10
stadium.
million to fans,
Thank you.
Or $1 million.
Thank you, Commissioner,
sure.
Commissioner Porter, which is why I think OEV has.
It'll be vetted by staff.
They have the responsibility, and they can make that determination. Make that determination of whether it fits the criteria. So all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
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 You can't hear me?
Aye.
So much conversation over here.
What is the motion?
Order, please. The motion is to direct OEV to look at the request, see if it meets the criteria, it meets the policies, and do it expeditiously. So all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, Commissioner Minor, you opposed?
No, I think he was.
I voted in favor.
Okay, let's
Madam
move
Chair, they
forward.
say
Madam Chair.
we don't have to go home, but we're gonna have to get up
But
out of here.
We got to get out of here in
But
10
Madam
minutes.
Chair,
Commissioner
I was
Cox.
going to say before we go home, there has been an issue that has come before us regarding affordable housing. We've heard the Cajun group mention that. I would like to, and I don't know what the ramifications are, but I would like to direct staff to provide us with an agenda item to explore what can be done in the realm as has been recommended by this group regarding affordable housing in our
Second.
community.
I'll second.
Thank you, thank you. It's been moved and second that we ask staff to look at the proposal that has come before us for affordable housing initiative. Commissioner Matt.
Thank you. Madam Attorney, the initiative that was mentioned earlier involved affordable housing and an organization, Family Promise of the Big Bend, that I am employed by deals in affordable housing. Do I need to recuse myself from this vote as a result of my employment?
No, no, Commissioner, because at this point, we're just bringing back an agenda item. There's no allocation to any particular group or nonprofit or anything.
Can I speak on the merit of the project?
In 30 seconds, you can.
Okay, I'm good. Thank you.
No.
I'm talking about when it comes back. Can I speak on the merit?
When it comes back and
Yeah,
there's
we'll do it.
specifics to a organization, then
We'll deal with it.
then you would not be
Thank
as
you,
an
ma'am.
elected.
Commissioner Cox, thank you. Did we have a second on that motion? Thank you,
I did.
Commissioner Richardson.
Somebody.
All those in favor of that particular motion, hold up. I see Commissioner O'Keefe. Did you want to comment on that? No.
Real quick, going to support this. I'd ask if you accept a friendly amendment to specific to their request that it targets rental housing for very low and extremely low income families with the intent of $5 million per year for 5 years as a goal.
Respectfully, Commissioner O'Keefe, I don't want to put any brakes on. I want them to do a full analysis of what can and cannot be done, and I don't want to commit future funding without knowing what it is and where we are.
Sounds good.
Okay. So we don't have the friendly amendment. So we have the motion on the floor. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, Commissioner
Madam
Bayer.
Chair.
That's actually,
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Minor.
Thank you, ma'am. Really quickly, I know we need to move on. We got like a couple minutes left. Real quick, I want to introduce a motion to have staff take a look about what options we can have to add to the North Monroe Gateway project. I can explain more later, but if the will of the board is to accept that agenda item coming back at the next meeting, I'd appreciate it.
Second.
second.
I didn't understand the motion, but it relates to North Monroe.
Yeah, ma'am. The motion is to bring an agenda item back, asking staff to explore options to expand the North Monroe Gateway project in light of what some of the budget adjustments we might be taking at our next meeting.
Okay. Is there a second? And the only other thing I'd like to add, Commissioner Minor, we're going to have to reschedule this whole budget process because we haven't completed all the items. So
Understood, ma'am. Yes, and I'm asking this to come back at the same time as the Airport Gateway agenda item.
okay, great. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition?
Madam Chair,
Okay.
there was one
And that-
item that came from the floor. It was $275,000 increase, decrease or something. In
With
one
blueprint
for ours.
policies.
Did we not carry that in a motion previously today, or?
To ask them to look at their policy as it relates to small business.
Right, and I'd like to make that as a motion.
I'll second.
Okay, but I don't think we are clear on the specific of what the motion
And Madam-
does.
and-
It
Can we have that
directs
come back as an
staff-
item?
And Madam Chair,
Commissioner Parker?
is that something that
We
we
have it come
can?
back as
we
an
can-
item?
Exactly.
Okay, I was going to ask Madam Chair, is it possible for us to put that on the agenda to discuss at the next meeting? Not to have staff bring it back, but to have a discussion, because I'm not understanding, and we don't have time to really talk about it.
Can you give some clarification on it,
Matlow,
Commissioner
can you
Proctor?
give some clarification on this for me, please, sir?
I'm sorry, say that again?
I defer to Commissioner Matlow, whose expertise in this area.
Based on the limits proposed in public speakers, Commissioner Proctor's asking for an agenda item to come back exploring expanding those limits.
Exploring what?
Exploring what?
To move the limit up.
If I could just clarify for a second, I think there's some misunderstanding regarding that policy. The folks that came up to speak, they're talking about the policy 114, the non-competitive economic development policy. There's a provision in the policy that basically states that if your request exceeds 100,000, you have to do an independent analysis, like from CFA. So that's the amount that they're talking about. It's not, there is no limit on small businesses or anything like that. It's just if your request exceeds 100,000, we're asking you to get an independent analysis to make sure that it is creating jobs, that it is promoting the local economy. That's the 100,000 you're talking about.
And Madam Chair, the price of those studies have gone up exponentially. And the ask from the community is that instead of 100,000 being the floor amount, that 275 becomes the new floor, but having required to get a independent study, which I understand costs about $30,000. So someone who's seeking, who's exploring securing $100,000 would have to spend $30,000 to get an independent analysis. Becomes a true burden.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Director Bowers, can you speak to that?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, OEV has a contract with the Center of Economic Forecasting and Analysis with FSU. And with that agreement, those market analysis only cost $1,500 per analysis.
Okay, I appreciate that. My ask today, in fact, let me do this. I make a motion that we bring back a item that will lift from $100,000 to $275,000 before FSU comes in and do a $1,500 review analysis.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Proctor. Is there a second?
A second. Let's bring it back for discussion.
It's been moved and it's been seconded that we send it to staff to do an analysis of raising the floor from 100,000 to 275,000 as a requirement for, I guess, businesses that apply, for having to have that specific analysis. And it's because of what the costs involved in having to have an outside entity do an analysis.
That's correct.
And it's just for staff to look at it and bring a report back, that's all. Okay, all those in favor? 2 minutes. Let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? None. Thank you very much. One last comment, 30 seconds.
Yes, I'll be very quick. I have two motions. One, I'd like to move to direct staff to work with AgPro. Tanner Roach is the contact. They're looking to expand on West Highway 90 in my district. So can I direct staff and bring it back as an agenda item?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
It's the non-competitive.
Non-competitive. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye for staff to bring back a recommendation or an agenda item on that issue.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Hearing none, it's accepted. Commissioner Cabana.
Yes, thank you. I was hoping we had more time to have a discussion, so hopefully we can just move quickly. But I would like to, if it's the board will, I've been inspired by the city's charter review, and I actually would like to move that we bring back an agenda item to discuss potentially restructuring some parts of this IA organization.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and to restructure some part of the IA board?
Correct.
Okay. Different from all city commissioners and.
Correct, the IA board, just an agenda item.
Okay, and who would study that? Who are you asking to study that?
Will it be the board's will, just an agenda item for us to open it up for discussion?
Okay. Does everybody understand the proposal?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Director?
Thank you. I actually wouldn't mind a little clarity. So when you're asking us to bring an item back that maybe just gives some history and some background?
No, an agenda item for the directors to discuss and make sure that the way that this current structure moving forward is the correct, I mean, it's been 20 years, right, since we're in this process. So if it's the board's will, I think it could be some opportunity to make sure we're continue to head it in the right direction. No different than the city and their charter review.
Madam Chair?
I'll second that.
Madam Chair, I would recommend that this be discussed under director discussion at the next meeting, because it is 3 o'clock.
No,
It is time for the CRA board meeting to begin. And I sense unreadiness on this particular item. I'm unready because I don't know where we're going with it.
Thank you, Commissioner Cox. And I'm not clear myself on what we're asking. So since we will be having another meeting to continue the budget, and at our
Let's talk
next
about this
meeting,
more.
I think under commissioners, directors' time, we can raise it and flush it out and then move forward if we want to.
Perfect, perfect.
I'm not sure if it's something that staff needs to flush out.
Okay, I'll rescind the
And I
motion
think
then.
as far as commissioners' discussion, we can raise it during commissioner time. Okay, thank you all so much. Meeting is adjourned.